some point. Hopefully you're listening and watching back home there, we're led to believe. Let's hear from Jamie Kringle, who's with Beth Espy.
Yeah, we're just outside the Batham's AJN Racing tent. Jamie, how are you feeling right now?
Yeah, good. Pretty relaxed, to be honest. Just want to get away, do another 4 laps, just treat it as another practice. Hopefully just improve where we are. We've changed the bike a little bit, gone a bit stiffer with the rear, put a different, heavier spring in. So try that and just see how we get on.
What's it been like for you working with this team this week?
Brilliant. Guys been good. We've been changing the bike every session, basically. Everyone's worked. We made a little bit of a change yesterday, which I don't think went in my favour a little bit. So we've sort of gone back to where we were again before that, but we've put a stiffer spring in the rear to try.
And that must be great, actually, feeling that you're being heard, your team's listening to what you're saying.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Everyone sits down, we all put our ideas together, make a plan, and then boys just sort the bike out. It's been good. And
we're well used to these delays on the Isle of Man, but they're not easy to take, are they?
No, exactly. Everyone's had a challenge a week. We've all run out of time. We've getting the bike set up everyone wants, but we're all in the same boat, and it is what it is.
Well, hope it goes well for you today.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Just here with the Jackson Racing team boss. Jacko, how are you?
Yeah, not so bad, Chris.
Manx Grand Prix. Let's go back all those days when we both, well, no, I didn't have hair. You had, no, we've never had hair, did we?
Well, I had a bit. I'm not sure about you, but yeah, there were good days with them.
On that big Kawasaki when he won the senior Manx Sudesi and that, how fantastic memories are in your mind about that?
Yeah, no, it was good. Yeah, unfortunately we didn't get the win, but we had the lap record for 10 years and stuff, didn't we? And yeah, we had the good days, definitely.
What about Jackson Racing now and 2025? You've obviously got Josh. You've got obviously Paul Jordan, the win at the Northwest. What a start.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The team's going from strength to strength. Josh is good. Paul's good. We've got a good bunch of lads around us, some good sponsors in Prosper. Yeah, hopefully, you know, it's the start of things to come, really.
So, Al, what about the work you guys have to put in the background to get all this together? How difficult is it?
To be fair, it's non-stop. Me and Andy build the bikes back home and stuff, and then the boys come and help us at meetings and weekends. Yeah, it's a massive team effort. You know, my missus back home and the kids, everybody puts 100% in.
What about the bikes from Honda as well? You get any help from them at all, or is it you're on your own?
Yeah, no, we're kind of, you know, we do it ourselves. So yeah, it's all kind of self-prepared, and we source the parts ourselves. Yeah, you know, we're keen to go racing, so that's what you do, isn't it?
Well, enjoy the day. I know you love it, stood on Glencutsy Road, looking down there and thinking back to those days.
Cheers, Chris. Appreciate that.
Cheers, Jacko. Nice speech as well. Cheers. There we go. So riders are now being brought forward. You've just seen Connor Cummins come up onto the line. Beth have also just seen who else has come up. Oh, all the other bikes come up. Mikey Evans' machine is now being rolled up here. And there is Paul Jordan, who, of course, is riding for the Jackson Racing team. And we're just going to move on down, if we can, before he gets ready to go in this race. Didn't get a finish in this one last year, did Connor? He'll be looking for better in this. He's off at number 11, of course, lapping at 131.027. We'll just squeeze in round the back if we can. Connor, good morning. That's it. Good morning.
Yeah, it's been a few little delays, but Gary and the team have done a mega job on getting us ready to go now. So, yeah, just focusing on getting my Burrows, RK Racing, BM around as fast as we possibly can.
You said to me in the week, you're not really a practice qualifier man. You're more of a race man. Another couple of miles an hour to find, which I know you'll find early doors. Any changes made before the start of this 4-lapper?
Yeah, we've opted for a different construction rear tyre. We've been chasing our tails a little bit. I've been fighting the bike quite a lot. Getting a bit of a bump actually, but I haven't had that for years. So we've gone to this different tyre in the hope that it's going to give us more support from the back, and I can just focus on going forward. So, you know, we can't argue with the facts here. We've only done 2 laps on this so far. So to be where we are, I'm quite content, man. If the changes work, then we got a great foundation to go faster on, I think.
You changed the tyre. When will you know if that's right? What corners was it affecting you on?
It's all the fast stuff, really. So the one through Snugborough there, that's a big tester. The whole place is a tester, right enough. But I'll know fairly handily.
Connor, thanks for your time. Cheers.
I'm now just walking up to the start line with Sean Anderson. And I tell you what, Sean, we saw yesterday that you can run as well as ride a bike, because you sprinted to get on that twin to get out, and they let you go out even though you're just slightly behind the time.
Yeah, I really have to thank the organisers. I think there was a tiny bit of wiggle room, so they did me a massive solid just to get another lap on the twin. Yeah, wee bit of a technical issue with the Super Sport bike. A little bit of a run-in with the local constabulary on the way back into Douglas. He was more than generous, I would say. So thank you for what he did. And just got back here with, I think, about 10 seconds on the clock, and the guys were I needed to give them the hurry up to get me to the gate. So it's been sort of I don't really do a lot of running because old motorcycle injuries means bad knees. So far I've run the length of the return road and then the length of the paddock. So I'll try and not do any more running for the next bit of the fortnight.
Who knew you could move so fast in leathers, eh? What's the plan today? Obviously slightly different now. We know it's only 4 laps. I
mean, I would always say that my preference was a 6-lapper. I have that sustainability, shall we say, when you look at me. And it's a bit more of a sprint race, so get out of the traps and go like hell. I mean, obviously the organisers are doing what they can with we have the right conditions today. The wind's really dropped considering what we've ridden in most of the week. Sun's out, but unfortunately the traffic hasn't really wanted to play ball with us this morning. So yeah, try and push. It's always a bit of a catch-22 around here. Like, try and come out of the boxes strong, but not tie yourself up in knots. Try and find your rhythm as quickly as you can and drop into what sort of feels normal, and the pace will come. So yeah, I mean, first race day anyway, anxiety levels are high. I'll be settled when I click it into gear and let the clutch out.
And just remember your pit stop and to slow down in pit lane, eh?
Yeah, that's also something that was a long talking point over the winter. So I'm hoping that we've taken care of that.
Brilliant. Good luck today.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, just seen John McGuinness do that little walk up the central Glencrutchy Road that he kind of does, and I'm just going to sneak in round the back. Don't want to get away. Jamie Robinson, he's doing a job there. Jamie Robinson. Hey, there's Jamie Robinson there. Look, there's Jamie Robinson. He used to be a good rider, didn't he?
Little 250 sparring partner. Yeah, did him in the 99 championship. Just.
John, you just made the walk down the middle of Glencrutchy Road again. Thoughts?
Yeah, many times before. It's my 112th start. Conditions look good. Yeah, we've just had to be patient. Typical something. What's this TT going to give us next? But she's throwing everything at us now, and it hopefully will be have a great race week. But yeah, struggled a bit in practice, but I'm just going to go out and enjoy it. I put myself under loads of pressure all the time. At the end of the day, I can only do what I do, and then I've hit all my apexes, and good strong pit stop, and we are where we are at the end of the race, and that's what Honda said to me. Just go and enjoy it. So it's nice to not have that pressure, and I can't pull rabbits out of the hats anymore. I just got to go and bring this big girl home safely and enjoy it.
What's the stability like now?
We've gone back to where we were. With race bikes, you're always messing about, and sometimes it's not for the better. We've been up, down, all over the place with it. But I'm back to where we were, where we finished the senior TT last year. It's the same bike, and we were going okay last year. So if I can, get anywhere near that in this race, that'd be brilliant.
John, enjoy.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm just here now with the other of our newcomers, Mitch Reese. How's your week been then?
Yeah, it's been quite mixed. We've had some unusual conditions, wet, dry, windy, bit of everything really, to be fair. Riding at night, riding in the rain. It's been a bit of a whirlwind, that one, but hey, I've enjoyed it, and we got a few decent laps in. So
I bet people told you about what to expect in the TT, but until you're actually here and see it for yourself, it's a different beast.
Yeah, I knew what to expect, but then when John McGuinness is pretty much saying every night that he hasn't ridden conditions this bad, and I'm like, oh, okay. So I guess this is maybe some of the better conditions. I mean, we got some oil spill now, but we'll go out and do some more laps and have some fun.
And in terms of your plan today, are you going out there trying to break any records, or is it just about getting round?
No, just literally go out and ride and learn and just have a good time.
Well, I hope you do that.
Awesome, thank you.
Let's speak to the quickest man in Superbike qualifying. Proud Yorkshireman here right in front of us, and it's Dean Harrison, now a Laxey resident. Now, question is, I've always got to ask you this week, if you get to the top step, English or Manx national anthem?
I'll have to do the English one because you never forget your roots, do you?
Correct, mate. Dino, best of luck for today. Talk us through your practice week.
No, practice not gone too bad. The weather's been a bit iffy, obviously, for everyone's in the same boat. Tried a few different things to try and make the bike easier for me to ride and try to make it go fast easier. It's not been too bad. I don't know, really.
Looking forward to this today. Never seen you so pensive on the start. It's been a long week, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's the thing. What it is, all the delays don't help this, so get ready to go now. Once I set off, I'll be sound as a pound.
Dean, good luck. Good luck, bud. Thank you. So there we are. James Hillier has just arrived as well on the 5 machine. The Michael Dunlop crew are all moved around. Don't think Michael's here as of yet. Okay, that's the board that's just gone up to say 7 minutes. James Hillier gives Dean a big fist pump, a handshake to him as well. So James will be putting the lid on. They'll start to clear people out of here. And it always amazes me how regimented these guys are. Beth, you're still up here as well. How regimented when on the start these guys are. They've all got the jobs. They all know what they're doing. And they all go in. Dean's now just put the showy lid on top of his lid, takes a big gulp of water. And that's going to be important because it's not hot out here. It's just that nice little bit of temperature. We're going to go back to Boydie and the boys in about 3 minutes before the start. But I want to give you the flavour of what the pit board says here, the board that they have to read. And it'll say lack of adhesion flags will be shown for the lap 1, for only lap 1 between Selborne Drive and Quarterbridge. So that is the second jump. I beg your pardon. You go through top of Agos, then you go over the top of the other jump, and then you drop down towards Quarterbridge and between the Mountain Box and Casey's, damp patches in the Braddon Oak, Kebble to Kates, Hillby the Nook, and Governor's Dip. Starting at 15 on the SMT Honda is Rob Hodson. He's with Beth.
It's just a very quick word here, Rob. How's it going?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you. We're ready to go now. If I'd stop dropping my earplugs.
I mean, that's quite important that you need that. It's a good job you got someone to pick them up for you. What's the plan today now? You know it's a 4-lap and not 6.
So pretty similar to the 6, to be honest. We're just going to have to go from the word go and see how it goes. We was happy enough with practice yesterday on a used rear tyre. So, yeah, we'll just get our head down from the start and see how it goes. We've made a few changes for this race. Nothing major. Just yesterday was the first flying lap I've done on the SMT Superbike. So, yeah, we've just learned a few things, and you know, with the data logging and stuff, so we're just gonna chip away and see how we go.
Hope it goes super well for you.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, 5 minutes to go for the start. We've just seen the boards go up. Let's grab a quick word if we can before he puts his lid on with Mike Brown. Speak to her first. Don't speak to me. Speak to her first. You don't get it. You've got a beard. I don't like that. No, maybe not. Mike Brown, obviously drafted into the team. We send our best wishes to Jamie Coward, of course. You're going well?
Yeah, going well. Just a steady practice week, to be honest, and made a few changes yesterday, and we were happier again. So, no, hoping for a good, solid result.
Does it affect you more because you're similar sort of height and build to me, and you think of someone like Connor trying to get out of that wind? Does it help you? Or is it worse for you because you're smaller and there's not as much weight on the machine?
Yeah, that's what the whole team are even struggling with this week. Is there's such a light rider and trying to get the back of the bike planted and keep it planted on the bumps. It's just a bit trickier to get a bike set up for a lighter rider to keep her planted. But no, look, I'm fit enough to hold on, and I'm happy to hold on. And even in the wind yesterday, once you stay behind the bubble, it didn't affect me. And the screens are big in the front of these, so as much as people say it's hard, it's not as bad as they think with the big bubble to hold on.
Mike, good luck, and I'll let you get back to family.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Let's hear from Davey Todd with Beth.
Yeah, Davey, it's been a long week, hasn't it? How are you feeling?
Yeah, it has been a crazy one for sure, with all the weather and everything we've had, and finally got some good weather today, and we got oil down everywhere. So, nah, it is what it is. It's part of the TT, isn't it? The course is what's the challenging part. So, I'm ready for the race. I'm looking forward to it.
There's a lot of expectation, clearly, because you've shown what you can do. How do you deal with that?
I just the expectation from me is on myself. You know, it's me that wants to win, and I want to do well, and I'm excited for it. So, yeah, I'm just going to go out there and do my best.
Best of luck.
Thanks.
Yeah, one thing we need to think about as we get down to the 3-minute thing as well, Mike and Chris will bring you in up in the tower here, that the fact that the Peter Hickman team have actually lent Michael Dunlop's team some stuff for the rear of their machine. And Mike, you know all the nuances of this thing. What have they lent them? Just explain to the listeners out there, because it's something to help them in their pit stop, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly what the guys have lent them, but I know that you know, the TT paddock is a friendly place 9 times up, you know, most of the time. And if Pete's not going to use that equipment and the Dunlop team can make use of it, I'm sure yeah, they'll gladly let him borrow it. It's Pete Hickman isn't now a competitor in this race, so it's Dunlop isn't. You know, there's kind of no reason why they wouldn't. So it's great to see that.
Yeah, I think it's to do with the quick release change things. You know, when you go to the pit stop, you obviously got to have the best gear to do it. And maybe they weren't happy with their setup. So the the old FHO team, the 810 team, they've got the gear there already. Obviously, last year's bike, etc., etc. So that is really handy for them to have, because pit stops, as we both know, Mike, in this place, and Chris and Beth and everybody involved in this team, we know how important these 20, 30 seconds that they come into the pit stop. Now, remind you, if you don't know how the pit stop work here, what they do is they have to come into pit lane. The old days, you used to have to stop right at the end of the grandstand by where the scrutineers hood. There used to be a box there, the stop box, he called it, and then they stopped, and then they'd have to trundle down pit lane. But now they have to drop their speed to 60 kilometers an hour. It can't be 60.111. It can't be 60.0111. If it does, they will get a time penalty. And as that goes up, it can actually lead to them being excluded from the race. So even in the pit stops, that can be so important. Even people like John McGuinness in the pit stop have made errors before where he's been over that 60 kilometers an hour. Looking forward to this one. It's a Superbike TT race in the sunshine on the Isle of Man, and to take them away, Mike Booth and Chris Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chris Kinley. The build-up is almost done. We are just about to get ready to go racing at TT 2025. We see John McGuinness paddling the Honda to the start line where Mark Pendlebury waits for him. Our starter today is Mostyn Thomas, Global Brand Director of D3O, part of the sponsors of the race with RST. It's 4 laps, 150.92 miles, one crucial pit stop at the end of lap 2, and after an hour and a quarter of delays this morning, we are now, 35 just over seconds away from starting racing. Mike Booth, who have you got? Who are you picking?
I've got to say Dean Harrison. He was really impressive all the way through practice week. So, yeah, I think we're going to be hearing the national anthem of the UK for Dean Harrison.
Well, let's see. That would be a real step up for Dean. He's been right there for the last couple of years, podiums galore. We want to see him back on the top step. So John McGuinness then, we see Mark Pendlebury, the starter line controller, just stood right in front of him. We see all the officials down there. There's a blaze of people on Glen Crutchy Road this morning. We can see Dave O'Johnson, Dean Harrison coming through onto the start line as well. And we've got the revs rise. We're away racing at TT 2025. John McGuinness heads off to Bray Hill, starts his 25th TT campaign. Next away, Dave O'Johnson on the Kawasaki. Dave made his TT debut in 2010. Then next, fastest in qualifying, Dean Harrison on the Honda, teammate to John McGuinness. Nobody away at 4, where Jamie Coward would have been. So next away is James Hillier on the Muck-Off Racing Honda. Great to have James on the line, as there were doubts earlier in the season. But Alan Gardner's come through with the bike, and James will get away now. Next up, Michael Dunlop, 87 starts, 29 wins. Unbelievable 1 in 3 record. Usual line out to the right-hand side, but the Rocket BMW is well away. Off he goes. Josh Brooks is away next on the Jackson Racing, powered by Prosper 2 Honda. And then next away will be Mike Brown. Oh, Davey Todd next away on the BMW Monster Energy BMW. He's away next. Then Mike Brown on the KTS Racing BMW. Then we'll have a gap at 10 where Peter Hickman would have been, but next lining up is Connor Cummins, about to make his race debut at the TT, certainly for the Burrows Engineering by RK Racing Team on the BMW, and 5th fastest in qualifying. Away, and then it's Ian Hutchinson with the move over to the MLab Racing BMW team for this year. It's the 17th TT campaign for Ian Hutchinson. Dominic Herbertson also had to put his package together after things fell through earlier in the year. He's about to get underway on the Adam Hewitt Honda. Then we'll have a gap at 14 where Craig Neve would have been before Rob Hodson is next to go. He made his course debut in 2012, his TT debut in 2016. He'll get underway on the SMT Racing Honda. Next up, the North Links Components Honda of James Hind. He gets himself underway. It's his 4th TT that he's moving into now. Next up, 7th in qualifying, Sean Anderson on the Team Classic Suzuki, the Banbridge rider. He gets underway. Following him will be Philip Crowe for Market Raisin. Philip underway 19th in qualifying, so lower than we would expect to see him, but let's see what he can do in the race. Someone who's excelled in qualifying, 6th fastest, Nathan Harrison from Onken on the Isle of Man on the H&H Motorcycles Honda. He's away next. And Paul Jordan rolls up to the line on the Jackson Racing, powered by Prosper 2 Honda for Paul. He's away. He's a podium man, of course, at the TT from 2023. Another local rider from Santon, Mikey Evans, on the Dapperbet Racing Honda. He goes next. And then Mikko Sweeney from Skerries. He will be away at position 22 on the start order, as these riders are obviously already heading well out towards Ballacrane on the opening sector. Next up, Brian McCormack will go on the Roadhouse Macau BMW. And then moving well up the start order, impressing in qualifying, Erno Costamo from Finland on the RVS Motorsport BMW. His third TT now for Erno. He gets away. And then another of the local riders, Marcus Simpson from Douglas on the WH Racing, powered by Dino Bike Honda. He gets away. His second TT for Marcus Simpson. Then our visitor from South Africa, Alan Venter, who's been impressing through the Northwest 200 and coming into the TT. He gets away next on the BMW. And then we come to Mitch Reese, our fastest newcomer on the Malenko by Paget's Motorcycle Honda. He gets himself away. He was 25th in qualifying. We're already looking, though, Mike, at riders through Glen Helen.
We are, yeah, and you can see these guys are really trying, particularly when you've got a 4-lap race rather than a 3-lap race. You've got to get, pull up in right at the start. And gone are the days where you could start a TT race a little bit steady and build your speed. You need to go fast from lap 1, mile 1. That's exactly what Dean Harrison's doing, because we've seen on the road he's very nearly caught Dave O'Johnson, and there's a couple of riders going through Glen Helen now, and I didn't quite catch the numbers, but they're really screwing the nut. You can see them sliding around the corners as we look at James Hillier, and just behind him is Michael Dunlop, and it looks like he's definitely caught at least 4 or 5 seconds on him. So there's the riders are already starting to concertina up a little bit.
Absolutely. Let's start to put them into leaderboard order while we wait for people like Davey Todd and Connor Cummins to come through. At the moment, Dean Harrison shows us leading the way by just 4/100ths of a second from, in fact, Davey Todd it is. Davey Todd now leads, and he's caught and overhauled Josh Brooks already as they go up through Sarah. So Davey Todd already cleared Josh Brooks on the way up through Sarah. Davey Todd leads on the BMW by 4/100ths of a second from Dean Harrison on the Honda. It's then 2.8 seconds further back to Michael Dunlop, who's holding on to third. We wait Connor Cummins to arrive. At the moment, Mike Brown shows in fourth, James Hillier fifth, Dave O'Johnson, then Josh Brooks and John McGuinness. We will await Cummins, Hutchinson, Herbertson and Rob Hodson, get a full idea, and all the way down to Sean Anderson, obviously, and Nathan Harrison, who have impressed in practice. We need to get all these times in before we get a real idea of where this leaderboard is. I was expecting a 4:16 type time out to Glen Helen. Davey Todd's done a 4:14.3, so way quicker than my projections. This is real pace we're seeing on lap 1 of this RST by D3O Superbike TT, Mike.
You're not wrong, and like I said, they've gone on the days of starting a TT race slowly. They're just absolutely screwing the nut, as we see. I think that was James Hillier going through the bottom of Bagaro, followed by Michael Dunlop. They're really giving it everything they've got. This section here through Glen Helen, through Kirk Michael, it's one of the scary sections of the TT course, and just tucked in under the bubble, flat out, and you can see all the people that lined the TT course. It's great to see nice conditions today, and plenty of people watching out there in the hedges.
Connor Cummins drops in all the way down in 12th at Glen Helen, so not what we were expecting for Connor. Let's see how his race goes from here, and he's getting shuffled down further and further. We're waiting on Nathan Harrison in particular to arrive there, just to see Sean Anderson comes in 14th below Connor Cummins. So some of the guys that were performing in qualifying week, it's not quite translating, but that could be down to traffic.
Yeah, it could, because on these first laps, you know, we talked before about certain people catching others. It's if you're going to catch someone who's a little bit slower than you, it can easily take 2 or 3 corners to get past them. And when the race is as competitive it is, with the times as close as they are, if you lose a few seconds getting caught behind someone, it really does make a difference on your lap time.
Yep, the leading rider is hitting the lap now. Brian McCormick, though, is not. He is out at Quarterbridge on the opening lap on the Roadhouse Macau BMW. So Brian McCormick, a retirement, Quarterbridge, lap 1. Dean Harrison, Dave Johnson and John McGuinness are through the lap. We obviously wait for Davey Todd, our race leader, to arrive. So too Michael Dunlop. Nathan Harrison slots into 5th or 6th place. 6th, I think it is, at Glen Helen on the opening lap. So we'll wait for him to get to the lap as well. Obviously, he's running well back through the order. Michael Dunlop has caught James Hillier on the road into the lap. He's right behind him over the jump at the lap on the Rocket BMW against James Hillier on the Muck-Off Racing Honda. So Dunlop will want to clear Hillier as fast as possible.
I did just see Hillier with his foot off the peg there. I don't know if that was he was signalling to Dunlop to pass him on the left-hand side, or he was having a problem coming into Ballaugh Bridge, but that's not something that we want to see on the first lap.
Big jump for Todd over Ballaugh, who does extend the lead out to over 2 seconds already. 2 seconds up on Dean Harrison. Michael Dunlop is then 2.8 seconds down on Harrison. Then Mike Brown slots into 4th at the moment. We'll wait Nathan Harrison to arrive. 9.4 seconds down on Dunlop. Then Dave Johnson on the Kawasaki is holding on to 5th of those through Ballaugh at the moment. Then James Hillier, Josh Brooks and John McGuinness. So it's Todd who's making the early way in this Superbike TT.
Yeah, he's really giving it the berries, isn't he? Today is Davey Todd, and always one of the favourites leading up to this TT event. He did some impressive riding at the Northwest 200 and some very impressive riding on the short circuits at home. So he's definitely one of the guys that you'd expect to see on the podium.
Loris McCann, the last man away from the grandstand. So all starters now away from us here on the TT grandstand. They're all into their first race of TT 2025.
We've just seen Dom Herbertson pop into 4th place at Ballaugh Bridge. That's a really good showing from Dom.
Absolutely. We wait Nathan Harrison as well. That really is impressive from Dom. After all the trials of getting the team together, after losing the ride potentially at the start of the year and managing to get all the funding in place, really impressive. We're just seeing Rob Hodson arrive at Ballaugh. So Nathan Harrison will be another, 20, 30 seconds or so before he gets there.
Yeah, it does take a few sectors, or at least a lap or so, to really figure out exactly what's going to happen in the TT race. The times and numbers, with everyone setting off staggered as they are, it's quite it takes a lap to get your head round. But we're just looking at the times now, and it looks like James Hillier in the Sulby Speed Traps 3rd fastest. The times have just disappeared before I got a chance to see them, but I'm sure they'll be very fast. John McGuinness catching, Dean Harrison's caught and overtaken John McGuinness on the road now as they go into Ramsey. It'll be, you'd expect John to try his very best to stay in Dean's wheel tracks, because Dean has been riding that Fireblade quite a bit quicker than John all through practice week. Whether or not John's got the pace just to keep on Dean's wheel tracks, is yet to be seen. It looks though like Dean is pulling away as they go into Ramsey Hairpin, nice and tidy. The bikes aren't out of shape, which is what you would expect to see from John. I don't know about Dean. Dean's a little bit looser. Following them closely is Dave Johnson, but they've overtaken him and looks like they're going to leave him on the road.
Absolutely. Nathan Harrison holding 4th place at Ballaugh on the opening lap of this RST by D30 Superbike TT. Nathan is absolutely charging here. He's coming from all the way back in start position 19. He's up to 4th on the leaderboard. Michael Dunlop arrives into Ramsey. It's Davey Todd still leading at Ramsey, pushing it out every single sector as we see him arrive into the hairpin line.
And he's using all of the track, isn't he? We just saw him going up Stella Maris there on the white line on the outside, inside, then on the white line on the outside as well. Nice and tidy through Ramsey Hairpin though. The next section as he goes up to the gooseneck and the up to the start of the mountain course, that's where he'll really be able to stretch the legs of that BMW. And the BMWs, we know, are very, very fast bikes on the Isle of Man TT course.
So fast, I've got him on a 1:34.5 pace to Ramsey. Absolutely flying fast, way faster than anything we've seen so far.
Yeah, exactly. So as we look at Mike Brown, I think that was going a little bit wide into the Ramsey hairpin. Yeah, their pace has just gone, taking it up a step. And don't forget, that's from a standing start as well. So they're really, really impressive lap times. What will we see on the next lap, and what will we see on the 4th lap of this race when the fuel loads light and they get to go straight down Glen Country Road for a really fast lap. If they're doing 134-mile-an-hour pace already, it looks like things are only going to get faster.
Let's see what happens with the race position and whether they need to push it on that fourth lap. Of course, it may well be that the race position dictates that they don't need to, but let's see what happens. Into Ramsey then. It is Davey Todd leading on the BMW by 5.8 seconds from Dean Harrison on the Honda. Michael Dunlop is then just 1 second now down on Harrison in second. Of course, we know Harrison caught and passed his teammate John McGuinness to lead on the road, so that may just have cost him a second or two and allowed Dunlop to close in. Dominic Herbertson shows fourth at the moment. We know we're waiting on Nathan Harrison to arrive into Ramsey. Herbertson shows us 12 seconds down on Michael Dunlop. Then Mike Brown is only a tenth of a second down on Herbertson. James Hillier shows sixth at the moment, 1.4 seconds down on Brown. Then Dave O'Johnson, James Hind, and Ian Hutchinson. But we're waiting on Nathan in particular to arrive to see where he slots in at Ramsey as they go on to the climb of the mountain.
We're just seeing some replays of Davey Todd going over Balaf Bridge, and I think he thinks he's on a motocross bike. He's getting some serious, really impressive to see. The front riders are up on the mountain section now, where the road opens up, the scenery opens up, and they can really stretch the legs of the bikes. This was my favourite part of the TT course. It's a section where you can start to have a bit of a rest. Really, there's some big long straights. Dean Harrison at the bungalow. He'll ride up Halewoods Rise now towards Brandywell. You can see he's getting his arms and knees and head tucked right in, getting the very as much out of the wind as he possibly can to get as much speed as he possibly can, because he has got a little bit of work to do. Davey Todd's gone a little bit quicker than him so far, and that wasn't what he was hoping for on this race.
Absolutely. We thought Harrison was going to be the man as we see Dunlop arrive into the bungalow as well. We'll try to shuffle these into order. Nathan Harrison does continue to hold fourth at Ramsey. He's onto the climb of the mountain. Nathan, come on the H&H Honda. What a performance this is so far. Michael Dunlop has overhauled Dean Harrison. Michael Dunlop has overhauled Dean Harrison for second place. Todd now leads by 7.7 seconds from Dunlop. Then it's literally 2/100ths of a second between Dunlop and Harrison. James Hillier, Dave Johnson, and John McGuinness are the other riders through the bungalow at the moment, but Dunlop has got that place.
He has, and how impressive is that fourth position from Nathan Harrison? Bear in mind, he started 19th on the start, so he's had a lot of people to catch, a lot of people to overtake, and each one of them overtakes is always going to cost you a little bit of time. It's nice to have someone in the distance. It does drag you on a bit, but he's maybe been very lucky with his overtaking places, because that is a very impressive position so far.
Let's see if he can continue that pace as he gets to the bungalow. He's way back from the bungalow at the moment. He'll be somewhere maybe on the mountain mile, perhaps, as we wait through. As we get news of another retirement, David Rigby, number 59, he has stopped out at Ballacrane. So David Rigby, another of the local riders, stopped out at Ballacrane as Connor Cummins comes through the bungalow looking very neat and tidy. Despite his height, he always looks neat and tidy on a bike.
You're right, he does, and he's able just to get himself tucked under the bubble as well, isn't he? He's a 6 foot plus guy, and he actually makes a superbike look quite small. He sits on that bike. I actually saw him climb on the bike yesterday, and he doesn't swing his leg over the bike the same way that a normal height person did. He almost kind of like walked onto the bike from behind. So to see a guy with that stature muscling a bike about the TT course is it's quite impressive, isn't it?
Absolutely. Harrison then is at Cronknamona. Let's see what his pace might be down to Cronknamona. It's Davey Todd, obviously the race leader, that we're really waiting on to see if we can get an indication. It was this 134 type pace that we were looking at, maybe high 134 now for Davey Todd. So they are fair cracking on this opening lap. Rob Hodson is next that we see up over Halewood Rise. He's come through the bungalow. We're still waiting, obviously, on Nathan to arrive at the bungalow. Dominic Herbertson is through. He slots into 5th place, but we wait for Nathan, who might just shuffle him down one more place.
The guys at the front shouldn't be far off the start-finish. Now it looks like, I can't see who it is, but it looks like someone's at Signpost Corner, so we'd expect to start hearing the bikes here at the grandstand anytime soon.
We're waiting for them to come down Glen Country Road at the end of this opening lap. They'll be flying straight through here at about 185 miles per hour. There goes Harrison. 133.051 for Harrison on his opening lap. 17 minutes 00.873. Next through McGuinness and Davo Johnson. Davo Johnson, 130.307. And John McGuinness, 129.105. Next through goes Michael Dunlop, holding on to that second place. He's extended it to 1.4 seconds over Dean Harrison here at the grandstand, end of lap 1. So Dunlop, 1.4 seconds, but waiting obviously on Davey Todd, who's slow. That's him going through now. There's Todd. And he leads now by 7.8 seconds at the end of the opening lap. 134.275 it was for Todd. That's impressive.
Yeah, that's absolutely a ballistic pace, isn't it? From a standing start, 134 miles an hour. We haven't seen a lap as fast as that all week. And to be able to pull that out the bag on race day, that's when it really counts, is something special. Dean Harrison with his 133 mile an hour lap. That's roughly where we was the speed that we was expecting him to be after practice week. And Mr. Dunlop, we weren't. There was a few sort of rumours going around that he might have been sandbagging because it took him a little bit of time to get right up to speed. But he's second place now, so he's obviously found something somewhere.
It may well just be that he needs this race to just get that bike fully sorted, and then we'll get it absolutely flying by later in the week for the senior TT. So in terms of the race position then, Davey Todd leads at the end of lap 1 of the RST Superbike by D30 race, 7.891 seconds ahead of Michael Dunlop. Then Dean Harrison is 1.4 seconds down on Dunlop. We now have to wait for Nathan Harrison to arrive, who is continuing to hold 4th place at the bungalow. At the moment, showing in 4th is Mike Brown, 17.9 seconds down on Harrison. Then Dominic Herbertson is next, 2.3 down to Chris Kinley.
Yeah, disappointment for the Manx crew because Connor Cummins is in for a pit stop at the end of lap 1 of the Superbike race. The rear stand has gone in already, so the Manxman, I think you said he was down in about 12th position on the first couple of splits. He said about that new tyre that he tried before the start of this race. He said he was going to suck it and see, so obviously it is not worthy. Just give a bit of one of those handshakes to say, no, that's going to be it. So it looks like for Manx listeners, and of course up in Ramsey, the Ramsey Master won't be happy. Connor, a retirement. Back to you.
Oh, that is unfortunate for Connor because we had high hopes after such a great qualifying performance. We thought this could be really Connor coming back to the forefront here. It's such a shame that he's out here at the TT Grandstand.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But we, all the Manxies out there, they'll be hanging their hopes on Nathan Harrison now, who's really putting in an impressive performance. Is that him? Just no, we're still waiting for him to come through the start-finish straight. But when he does, I'd expect him to bump up the order to possibly. Oh, there he is in 4th position.
He's through.
He's
done a lap of 131.270 miles per hour for Nathan. Oh, wow. His first ever official 130 plus, and he's actually jumped straight into the 131s.
He's in exactly where he needs to be. You know, this is still a 4-lap Superbike race. Anything can happen. You know, we saw a couple of years ago, a couple of little mishaps in the pit lane, and he's right where he needs to be for a podium if anything should go wrong in front of him.
Right, let's run you down the leaderboard at the end of lap 1 as these guys make their way out to Glen Helen on lap 2. Davey Todd, then it was 16 minutes, 51.566 on the BMW, 134.275. Michael Dunlop then second, 133.236. That's 7.8 seconds down on the race leader. Dean Harrison is 1.4 seconds further back on the Honda, 133.051. 4th is Nathan Harrison on the H&H Honda, 13.8 seconds down on Harrison, 131.27. Then Mike Brown on the KTS BMW holding on to 5th, 130.748. Dominic Herbertson 6th on the Honda, 130.455. Also over 130 in 7th place, Davo Johnson in 8th. Josh Brooks in 9th. James Hillier all over the 130. Then Ian Hutchinson, 129.931 in 10th. Mikey Evans is holding on to 11th. Sean Anderson, 12th. Paul Jordan, 13th. John McGuinness is down in 14th place. Then Rob Hodgson, Phil Crow, Connor Cummins, who we know retired here at the grandstand, Marcus Simpson, Rico Sweeney, and Erno Costamo rounding out the top 20 that we have so far.
It looks as though Josh Brooks has found something for race week that they were struggling for in practice week, because I know the stability of the Honda wasn't where it wanted to be, and Josh said that he wasn't really able to ride the bike in the same way that a lot of the other Honda riders were. He needs it a little bit more stable, like he rides on the short circuits, but is in looks like 10th place now, so he's moved a little bit further forward. Also looks like Michael Dunlop's closing the gap on Davy Todd, so Davy might have his work cut out if he wants to win this race. I think when Michael sees his pit boards, he sees that gap coming down, he'll be really screwing the nut to try and catch Davy.
News from race control that our leading newcomer Mitch Reese has slipped off at the hairpin. Rider is okay. So Mitch Reese off at the hairpin. Rider okay. As we understand it, we also have gathered that James Hind has stopped at the mountain box and possibly proceeded. Yes, we think he has proceeded now, James Hind. And Reese Hardesty is stopped and retired at Sulby Bridge. So that's such a shame for Mitch Reese in his opening TT race.
A real shame, because he was showing some really impressive promise. It was, I think he was faster on his first night of practice than Glenn Irwin was on his first night of practice. Glenn Irwin, obviously the fastest ever newcomer up the Alaman TT course. So, yeah, we was expecting good things from Mitch, but it is only race one. You know, sounds like he's okay, and I'm sure they'll be able to go again later on in the day.
Davy Todd out through Glen Helen on lap 2 then is on a 1:35 pace on this lap. Glen Helen to Glen Helen, 135.057. We'll get the idea of the leaderboard as they get out to Glen Helen. Has he extended the lead? He hasn't. Michael Dunlop has actually bitten into him a little bit there. The lead has come down to 5.9 seconds. Todd leads Dunlop by Glen Helen. Lap 2, Dean Harrison is now 3 seconds back on Dunlop. Mike Brown 22 seconds down on Harrison, but we wait Nathan Harrison to come in, obviously. Then Davo Johnson is 4.2 seconds down on Brown. Dominic Herbertson, a tenth of a second down on Davo Johnson, rounding out the top 6 through Glen Helen. So far, we await Dominic Herbertson and Nathan Harrison.
Yes, we do. It feels like the race is starting to settle down now. We've got a better idea of who's where and who's got the pace. The lads will start looking at the pit board, start thinking about if they can make any time up. Obviously, on a 6-lap TT race, you'd usually be looking at the kind of last couple of laps to really decide where we are with things. But obviously, they're halfway through lap 2 now, so they'll be looking at coming into the pit lane at the end of this lap. Once they get out of the pit lane, if fingers crossed, no one has any issues in there, they'll be really thinking about trying to get themselves going and catch the guy in front of them and hopefully get as much pace as they possibly can to get as high up the leaderboard as they can.
We're waiting for Davy Todd. He makes it there to Balaf now. The first 3 are all through Balaf on lap 2 of this RST by D30 Superbike TT. Davy Todd leads now. He's gone out a little bit again over Dunlop. 6.2. It was down to under 6 at Glen Helen. It's gone out to 6.2 seconds now that Davy Todd leads Michael Dunlop by Balaf lap 2. Then Dean Harrison is now 4.1 seconds down on Dunlop in 3rd. Then we have Nathan Harrison has made it through Glen Helen, continuing to hold on to 4th place. We've got Davo Johnson, James Hillier and John McGuinness also all through Balaf. We're having to wait, though, for obviously Harrison. Herbertson as well is holding on to 7th place at Glen Helen. So it's after Dunlop, then it's Harrison. Then it will be Nathan Harrison. So it'll be Dean Harrison in 3rd, Nathan Harrison in 4th, then Mike Brown 5th. Then it will be, we're trying to work out who's through Balaf and who's through Glen Helen. It will be Davo Johnson, I think, maybe in 6th, and then Dominic Herbertson 7th, with James Hillier lying 8th.
Just looking at some of the guys going over Balaf Bridge there, and the difference in style is quite remarkable. We saw Davy Todd getting a massive amount of air, looked like he could jump over about 4 school buses, and then a couple of minutes later, a few seconds later really, we saw Josh Brooks going over there, and there was probably an inch or 2 of air. Really kept the bike stable, really kept the wheels in line. We've just seen Mike Brown go over there. I think he bottomed the whole bike out on the landing. It's just, it's what suits you. The idea of getting loads and loads of air over these jumps, particularly Balaf Bridge, it's exciting, it looks cool, but and it's fast, but you do risk causing damage to your bike. You do risk bottoming things out and scraping things on the floor. So it's a bit of you've got to be careful when you're taking as much air as that.
Continuing to watch then as these guys are now making their way between Balaf and Ramsey, the leaders on the road on this lap 2. Davey Todd leading by 6.2 seconds from Dunlop. Harrison in third, Dean Harrison in third. Nathan Harrison, we wait for his arrival at Balaf to slot into fourth, we hope, with Dominic Herbertson now through Balaf. He will be fifth, then Dave O'Johnson, then James Hillier and Mike Brown. Sean Anderson down, just holding on to a top 10 place, just about 10th at the moment, but more riders still to come through as Dean Harrison is already heading to Ramsey. We see him now on the run up towards the hairpin. Michael Dunlop has got past Dave O'Johnson, so there's only, I think, Dean Harrison ahead of Michael Dunlop on the road. He may well be second on the road now behind Dean Harrison, and that's obviously quite a gap.
Yeah, it's a big enough gap that he probably can't see Dean. Michael set off 30 seconds behind Dean Harrison, and he might be able to see him on a couple of the really long sections like the mountain mile. When you get up on the mountain section of the course, your visibility is a lot better because obviously there's not as many houses and trees and stuff. But yeah, it's certainly too far away to get any slipstream from him.
James Hind has now retired up on the mountain, we understand it, and so too has Loris Matsan. He's out on the mountain mile, so a couple more retirements popping up on the leaderboard, and it's the first race of a whole week to come, so these guys have got plenty more chances. But we are heading over the mountain already on lap 2 of this Superbike TT and heading towards the pits. At what point do you start thinking about the pit stop?
To be honest, it's for me. It was always coming out of the Craig de Bar. When I came out of the Craig de Bar, that's when I'm thinking, right, look after the bike, look after the fuel. We said before that some of these bikes only just make 2 laps, and sometimes you could give it a big handful coming out of a corner like the Craig. The fuel sloshes to the back of the fuel tank, starves the fuel pump, and the bike starts cutting and missing a little bit. So I'm anticipating the second or the last couple of miles of this lap, they'll just be maybe rolling a little bit if they're a bit tight on fuel, making sure they get to that pit stop. As soon as you come out of onto the start-finish line on Glencrutchery Road, you need to be keeping to the left-hand side of the track, looking for the pit entrance. There's a bus stop there that you can use as a bit of a braking marker. You need to get these bikes down to 60 kilometers an hour, get your pit lane limiter on, and get the thing slowed down. It's actually very difficult when you get into the pit lane because all your team are in overalls and balaclavas, so it's quite difficult to see exactly where your team are. But hopefully all the boys and girls, all the boys in this race, have had a good idea, had a look in pit lane, see where the team are set up, and they're not going to overshoot their guys.
Absolutely. We're waiting for the arrival of the race leaders up at the bungalow. We can see Rhys Hardesty, we just announced his retirement. He's currently making his way down the coast road from Ramsey down to Laxey, so maybe he's going to pop in for an ice cream on a nice sunny day on the Isle of Man.
Yeah, well, if you are down there, we'll have one as well up here in the commentary box.
Absolutely. So in terms of the race picture then, at Ramsey on lap 2, Davey Todd leading the way by 7.5 seconds from Michael Dunlop. Then Dean Harrison is 4.9 seconds down on Dunlop. These gaps are just sort of, that one's fairly stabilised between Todd and Dunlop, and then Dunlop's just taking a little bit out of Harrison in each sector.
Yeah, they are. Like I said before, it seems like the race is just starting to calm down a little bit now, but we'll keep an eye on them times and sector times, just like the boys will be keeping an eye on their pit boards. They'll get out of the a pit stop on the end of this lap, and they'll start figuring out whether or not they can catch the guy in front. Sometimes if you're giving it everything you possibly can, and you see that the number on your pit board extending, i.e., the guy in front of you is just pulling away, and you've got nothing else to give, then sometimes the best course of action is just to say, you know what, I'm happy with this position. But if you see that time coming down a little bit and you see yourself catching them, then that just spurs you on to really give it that little bit extra and try and catch them on the road.
It's Michael Dunlop who seems to be the fastest man out there at the moment. He's just on the fastest climb of the mountain of the race, and so he'll have nibbled a little bit back out, only a couple of tenths though, It's Todd that leads Dunlop by 7.2 seconds at the bungalow on lap 2, heading towards these all-important pit stops. Dean Harrison is then 8.1 seconds. That's blown out because of that run up the mountain by Dunlop. He's put 4 seconds more into Dean Harrison. There it's gone out to 8.1 seconds between Dunlop and Harrison, second to third. Although Dean was talking about how big a struggle the bike was at the Northwest and during the early part of practice here, from the shots we're seeing, it looks a lot more settled today for Dean.
It does, and halfway through the Northwest 200, they look like they made some improvements to the bike, and I know halfway through race week they've made some improvements to the stability of the bike. It looks really stable. Dean is a rider that can ride a bike that's a little bit loose. He's got that style that if the bike's a little bit out of shape or the back wheel spinning, he does seem to be able to hang on to it. So it's probably something that he can deal with to a certain extent. But when the bike's moving around a lot, it does, it gets to a point where you just can't go any faster because it's ties itself in that much of a knot. You have to roll the throttle. So hopefully they've found a setting that works. And I mean, the lap times are still very good. He's in third place now. I know we tipped him for a win, but it's he's still in the shout. They could easily lose a bit of time in the pit lane, and then he's you're back on the shirt tails of the two guys in front of him.
Yeah, Todd, Harrison and Dunlop all on, that's Dean Harrison, all on a 1:34 type pace heading back here towards the pit lane. They will lose a little bit of time, of course, slowing down for the pits as Dean Harrison is already at Cronknamona. So the first man on the road at Cronknamona heading for these all-important pit stops. We'll try and pick up where some of the others are. We're still waiting for Nathan Harrison to arrive at the bungalow. After Todd, Harrison, and we've got Harrison, Todd, Dunlop now has reached Cronknamona as well. Then we go showing Dave O'Johnson at the moment in fourth, but we know Nathan Harrison is still to come in at Bungalow. Then James Hillier, then Josh Brooks, and then Dominic Herbertson. But we can see now Michael Dunlop, it looks like, just going through Signpost Corner, heading down towards Bedstead. And they made a big change yesterday and got that rocket BMW. Suddenly they managed to step it up from 129 to 132. That change that we were talking about yesterday during qualifying under the headstock, they made a big change.
It is a rocket, isn't it? And it looks like Dean Harrison's coming onto Glen Crutchery Road and about to enter the pit lane down underneath us.
Let's not miss any of the action. Let's get down to Chris Kinley.
Yeah, the red, white and blue Honda with the number 3 on the front comes in past the old stop box and will go just alongside us, down a little bit on the left-hand side. Dean across the line. Back at Cronknamona, he's 9.5 back at Michael Dunlop, and Davey Todd through there had a lead of 7.8. So there's only, 17 seconds covers the top 3. And what a ride by Nathan Harrison. But here he is, Michael Dunlop on the charge into the stop box, down to the 60 kilometers an hour, rolls in with the rocket BMW. You hear the klaxon going again. I can just see the sign going up for Davo, like you were saying there, Mike Booth, in commentary about the fact you need to where your guys are. So here's number 2. Here's Davey Todd. Davey Todd across the line. He leads by 7.1 seconds, and he's just there, a couple of pit boxes back off Michael Dunlop as John McGuinness comes in. John slotting in the top 15 at the moment. So Davey Todd in, Michael Dunlop in, and Dean Harrison in, and also Dave O'Johnson and John McGuinness all in for their pit stop. New tyre gone in for Dino on the Honda, and he is away. The rear tyre being changed at Michael Dunlop's machine. The torque wrench is on. Click. There it goes into position. Check the chain tension. Check the rear brake. Make sure that's all right. Just that final bit of fuel coming in. They're just tapping the tank just to get as much in as they can. As we have number 5 going in, James Elliott. This is going to be tight. Whoa. Well watched, James. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Michael Dunlop in and out of the pits. We're now waiting for Davey Todd to leave, and we will get the splits as Dave O'Johnson just about to leave there now. So let's have a little look at our pit stop times. We'll get that from Boydie in a minute or two. But Davey Todd, now Davey Todd, a couple of problems getting away. A couple of seconds lost there as Josh Brooks comes in on the 7 machine. Michael Dunlop with his pit stop. Let's have a little look. 55 seconds. Who else have we got? 1 minute and 8 seconds for Davey Todd. 1 minute and 1 second for Davey Todd. Harrison at 55. Johnson, David Johnson, 56. McGuinness at 56. But Chris Boyd, Davey Todd losing 6 seconds there in the pit stop.
That means the lead will be down to 1 second. Todd leads Dunlop by 1.18 seconds, leaving the pit stops. Just 1 second in this Superbike TT race, Chris.
Yeah, keeping a little eye up the road for Nathan Harrison. He hasn't made Cronknamona as of yet. We've got everybody through who's in the pits at the moment. Josh Brooks, by the look of it, a little bit further down. I think that could be Mike Brown with the KTS machine. So we've got 2 machines in. We're just waiting to see when Nathan will slot in. Great showing by young Nathan as well. Massive disappointment for Connor as Josh Brooks gets away. Had a quick chat with Connie, just said it was all over the place, so we decided to park it. And I suppose, you know, that is fair enough. Use that as a bit of a test. But here we go. The klaxon going once more. It's Dominic, I think it is, coming in. It's Dominic on 13. So Dominic slotting into his position. I've also got Hutchinson in on the number 12 machine. So what do we got then? It's Nathan Harrison, the rider we are waiting for to come through at Cronk-the-Mona, and he is through there now, and he's 28 seconds back off Dean Harrison with about a 9-second gap to Davo Johnson, who's behind him. So Nathan Harrison with a great showing, and of course getting into that 130 club, doing a 131. So Ian Hutchinson in at the moment, provisionally in 10th place. Dominic Herbertson on the 13 bike, provisionally into 7th. You hear the klaxon go once more, and here he is. Here's Nathan, the young Manxman. Manx Grand Prix winner, of course. His pit is right the way down the bottom on the left-hand side, and he slots into 4th place. Nathan Harrison in 4th place, 28.392 back, Chris Boyd. But more importantly, what was his second lap?
For Nathan Harrison, it was 130.824, slowing down to come into the pits, obviously. We'll give you the leading lap times in a moment, Chris.
Yeah, we got 15. Rob Hodgson in next. Where does Rob slot into provisionally at the moment? Rob in about, let's have a little look at that, in 12th position. Quite hard and complaining about the sun as blasting on the old iPad here to see what's going on. Dominic Herbertson with a few problems, exiting pit lane, a bit of a wheelie on the Honda on the way out. Phil Crow in at the moment. Where's Phil? 12th position for the number 18 BMW is Big Phil. He's at the far end of the pit lane. It's getting busy here now. Here comes the Dafabet machine, the Honda, and Mikey Evans. Michael slots into provisionally 11th position at the moment. His crew are behind me here, so don't want to be getting in their way. We have another machine just leaving, so 21 Mikey Evans is in. Somebody in and off the bike at the moment. I still think that's at Mike Brown, is it? I think this is Mike has got a few problems. Just down halfway down on the left-hand side, they're just having a few problems with the rear wheel, I think, just getting that in. So we'll go down and just give this a bit of context. So machines leaving all the time, so you've got to keep your little wits about you here. That's the SMT machine of Rob Hodgson going to Mike Brown. It looks like Mike is possibly going to be a disappointment. I think they've just got a problem, maybe with the wheel sitting on the carrier, something on the disc on the right-hand side there. So it looks like Mike is going to lose a lot of time and possibly be out of this race. But we're waiting for Mikey Evans, number 21. 30-second penalty in the pits for Rob Hodgson, expeding 62.5 kilometers in the pits. So Rob Hodgson, and it looks like Phil Crow is going to be a retirement as well. So Big Phil Crow 18 is out. But there goes Mikey Evans on the Dafabet machine. Mikey Evans away as Mike Brown still stays. And Paul Jordan, PJ, at number 20, he gets away. So Phil Crow retirement at the moment. He's off the bike and walked off. And also Mike Brown, they're still looking at the rear of the machine. Not finished as of yet. Mike just pointing something to the crew. And here's Mick Sweeney. He told me before the start of the race that he was having a few setup problems, made some major changes, and at the moment he slots into 16th place. But the leaders, lap 3, are at Glen Helen.
Absolutely. Dean Harrison is through Glen Helen. Let's give you some of the lap 2 times while we wait for other runners to come through. Michael Dunlop, yeah, he's 12 seconds up. It's Davey Todd we're waiting on, though. We think it's down to 1.18 seconds leaving the pits as we see Michael Dunlop through Sarah's. We'll wait for the arrival of Davey Todd. He shouldn't be far away to get this race position. Then we will recap those lap 2 times. We're just going to wait on Todd. Todd has caught Davo Johnson on the road. That may just delay him a little bit. 1.5 seconds it is, and Todd clears him just on the entry to Sarah's. Todd gets past Davo Johnson. So Todd continues to lead, but it's down to 1.5 seconds over Michael Dunlop on the BMW, the pair of BMWs, Davey on the 810 BMW, Michael on the Rocket BMW, Dean Harrison now 12 seconds down on Dunlop. Let's give you those lap 2 times. It was Michael Dunlop who was fastest on lap 2, 16 minutes 53.891, 133.967. Davey Todd, second fastest, 133.874. Dean Harrison, 132.682. Then Nathan Harrison, 130.8. He did 131.2 on the opening lap. Davo Johnson, 130.6. Josh Brooks, 129.8. And John McGuinness, 129.8 as well. In terms of the position coming out of the pit stops, it was Dunlop, obviously, pulled that gap straight down to 1.18. It was Davey Todd took a 61.8 second pit stop against Michael Dunlop's 55.8. Dean Harrison then did a 55.5 to take 0.3 out of Dunlop and pull that down to 10.8, but it's gone back out to 12 by the time they get to Glen Helen. Nathan Harrison then is 29.7 seconds down on Dean Harrison coming out of the pits. David Johnson in 5th, 8.9 seconds down on Nathan, and Josh Brooks was 8.2 seconds down on Davo as Erno Costamo gets himself a 30-second pit pit lane penalty for 74.9 kilometers per hour in the pit lane, Mike.
Yeah, it really is shades of RST Superbike TT from last year, isn't it? As one little mishap in the pit lane can really close the job up so much. You know, we're looking at a lead of 1.5 seconds after 2.5 laps racing around the TT course. It really is incredible. And interestingly, I've just noticed a couple of little moments from Dean Harrison on the live feed. You wonder if the team have just given him the hurry up in the pit lane and said, you know, if you want to win this race, you've really got to get your finger out, because them two boys in front of you are really giving it the berries.
Back down to Chris Kinley.
Yeah, just had a quick word about Mike Brown, who just had a chat with him before he walked away. Very softly spoken sort of chap. And he said he could feel it halfway around the first lap. He could just feel something tightening up, and he wasn't sure what it was. They think it could be something to do with the rear caliper on that BMW. So that bike now, unfortunately, being wheeled away, and Mike Brown is a retirement.
That is unfortunate for Mike, as we say. So we'll wait now for the leaders to arrive, as the first man does. Dean Harrison on lap 3 is out through Balaf already. We need to wait for race leader Davey Todd to arrive. And, of course, Michael, all action there on the broach to Balaf, Mike.
Yeah, you can see he's really trying, and he has that a typical sort of nose-heavy landing off Balaf Bridge. That's something that we're used to seeing him doing. The bike was unsettled on the way in, but you know he's trying, and so is Davey Todd. We're just watching him now, and the bike's getting all twisted and turned. Big old wheelie over Balaf Bridge, showing the fans his motocross heritage, I think.
Absolutely. It's out to 3 seconds again now at Balaf. Davey Todd leads Michael Dunlop by 3 seconds. It's then 14 seconds to Dean Harrison. News from race control: Sean Anderson has come off at Joey's. Rider is okay. So Sean Anderson off at Joey's. Rider okay. Chris Kinley.
Yeah, just telling you that the French rider we spoke to at the start of the race, Timothy Minot, came in, completely missed his braking point, and his pit crew were waiting at the end, and he scattered them, absolutely scattered them. It just shows you here in pit lane, you've got to keep an eye up the road. As I think this is Sam West coming in. It is Sam West on 26, so a bit of action down here with Timothy Minot, and Mark Parrott is in on his 93rd TT start. He's in for his pit stop as well. There's more riders come in, Barry Ferber and also Paul Potchy Williams. But that thing of Timothy Minot, he's just going to go past us there now. It's a good job his team had their wits about him, and the French rider on bike 39 just can't seem to get the thing fired. There she goes. She's away there now for Tim. He's such an effluent character as Tim, and he gets away. Just watch that speed limiter. I think he was saying one of the riders has done 74 in a 60. Oh dear, back to you.
Absolutely. The speed police are in business today. So Davey Todd then on the BMW, leading by 3 seconds from Dean Harrison. We'll try and get you a little bit further down the leaderboard from here at the TT Grandstand at the end of lap 2. We know it was Todd, Dunlop, Harrison, then Nathan Harrison slotted into 4th, then Davo Johnson, Josh Brooks holding 6th. In 7th, James Hillier. In 8th, Dominic Herbertson. In 9th will be John McGuinness with Mike Brown's retirement. 10th for Mikey Evans. 11th, Ian Hutchinson. 12th, Paul Jordan. 13th will be Philip Crow. 14th, Amalric Blanc. That's a great ride for Amalric so far. 14th position at the end of lap 2. Then Mikko Sweeney, 15th. Rob Hodgson will hold on to 16th. Lucas Mora, good ride by him as well. 17th. Marcus Simpson into the top 20 in 18th. So to his fellow local rider, Jamie Kringle on the Bavens machine. He'll be into 19th. And South Africa's Alan Ventnor will round out the top 20.
Just looking at some of these speed trap times, and you know we're into the 194 miles an hour. Is there a problem for Dean Harrison? No, I think that was just a Rossi's leg dangle going into Parliament Square. I thought there was an issue there, but it doesn't look like there is, because he's he's on the pipe on the way out as Michael Dunlop follows him in, using all the road. It looked like he was going to catch those humongous wings on that BMW on the curb just there. So he'll he's going to have to be careful. Oh, he's absolutely squirrely into Stella Maris, I think it is. Is Mr. Cruikshanks is Mr. Dunlop.
So into Ramsey then, and Davey Todd coming very wide approach into Parliament Square. So that bike just maybe getting a little bit looser. He looks back on it now as he heads up through Cruikshanks up towards Whitegate, and then on to Stella Maris and the run into the hairpin. Let's just see what it looks like through White. It looks fairly settled and planted as it comes through Whitegate. So just a little bit of a moment on the approach to Parliament Square.
Yeah, there's on the TT course. I think you end up having. He's pushing that bike every which way he possibly can. Have we got something going on out the window?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So Davy Todd's outbraked himself into Parliament Square. That can easily happen. That's a very fast entry. You come out of Schoolhouse Corner, you're probably 140, 150 miles an hour, and if you just miss your braking point by a couple of meters, you end up running wide. And when you've only got a lead of 1.9 seconds,
it's cost him. It's come down to 1.9 as a result. Davy Todd leads the race by 1.9 seconds at Ramsey on lap 3 from Michael Dunlop. This still could go either way. Get those boards out to Michael Dunlop. Let him know he's only 1.9 seconds off the race lead here.
When he sees that board that says plus 1.9, he'll be doing everything he can to get that number as low as he can. But then at the same time, Davy Todd, he'll know that he's not got much of a lead, and that's probably why we saw that little mistake going into Parliament Square, because he'll be doing everything he possibly can to increase that lead. And this is the territory that we're in when we see really fast lap times. If Davy Todd's only got a lead of a second or two on the last lap, Davy Todd and Michael Dunlop will they'll be giving it everything on that last lap, and that's when we might see a very, very, very impressive lap time. Will we see a lap record pace on the last lap of the RSD Superbike race?
Big front end landing for Michael Dunlop over the lap that we're seeing on the live stream from a little bit further back on this lap. On the Rooker BMW, he is close to within 1.9 seconds of Davy Todd as they're on the climb of the mountain, heading up towards Guthrie, then onto the mountain mile, then the veranda that will bring them into the bungalow. So Todd leads 1.9 seconds from Dunlop. Then Harrison has now slipped right back on Dunlop. 18.3 seconds between Dunlop and Harrison at Ramsey on lap 3. Nathan Harrison continues to hold 4th at the lap. Then we will have Dave O'Johnson in 5th, James Hillier and 6th, as we wait more riders to get through Ramsey.
We're just looking at the Ian Hutchinson now, who had a fantastic result at the Northwest 200 a couple of weeks ago. He's been caught on the road by Dom Herbertson, who again is showing some very impressive pace. Dom, I think at the minute is top 6. Yes, top 8 is running 8th place. A top 10 in a superbike race for Dom Herbertson. I'm sure he'll be more than happy with that. He'll take that on to the next races and be looking to improve as best he can.
Harrison is through the bungalow, but we're waiting on Nathan now. As Nathan does now arrive into Ramsey right now, he continues to hold on to 4th place. This would be such a result for Nathan Harrison after the injuries and all the family things that he's gone through over the last few years. Okay, he's not there on a podium at the moment, but he doesn't need anything but one bike's attrition ahead of him, and it could be a podium for Nathan Harrison.
You're quite right, and it's 4th place is as good as you get without being on the podium, isn't it? I'm sure he'll be thrilled with that position, and everyone on the Isle of Man will be really pleased to see a Manxman so close to the podium, if not on the podium, because don't forget we've still got a lap and a bit to go.
Dunlop is coming. The gap is down to 1.1 seconds at the bungalow. Todd leads now by reduced margin, 1.1 seconds at the bungalow on lap 3 of this reduced 4-lap Superbike TT. So 1.1 seconds. We are going to have that race onto the final lap for sure. Dean Harrison has now slipped a further 4 seconds back, 22.5 seconds down on Dunlop. And we also have Dave O'Johnson and John McGuinness through the bungalow. But we're next waiting then on Nathan Harrison to arrive. So Todd and Dunlop are going at it here.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I think that last lap's going to be a bit of a corker, isn't it? Dean Harrison with 22 seconds in front of him. He's probably thinking now, that the chances of a race win are probably a little bit slim. He'll be thinking, right, I just need to get the bike back. He's got a lap and a bit to go. He'll be thinking, just ride safe, get the bike back, let them two boys in front of him do whatever they need to do. But yeah, Davy Todd and Michael Dunlop, they're going to be scrapping to the very end of this race, I think.
The catalyst for this Dunlop charge is once again the climb of the mountain, the run from Ramsey up to the bungalow. He set the fastest sector time of the race on this 3rd lap. So coming out of the refueling halt, he set the fastest sector time climbing the mountain of the race, and that has allowed him to close in. We've seen that consistently, really. That Rocket BMW just seems to have maybe a little bit more oomph up the mountain. It's running a different electronics package, isn't it, to the 810 bikes?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah, the 810 bikes, I think, are running the electronics package that the guys use in the British Superbikes. I believe the BMW of Michael Dunlop is on the Alpha kit electronics. So yeah, a different type of a package. They do a similar thing, but it just means you can things can be adjusted in a different way. And we've seen how fast that BMW of Michael Dunlop's is. Hopefully, it can get to the end of a 4-lap superbike race.
Michael Russell has retired at Ballacrane, we understand. So Michael Russell, the latest retirement on a building list, it has to be said, from this opening Superbike TT. As we now pick up Dean Harrison, first man on the road, heading into the Nuke. So he's heading down towards Governor's Bridge, Governor's Dip. He will not be long before he's with us onto Glen Crutchy Road. We see him on the anchors now, get it on the brakes into the dip. And the helicopter just sits over the top while he is going through there. And in fact, here he is. He's on to Glen Crutchy Road now. We'll have him sweeping across in front of us very, very soon. And then we'll get the latest update. Here he goes. 125.8, including a pit stop. There goes Dunlop. Dunlop head right down on the tank line, right as close almost to the pit lane as you can get there for Dunlop. But now we wait for Todd to see what this race position is. Todd, we think, is on to Glen Crutchy Road. Here he goes. It's gone back out to 1.9 seconds. So Todd leads at the end of lap 3 by 1.951 seconds, with Dean Harrison now 24 seconds back in third. Let's give you the lap 3 times, which do include the pit stop, obviously. So Michael Dunlop, 127.474 is the fastest of them. 17 minutes 45.5, including the pit stop. As the next then go through, that's Dave O'Johnson. John McGuinness, I think, going through as well. Davey Todd's lap 3 time, including that 6 seconds that was dropped at the pit stop, 126.851. Then Dean Harrison, 125.853. But there's still less than 2 seconds in this, Mike.
There is, and crucially, Michael Dunlop is now within 5 seconds of Dean Harrison on the actual road, which means he's got that carrot. He's got that thing to focus on. He'll be using Dean as a bit of a gauge. He'll be doing what he can to catch him, and that just helps. It's a bit like having a lap timer on. You know, you can use the next rider as a gauge, which is what we'll be doing. And Davey doesn't necessarily have that, so it'd be interested to see the next few laps whether or not that means Dunlop's got an extra bit of spice that he can find. Having said that, if he does catch Dean Harrison, which it looks like he's going to in the next lap, it means he's going to have to overtake him. Will Dean hear him behind him and let him past, or will there be a bit of argy-bargy? Because it's not always easy to tell if there's someone behind you. So Michael will want to be getting past him as soon as he possibly can. But, you know, if he catches him somewhere like the Glen Helen section or the Conquetree section, it really can be quite difficult to pass, and you end up losing a bit more time than you might gain by having that carrot. So that'll be interesting to watch.
Dunlop absolutely seems to have got the message. He set the fastest sector time of the race, as we say, on the climb of the mountain on lap 4. Also the fastest sector time of the race between Cronknamona and here to just push and push and push. He's obviously getting the signal to say there's a chance here.
Yeah, and we've seen in the past, haven't we, Michael Dunlop not starting the races as, you know, quite as ballistically as everyone else, and then just building. We certainly saw it a few weeks ago at the Northwest 200. We've seen it in previous TTs. He just gets faster and faster and faster. And if that's the case, then Davey Todd's got some issue, a bit of a job to do.
Dean Harrison then, and in fact Dunlop can see him now as they come out in towards Harolds and Gorsley. Harrison is leading on the road, but Dunlop is really charging after him. You can see all action on the bike.
Yeah, you can see how much these boys are trying, and the last couple of laps I've seen Dean have a few little squirms and twitches, and the same for Michael Dunlop, but they'll be giving it, particularly Michael Dunlop, because he knows there's a chance he can take this win and increase his win tally to 30 wins at TT. Yeah, he'll be every opportunity to open that throttle, he'll be pinning it as much as he can.
And Davey similarly will have the same kind of messages to say. He's right behind you. Push.
Yeah, it's all to lose now, isn't it? Really, they've got less than a lap to go, and as they're just approaching the Glen Helen section, this is where it's really, really technical. You can make some big mistakes. You can lose a lot of time in this section. You can gain a lot of time, but it's very easy to make a mistake. And when you're on that edge, that's when mistakes happen.
On the way then to Glen Helen at the end of lap 3, Davey Todd led by 1.95 seconds from Michael Dunlop. 24.9 seconds then out to Dean Harrison, who's third. Nathan Harrison has come through and continues to hold 43 seconds down on Dean Harrison. Davo Johnson is fifth, 16.5 seconds down on Nathan. Then James Hillier is 3.9 seconds down on Davo. 7.8 seconds down is James Hillier, who's next as Harrison and Dunlop, almost line of stern, arrive at Glen Helen. Dunlop has definitely got the carrot. He's no more than a second and a half behind on the road as we head up from Glen Helen, up through Sarah Scottish, then up beyond to Lamfell, and then onto the Cronkabody Straight. And he will definitely have the carrot in front of him all the way along Cronkabody.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And it looks as though Dunlop has caught Harrison at an ideal time.
It's down. It's only 0.2 of a second. Todd leads by at Glen Helen, lap 4, the final lap of this RST by D30 Superbike TT, and there is quarter of a second between Davey Todd and Michael Dunlop.
Well, there we go. You see, that carrot's obviously worked for Michael Dunlop. He's seen Dean in the distance and used him to catch him up. Let's hope he doesn't lose too much time passing him. I think, by the looks of it, he's caught him at quite a good place and probably be able to out-drag him down Cronkabody. If he can get in front of him all through the 11th milestone and Hanley's section, he'll probably pull a little bit of a gap. Dean's unlikely to overtake him again because I don't think he's got the pace, and realistically he's not in the same race as Dunlop now because Dunlop is 30 seconds in front of him in the race. So it's hotting up, it really is.
Dunlop is absolutely on a charge here on the final lap of this RST by 3DO Superbike TT. The lead has been crashed right down to quarter of a second. As I'm not sure if Chris is down in the pits. We see Ian Hutchinson down there. Looks like he's done for his race, Chris.
Yeah, unfortunately, Hutchie came in. He was provisionally running in about, where was he, about 14th to 15th position. Hutchie came in straight off the bike. But yeah, that lead has been dropping, hasn't it, Buddy? It was 2 and a bit seconds at Cronk the Motor, 1.9 here, and down to 0.269. This is hotting up the last lap of the RST by D30 Superbike race.
Absolutely incredible stuff. We've got the pair of them out there absolutely flying. We know that Dunlop is catching Harrison on the road. He's going to have to get past him in a hurry.
Yeah, that's right. He can quite easily lose a little bit of time following someone, and the difference in pace between Dunlop and Dean Harrison isn't great enough that it's not going to be very easy for Dunlop to pass him if he catches him. It just looks like it looks like he's following him through the Kirk Michael section there.
He's had to back out there, hasn't he?
He's had to roll. Each one of them rolls is going to cost him a second here, a second there, and when it's as close as it is, he just looks like he's going to squeeze past. Oh, that is scary stuff as they approach the Rencullen section. But crucially, it looks like Michael Dunlop is now in front of Dean Harrison on the road. And Dean will be doing everything he can to keep in Michael Dunlop's wheel tracks. But Dunlop, he's cleared him. And now we'll probably see some more of that blistering pace that we've seen up to now.
Dunlop leads on the road then on the final lap of this RST D30 Superbike TT. But my, oh my, that's cost him a little bit. He got past Harrison right on the approach to Rencullen 1, up past the petrol station. Dunlop moved to the right-hand side as Harrison moved a lot across as well for the racing line. And it got a little bit tight there up over the jump. And one, and then a big wheelie pulls over Rencullen 2. Dunlop now, he looks full race into Balaf. Yeah, big front wheel landing again on the Rocket BMW, pinned immediately. He knows he's in a race here.
Yeah, you can tell he's trying on the way into Balaf Bridge there, can't you? There was a little nod of the head as he approached the jump, just probably checking he's in the right gear. We see David Todd doing the same thing on the way to Balaf. He's much tidier over there, pulls the tear off, gets rid of the flies, back on the gas, and away he goes out of Balaf.
That has cost Dunlop catching Harrison and having to get past him and roll off a couple of times. It's gone back out to 2.2 seconds. Davey Todd leads Balaf lap 4, the final lap, by 2.2 seconds from Michael Dunlop. Dean Harrison, obviously having been overhauled on the road by Dunlop, is now just over 30 seconds behind him, 30.6. Nathan Harrison is through Glen Helen. He continues to hold on to 4th. Then Davo Johnson, then James Hillier and John McGuinness. We'll try to see if we can get a little bit further down the leaderboard as well at the end of lap 3. Then it was James Hillier who's holding on to 6th. Josh Brooks 7th. John McGuinness has moved himself up to 8th. Then Mikey Evans is 9th. Dominic Herbertson holding on to a top 10 position. 11th to 15th for Paul Jordan, Ian Hutchinson, Rob Hodson, Amalric Blanc, and Miko Sweeney. 16th for Marcus Simpson. 17th now and moving up for Alan Ventnor. Jamie Kringle in 18th. 19th for Jonathan Perry. Rounding out the top 20 at the end of lap 3, Jonathan Getchke.
can you imagine how frustrated Michael Dunlop's going to be? That tussle with Dean Harrison has obviously cost him a couple of seconds, but he really is going to have the bit between his teeth now for the second half of this lap, second half of the last lap of the RST by D3O Superbike race. It's still all to play for, isn't it?
Not least because we know that Rocket BMW has the legs up the mountain.
Yes.
And we've seen that on each of the laps so far. So this is far from done. There's a long way to go, really, still in this Superbike TT before we get anywhere near being able to decide who's won it. But yes, it's gone out from 1/4 second to 2.2 seconds at Ballath on lap 4.
Davey will be rubbing his hands together, metaphorically, of course, when he sees his pit boards and sees that he has got a little bit of an extra lead, as we see on the replay of him just getting some enormous air over Ballath Bridge. He'll be keeping his fingers crossed that lead stays 2.5 seconds. But I've got a feeling it's not going to. I've got a feeling Mr. Dunlop will be just catching him, and when we get to the end of the lap, we'll see if we've still got a 2.5 second lead.
At the same time as Dunlop was delayed a little bit behind Dean Harris, and Davey Todd has upped the wick here. He set the fastest sector time of the race, Glen Helen through to Ballath, so they're definitely getting the messages. Dunlop now looks to have quite clear air. He's left Dean Harrison probably 3-4 seconds behind him as they go into Parliament Square, so they'll be at Ramsey before we know it here. We see them going out past the bus station. The front air's desperately trying to claw the air for Michael Dunlop. He's trying to get every ounce he can out of it.
Yeah, he can. You can see he's doing all he can to twist that throttle as far as he can. It's the last lap of a Superbike race. He's using all the track. He's trying his very best to catch Davey Todd, but of course Davey will be doing the exact same thing. And it doesn't really matter what position you're in over lap 1, 2, and 3. It only matters what position you're in when you cross the finish line. And if these boys have had something in the bag, they've been sandbagging a tiny bit.
Dunlop's taken some back. Dunlop has taken some back. 1.9 seconds now at Ramsey on lap 4, the final lap. So Dunlop now goes on to his climb of the mountain, where he's shown an advantage in previous laps, but we know Todd is trying to respond as well. So this is very much in the melting pot. Todd 1.9 seconds ahead of Dunlop, with Harrison then 32.1 seconds back on that.
Well, we're just seeing a replay of one of the riders. I can't tell who that is, having a massive moment somewhere on the course. I think it was maybe coming out of Quarter Bridge, but yeah, you're right. Can you imagine though? Can you believe we've got 4 or 3.5 laps around here, and the guys are still within 2 seconds of each other? It really does. It really is quite incredible, isn't it?
It's all boiling up on these final 12 or so miles across the mountain. News on Dominic Herbertson: his chain has come off at Sarah's Cottage. So Dominic Herbertson out at Sarah's Cottage. That'll have been a scary moment with the chain coming off.
You're not wrong. Yeah, I'm just looking at some of the speed trap times now. Well, Michael Dunlop 199 miles an hour down Sulby Straight. That is absolutely ballistic, and it just goes to show what happens if you bring a World Superbike engine to the Alaman TT. You can nearly touching 200 mile an hour down that straight. What an incredible speed that is.
We've seen well over 200 before, but that, in the conditions that we've had this year, is mightily impressive. So Todd and Dunlop then going at it over the mountain on lap 4. Who is going to come out victorious? Let's wait and see.
We're just watching Josh Brooks going into Parliament Square there. Again, nice and tidy. He did complain of stability issues on that Honda earlier on in the week, but it looks like he's nice and tidy. That bike looks to be on rails. And again, he's one of the most experienced riders here on a short circuit. So you'd expect him to, be up there in the top 10 at some point.
Both Todd and Dunlop are on a 1:35 pace on this final lap. You said they might have to pull the pin. It's certainly happening.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, this is lap record territory, isn't it? I know we haven't had the best practice week, and the guys aren't quite as near to being up to speed as they might like. But when you've got a Superbike race, when you've got a race that is this competitive and this close, and they really need to do everything they can. They can't leave anything. Leave anything out of it. They've got to give it absolutely everything. And yeah, I think if we're going to see some fast laps, it's going to be lap 4 of this race.
Davy Todd won the Super Stock and Senior at last year's TT. So he's got 2 wins under his belt. He's trying to fend off 29 times winner Michael Dunlop as they dice over the mountain on the final road. There's 20 seconds between them on the road. Dunlop arrives into the bungalow. So first man on the road is through the bungalow. We'll have to wait those 20 seconds for Todd to arrive. We've got Dean Harrison in between them as well. In fact, we see Harrison now coming through behind Dunlop, maybe 4 or 5 seconds further back. In fact, 6.4 it is that Dunlop leads. Here's Todd, though. Let's see. Whoa, lead him right over on the run through. Let's see what the leaderboard's going to take. Gone back out. Yeah, Todd this time on the climb of the mountains. Put it back out to 2.2 seconds. So Todd leads at the bungalow on the final lap by 2.2 seconds from Michael Dunlop, both on BMWs. Then Dean Harrison in third, 36.4 seconds down on Dunlop. Nathan Harrison continues to hold fourth. He's through Ramsey and onto the climb of the mountain. Davo Johnson then is fifth. Harrison is 57 seconds down on Dean Harrison. Davo is 18 seconds down on Nathan. Then James Hillier holding on to sixth. He's only 1.7 seconds down on Davo, so we'll need to watch that one as well. John McGuinness is showing in seventh, and then Josh Brooks in eighth.
Interestingly, we did a couple of laps ago see Davy Todd dragging his elbow around the bungalow. You wonder if that was a little bit of showboating. Well, there was absolutely no time for showboating anymore. Them elbows were tucked in that last time through the bungalow, because this is where it counts. This is where he needs to pull everything out of the bag, because there's with a couple of seconds in it, he is a few miles now, maybe 4 or 5 miles away from win number 4, I believe, is it for Davy Todd? Win number three for Davy Todd. So he's the thoughts will be going through his head now. He'll be looking after his bike. He'll be thinking about whether or not the tank's got enough fuel in it. He'll be making sure, he'll be listening to all the bike, make sure it's not making any funny little noises as he drags down now to the Cregner Bar to almost finish his first race of TT 2025.
Indeed, it was Dunlop who set the fastest sector time of the race out to Glen Helen on this final lap. Todd then set the fastest sector timer of the race, Glen Helen to Balaf. Dunlop responded, Balaf to Ramsey to set the fastest sector time of the race, and Davy Todd has then responded again to set the fastest sector time of the race, Ramsey to Bungalow. It's literally ding-dong stuff, this.
It really is, isn't it? And they'll be keeping an eye on the pit boards, and what can you say about these two guys? They're both at the top of the game. Davy Todd, we've seen just improving over the last few years, and Dunlop a little bit more of a sort of TT stalwart, but it's great to see them right at the front at the top of the game.
Dunlop and Harrison are at Cronknamona, but it's Davy Todd we wait for, the race leader at the bungalow on the final lap. Todd we wait for. He's there now. It's gone out again. 2.5 seconds now Todd has of an advantage just with the run from Cronknamona to here to do. So Todd leads by 2.5 seconds from Dunlop Cronknamona lap 4. Then Dean Harrison is now 40 seconds down, and we wait for Nathan Harrison to arrive at the bungalow. Such is the pace of this race. We wait for that to happen. So we'll just see. We're waiting now. We watch Michael Dunlop is out on the Glen Crutchy Road, so we'll have him across the line on the Rocket BMW any second. The checkered flag is being waved. Here he comes. Behind him on the road is Dean Harrison. He'll be coming any second. Dean's just maybe rolled off a little bit at the end. He's not here just yet. Here he is. And now we wait for Davy Todd. Will it be a third TT win for Davy Todd? Here he is. And it is. Todd wins by 1.2 seconds. So Dunlop did take almost a second and a quarter or so out on the run from Cronknamona to here on the final lap. But Todd wins on the BMW, the 810 BMW. A third TT win for Davy Todd from Michael Dunlop with Dean Harrison, 43.5. We'll keep an eye out for Nathan Harrison, but let's get down to Chris Kinley.
Yeah, Michael Dunlop into that second position, and here comes Dean Harrison into that third position. Michael Dunlop, 135.416. Last lap, Dino, 133.051. And another Superbike TT podium for Dean Harrison. His last lap, 133.051, not 1333. And here comes your race winner, Davy Todd, on the 810 machine. He'll be coming up the little return road here. His quick last lap was a 16:43.7, 135.327. And like you say, Chris, he's won the Superstock TT. He's won the Senior TT. And now he has won on a big bike again with the RST by D30 Superbike TT. And he'll be coming in here any moment now to get the plaudits, to take his third TT win into his position. I'm not sure if he's probably be doing burnouts. High fives all the way along, we're led to believe, up the little return road. And here's Peter Hickman, his teammate, coming in as well. And we'll get the reaction on this one. Maybe grab a word with Hickey if we can at some point. But he's coming high fives all the way up. The number 8 machine, the BMW, will be rolling up there in a moment and into the winner's enclosure. But a lot of fans up here. And here he is, folks, the winner. And a big stoppie, no doubt. Oh, yes, Davy Todd. Now, a 3-time TT winner goes past his teammate, Peter Hickman. Oh, this could get noisy. Oh, no, he's saving it. You can tell he's the team boss now because he doesn't want to waste the tyre. But he's in, winning in the end by, what was it, 1.296 seconds. That was all it was. So 1.3 seconds off there now. So Davy Todd, a 3-time TT winner, senior TT, Superstock winner, and now, of course, a Superbike winner. We'll get his reaction any moment now. This young lady just coming in there to see her first, more important than of me, and that he was made to work absolutely tooth and nail for that one. Gives the BMW a big slap on the tank. He closes his eyes and looks up to the sky, and he's now a TT winner once again. Davy Todd on the number 8 machine, and he'll be just taking his gloves off. The left-hand glove comes off first. The little holder that holds the center of the glove on and then pulls it off and puts it on the tank of the BMW. And the second glove coming off there now, and he has a little look over, gives a big finger one up to the other guys to say, that's me, I'm number 1 again. And Davy Todd takes the KYT crash helmet off, and we'll grab a quick chat with him in to let the camera boys get in there. Give her a kiss. Don't be worried about me. Straight in. Well done, Davy Todd. That is the triple crown of big bikes. That is the Superbike TT win. He gives a big hug to the guys. He gets the Monster Energy hat on, and we'll just get him on. He's got his earplugs in, so we'll just grab him here now. We'll get him live on Radio TT around the circuit. Your teammate, Peter Hickman's there as well. We'll get him in. Davey, that is the triple crown, the Superstock, the Senior, and now the Superbike. 3 big bike wins. Mega.
Oh, mate, I'm over the moon. Over the moon. The boys have done a fantastic job, and man, it feels sweet. It's our own team. It's our team. It's not mine and Pete's. It's all of ours, and just got to say a massive thank you to all the guys and girls, everybody who's been a part of creating this team in the last 3 months, and BMW, Monster Energy, all the sponsors that have made it happen. And yeah, I'm just a bit speechless right now. It's been a crazy week weather-wise, and I was more nervous than I've ever been this morning with the conditions, and then I got told it's dry, and then I got told there's oil everywhere. So yeah, I was a bit nervous on the start line for that one, but knew we had good pace and just didn't want to show too much in practice. And yeah, that's all I can say. Thanks to the boys.
He was coming behind you. He was coming.
Yeah, I think we lost a bunch of time in the pit stop, which I was just trying to control it, and then I had to go at the end. So yeah, I had to put my head down on that last lap and try and put a decent lap in. I'm not sure what it was like, but
135 in there. I've got it here actually. I'll tell you. 135.327 last lap.
Yeah, that's not too bad, is it?
Well done, Davey. Another TT win in the pocket.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Well done to you. Michael Dunlop just going to go off and get a little interview with TV in a second. So, Boyd, you just let you tidy up a little bit as we let Dino's just about to do some TV stuff. And then Michael Dunlop just waiting to do his TV stuff as well. So just hand back to you just to tidy up and get ready for him coming back down here.
No problem. Nathan Harrison, it's not into the podium. He's not going into the winner's enclosure, but he's just missed it. 4th place is an incredible result for Nathan, Mike.
Yeah, you're not wrong. There'll be plenty of Manx men and women around the course cheering him on, and so pleased to see him up there in 4th place.
Absolutely superb. So let's get back down to Chris.
Dean Harrison with us. Dean, I think a bit disappointed, to be fair, or have you learned much from this race on the big bike?
Yeah, no, look, I hit a wall through practice at all the times I were doing, and then I was struggling with stability and wheelie. So that's something we sort of need to try and make the bike go forwards instead of upwards.
A lot of Honda riders have said that to me this week, no matter who they're riding for, on privateers or whatever.
Yeah, no, I think it's a bit of a common problem, I think. So it's something we sort of need to sit down and have a look into and try and improve for next time.
Good pit stop by the team, good.
Yeah, no, honestly, pit stop went really well. My plan was to change a helmet, so I've still got a tear off left. I used 1 tear off the whole race. A bit breezy out there, Swantons, but there weren't that many flies.
Good big crowd out there, I bet too.
Yeah, no, the massive crowd the whole way around the track as well. So that's good to see everyone enjoy himself. And I just want to say thanks to the marshals as well for helping us out the whole list.
Absolutely, and that's another Superbike TT podium for you. I think it's 2018 was the last time we weren't on one.
Is that what it was? You know more
Long
than I
time
do.
ago.
There you go. You know more than me. Yeah, no, the podiums are nice. I feel like I'm riding good, to be honest, and it's hard, isn't it? So we'll be all right.
Just waiting for that extra step.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so we'll have another go later.
Dino, thanks for your time.
Yes,
Cheers.
thank
Thank
you.
you very much. Dean Harrison gives Davey a tap on the back there as well, and just roll that bike. Sorry, it's all right, dear. Thank you very much. And just to let you know, Nathan Harrison got 4th. So that's good there. So Nathan got 4th. Just waiting for Michael just to finish there with the TV boys, and then we'll jump in, and then we'll get to Beth as well with some interviews. Beth, just pop to you quickly. Yep.
Well, I'm just here, just standing next to Nathan Harrison. What an absolute belter of a performance. He's just having a little conversation here. So I'm just wondering whether I can just sneak in. Nathan, what a race. You went off the line like a scolded cat.
Yeah, my dad doesn't normally say it, but he said go like fuck, so I thought, well...
Oh, excuse our language.
Sorry.
Don't worry.
My dad normally like take it easy, so I thought, well, the boss is saying it, I better had. So, I just thought... the delay actually helped me a little bit. This morning I woke up and I wasn't in a good way. My stomach was like a washing machine, and I think it's because I've been doing quite well in practice week. I thought the kind of pressure was on me, but my dad and all the team had a word with me, and like there's no pressure from us, just go and have fun. As soon as I set up, that delay kind of calmed everything down, and I went off the start, and I just controlled the race from there. I kept on getting P4. I knew I wasn't going to get a podium because obviously I'm battling with the best road racers in the world, and 4th place in my 3rd TT, obviously after missing one as well. I can't complain. So yeah, no, I made up.
Did you get some pit boards out there? I know you were looking for some.
Yeah, no, I did. So thank you to everybody that put one out. I was just, like you say, I had one at Ballacrane, one at the exit into Kirkmichael, and I had one at the Gooseneck. So yeah, no, I was just using them boards and controlling the 4th place. So did what I needed to do. But yeah, no, I made up.
And not just 130, 131.113.
Yeah, I can't complain at that. That's good. That's again, it's another step. I've done 129, done 130, done 131. So I'm constantly climbing up the leaderboard, but not massive steps. So yeah, no, I'm made up with that. I'd just like to say a big thank you to all the support out there as well, and obviously all my sponsors and all my team.
We're delighted for you, Nathan. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, let's grab a word then with Michael. He's finished with the TV as well. Michael, just looking at the rear tyre there. Goodness me, you give that some welly, boy.
It just fell apart like a cheap watch. So sadly, that's just what happened, and that's what sort of screwed us over, really.
Great pit stop by your team as well. Got you out pretty quick. Got nearly 6 seconds on him in the pits.
Yeah, pit stop's done real well. Back wheel change, fuel in, out the gate. Everyone felt good. And then just obviously with no practice out this week and the horrific lap times we were doing, making the next step up. Obviously, pit is onto a new position. We needed some change suspension stuff really, because we were going from like doing well last night we done I think a 32, but now doing a 35. We knew straight away that we're just going to struggle a wee here with setup. Steve made a good change, and it was just for some reason Kirkmichael. I got caught a wee bit with Dean. It was just too much. It just wasn't enough. Dean was having a bit of a tank slapper here and there, and I made a wee push into over Rencoln, which probably wasn't the place to do it, but I had to get in. It just didn't suit, but I knew the tyre was shagged. I knew, and obviously you can see the state of it now. We just lost traction control, and we just done that to just start spinning our brains out.
Because I think you got it down to under a second, and then getting stuck with Dean, you lost 2.
Aye, as a man says, your granny a ball should have been your granddad. You know what I mean? But it's just pity. I felt good. The bike felt we made a massive step. But obviously just that wee bit in Kirkmichael, and then I knew the tyre was shagged. I knew it was gone, and it's actually I got a slap and it broke the back hugger when it was actually starting to deteriorate. So I just knew I was on a humongous amount of spin, and when I got that, then I knew it was going to be a hard push because I knew Davey obviously would be having a push as well. So I knew you had to have all your ducks lined up to make sure it worked, and it didn't. You know what I mean? But look, that's the name of the game.
I can see the hugger all smashed to bits in the back of it.
Aye, the rubber's obviously just disintegrated out of the tyre, and it's broken into a million pieces. So obviously when it does that, when you have something like whatever 200 and whatever horsepower, you need as much grip down as possible, and that's obviously something we hadn't got.
All right, Michael, thanks for your time. Cheers, buddy. Thank you. So there we go, folks, the top 3 in the RST Superbike race. I'm going to speak to David Johnson very quickly. Just want to say hello to young Peter Hickman. Hi, Pete. You all right, son?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. Thank you very much. How are you?
I'm all right. Is this your Stephen Hawking impression, is it?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
It's good to see you, though. It really is.
No, it's good to be outside. You know, I've not been out for a little while now, and I managed to watch the first 3 and a bit laps on the TV. And I thought I needed to come down and congratulate all the boys.
Well done to you and your team, by the way.
Yeah, thank you. No, it's yeah, absolutely fantastic for 810 Racing, BMW Motorrad, Monster. You know, everyone's put so much effort into it, and to reward them with the first winner TT 2025, can't ask for too much more.
Good man. Go and enjoy it with Davey. Cheers, Pete.
Cheers, mate.
Thanks very much. Let's hear from Dave O'Johnson with Beth.
Yeah, if you can hear a lot of noise in the background, obviously sidecars are gearing up for their race. But Davo, brilliant today. 5th place, 131.097. Talk us through your race.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, it was decent. It took a while. I mean, I was into it because obviously with Dino behind me to start with, it was sort of a matter of when he was going to pass me. Not a matter of if, really, to be honest. I knew that. And I knew it was going to be somewhere around like Crunkavody Straight. But I can't remember where it was, actually. It was, probably around there somewhere where he passed me, but later than expected anyway. So I was pretty happy with my first sector, but I'm Australian, so I don't get out of bed, too fired up. But first up, just put a lot of effort in and caught John. And really struggled to pass John at the start, but it was actually good fun. I told John at the end, I was like, it was just unreal just following John McGuinness around, and I nearly didn't want to pass him just because I was enjoying it so much. But then when the opportunity came, I just took it. I followed him all the way over the mountain, and eventually got past him, and then he pretty much stayed on me. But
relief there as that noise stops.
Well, that was 100% necessary. That's a wrap. So then I got stuck in the third lap, straight off the pit, out of the pits, was not the best. And then the last lap, I felt really good, really still strong with my arms and focus. So I just put in a half decent lap. It was 1:31, but I probably should have been doing that from the word go for next race.
Tell you what, you don't even look like you've done anything, which is brilliant because you have to have that level of physical fitness. But the pit stop generally, team did okay?
Oh, awesome. Yeah, I think it was felt like one of the quickest pit stops. Yeah, so it was 56. So anywhere around there is perfect. But I'm happy with my fitness. Yeah, I'm fitter than I look. John McGuinness called me a fathead last night, so that gave me a bit of motivation. So I caught him a bit quicker than I normally would. So unlucky to him. But no, it was awesome. Yeah, like I say, it was awesome just following John over the mountain there, like the legend himself, and he's a hero of mine. So yeah, and but I know it was time I had to get past him, and then he stayed with me. So we carried on, and happy enough. Fifth is unbelievable for Kawasaki. I mean, we're the only one in Yahoo of anybody. So we'll have to keep our sort of back to the drawing board and see if we can get a bit quicker, because I know we can do 1:32. Just got to work it out.
Absolutely brilliant. We're delighted for you. I just want to speak to your dad, Murray, here. The boy did good.
He did very well. Yeah, we're very pleased and proud. And the team as well. I mean, they've been on the back foot really, and with limited preparation, and they did what they hoped they would do, not what they knew they could do. And I think it's just they'll move forward from here. It's fantastic.
And what's it like for you during that race? Just keeping an eye on how things are going.
Yeah, it's always a bit. I get a bit dry in the mouth, so I've drunk about 2 bottles of water, and but it's nice to get the first race over and done with, because the nerves always set in. You start off with butterflies, and once the race has started, it's the same as if you're riding yourself. You put your helmet on, and it's all good. So it's just interesting watching it all unfold, and yeah, fantastic to see a great result.
We're so pleased for all of you. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Beth. So back up here in the tower then, whilst we wait for the guys to finish off their media duties down in the winners' enclosure and come up for the podium, we'll start to make our way through some of the numbers. We'll give you first of all the lap 4 times, which were the fastest laps of the race. The fastest lap on the final lap was Michael Dunlop, despite that tyre going away from him. 16 minutes 43.045, 135.416. The Superbike lap record is 135.97, so he was about 5 seconds or so outside of that lap record pace, but that was the fastest lap of the race. Davey Todd on lap 4 did 135.327. That was only 7/10 of a second slower than Dunlop, and enough for him to win the race and complete the big bike set for Davy Todd. Dean Harrison then did 132.955, so very much just bringing the practice pace where he was over 133 into the race. His fastest lap of the race was his opening lap, 133.051. Nathan Harrison, fourth place finish for Nathan. All of the locals here, absolutely a cock-a-hoop. My phone's lit up with messages saying Nathan Harrison, woohoo, absolutely mega result for Nathan. His fastest lap of the race was his opener, 131.27. On the last lap, he did 131.113. Davo Johnson then 131.0 on lap 4. That was his fastest lap of the race. Josh Brooks did 130.28. His fastest, well, it was literally a smidge of a second, not even a tenth of a second outside of his fastest lap of the race that he did on lap 1. John McGuinness got up to 131.1 on the final lap, and James Hillier 131.2. Beth has Daryl Tweed.
I'm just here with Daryl Tweed. You're busy going through the phone. What do you make of that race?
It was dead on, hey, so it was a wee bit blowy up top there, so it was, but it was good now, so it was. I'm struggling a wee bit with a shoulder injury there, and sort of had to dig deep after the pit stop and just keep her moving, so happy enough now, so I'm happy to see the pits again.
Do you know, that must be so tough when you've got that physical pain just to keep going mentally.
Well, it's one of them things. You only get to come here once a year, so you have to just keep battering on. And I felt like I was going a bit slower, but we made it back. That was the main thing.
And team all happy with the pit stop?
Oh, team was happy with the pit stop. Great pit stop it was. We all worked very well together there, so I can't complain. No complaints this year.
Oh, great to see you looking happy. Well done, Darren.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Beth. Okay, let's start, if we can get the machine to play ball, to have a look down the complete result of the RST by D30 Superbike TT. The winner then, Davy Todd, on the Monster Energy 810 BMW. His winning time, 1 hour, 8 minutes, 20.628, and that was 1.296 seconds quicker than Michael Dunlop on the Rocket BMW by Motorrad Machine, 1.296 seconds. Todd wins over Dunlop. Then Dean Harrison on the Honda was 43.5 seconds down on Dunlop in third. Nathan Harrison then was 57.3 seconds down on Dean Harrison in fourth on the H&H Honda. Then Davo Johnson on the Platinum Club Kawasaki finishes in fifth, and that's a good result on the Kawasaki, I think, Mike.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It's Davo's been coming over here a few years now, and he just keeps getting better, doesn't he? So it's fantastic to see Davo in the top 6.
Absolutely. He was 16.6 seconds down on Nathan Harrison. James Hillier on the Muckhoff Honda is only 2.4 seconds down on Davo at the end. He did bring that right back. And John McGuinness clawed himself right the way up to 7th at the end. So that's a good result by John, given where he's been in qualifying practice week here at the TT. 10 seconds down on Hillier in 7th.
Yeah, definitely. Again, having a few issues with stability, I think, on the in practice week. So it's nice to see him, finding something for the race. And 131 miles an hour, it's not hanging about, is he?
Absolutely. 8th place finish for Joshua Brooks on the Jackson Racing Honda. He's only 5.7 seconds down on John McGuinness. Then Mikey Evans, another of the locals, into 9th. 24.9 down on Brooks. Rounding out the top 10, and we'll pick up the rest in a moment. Paul Jordan, 10 seconds down on Mikey Evans. Down to Chris Kinley.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the podium presentation for the RST by D30 Superbike TT. And ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Representing RST, the head of marketing, Charlotte Bannister. Thank you, Charlotte. Heads up onto the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, in third position, riding the Honda, Dean Harrison. So Dean on the factory Honda gets another Superbike TT podium to his credit. He's been third and second so many times on this one. And he gets up there, gets the laurel wreath over his neck. In second position on the Rocket BMW, Michael Dunlop. So Michael makes his way up those steps once again into the second place position. Gives Dino a shake of the hand. The scouts and everybody up there. Charlotte puts the laurel wreath over his neck. And ladies and gentlemen, winning the Superbike TT trophy and 1.29 seconds in the end on the 810 BMW, Davy Todd. Davey makes his way up the back of the steps. Now, this trophy first presented in 1977, the old Formula One trophy presented to Phil Reed. The Superbike TT winner is Davey Todd. Davey gets a laurel wreath over his neck. And ladies and gentlemen, now three-timer winner. Raise that trophy, Davey Todd. It's yours. Go. Davey gets his hand for the first time on that trophy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding if you're able for the anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together once more here at the TT Grandstand for Dean Harrison, Michael Dunlop, and of course, Davey Todd, the winner of the RST by D30 Superbike TT. Are we going to see some champagne? I'm pretty sure we are. Thank you to Charlotte from RST. Here we go, folks. Give them some encouragement up there. Come on, boys. You've been a tough all week. Here we go. Come on, Dino. Come on, Davey. Come on, Michael. And away we go. I think Lloyd, who cleans the trophy, is going to have his work cut out on that one. The base has absolutely just been covered. So once again, folks, Dean Harrison, Michael Dunlop, and your race winner, Davey Todd.
Chris Kinley. Okay, well, there we are. For Michael Dunlop, it is a 45th podium at the Isle of Man TT. For Dean Harrison, it is a 31st podium. But obviously, for Davey Todd, it is a third victory. Let's head back down to Beth Espy.
Well, yeah, Barry Burrell, the first one done. How was it? Talk us through.
Yeah, it was nice to finally get underway. And actually, to be honest with you, it was more the conditions. The conditions were so much better than I've rode, obviously, all the time I've been here. So, yeah, it was lovely to get out in them sort of conditions and not have to battle the wind, I think, and not have to worry about too many wet patches. But yeah, no, I just settled into it. I went probably a bit too steady on the first lap, and then I didn't want to go out and get arm pump because I thought it's going to be a long race of hold on too tight and get a bit arm pump. But no, did the first lap, and then literally as soon as I came out for the second lap and the third lap and then the fourth lap, I just felt so much more comfortable again. And yeah, I really, really enjoyed it. So I'm also glad it's finished. I can go for a pint of Guinness.
Oh, you deserve it. And pits went well. No penalties for you there.
No, I hope not. Anyways, no, we've actually got the wrong tank on. So for us to take the fuel cap off, it takes an extra the boys reckon about 5 to 7 seconds. So yeah, it's not ideal for a fast pit stop, but I think the boys did great, and obviously I couldn't have done it without them.
Well, you did great too. Well done.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Beth. Okay, we got down to 10th place finisher being Paul Jordan. In 11th was Rob Hodgson on the SMT Honda. He was just over a minute down on Paul Jordan. Then Amalric Blanc finishes in 12th. A superb result that for Amalric Blanc. Top 12 in a Superbike TT.
You're absolutely right. That's, yeah, to get in the top 12, top 15 in any TT is really impressive. So fair play to him.
Mikko Sweeney finishes 13th. Sam West, who's had a load of trouble through practice week, that's a good result for him as well in 14th.
Yeah, he'll be pleased with 14th. He was. I had a chat to him in Park Fermi a couple of days ago, and there was some issues that he's obviously ironed out. So yeah, great to see him finishing another TT.
Brilliant. Alan Venter finishes in 15th on the BMW. Our South African visitor always goes well here. Marcus Simpson, another of the local riders, in 16th. Ahead of fellow local Jamie Kringle on the Bavens bike in 17th. Lucas Mora, 18th. Jonathan Getchke, 19th. Rounding out the top 20 was Jonathan Perry. 21st, Eddie Fair, the Frenchman. Stefano Bonetti finishes 22nd. Then Erna Costamo in 23rd. Barry Thurber, 24th. Daryl Tweed, who we just spoken to, finishes in 25th. Kevin Keys finishes in 26th. Good result for him. Maurizio Bottalico at his first TT finishes in 27th. Mark Parrott, 28th. Timothy Monet, 29th. Paul Pocci-Williams rounds out the top 30. And then of the remaining finishes, it's 31st for Tom Robinson, 32nd Matt Stevenson, 33rd for Martin Morris, and 34th, as we've just heard, for Barry Burrell. with Stephen Parsons possibly finishing in 35th of those who have completed this RST by D3O Superbike TT. Well, it became a dice between Todd and Dunlop. In the end, Davey Todd completes the big bike set. 3 times winner at the TT. We're going to take a very short break. Sidecar TT action coming up very soon. We're away racing at TT 2025. Davey Todd already cleared Josh Brooks on the way up through Sarah's. Davey Todd leads on the BMW by 4/100ths of a second from Dean Harrison on the Honda. It's then 2.8 seconds further back to Michael Dunlop, who's holding on to third. Into Ramsey then. It is Davey Todd leading on the BMW by 5.8 seconds from Dean Harrison on the Honda. Michael Dunlop is then just 1 second now down on Harrison. There goes Harrison. 133.051 for Harrison on his opening lap, 17 minutes 00.873. Next through McGuinness and Davo Johnson.
Connor Cummins is in for a pit stop at the end of lap 1 of the Superbike race. The rear stand has gone in already, so the Manxman, I think you said he was down in about 12th position on the first couple of splits. He said about that new tyre that he tried before the start of this race. He said he was going to suck it and see, so obviously it is not worthy. Just give a bit of one of those handshakes and say, no, that's going to be it. So it looks like for Manx listeners, and of course up in Ramsey, the Ramsey Massive won't be happy. Connor, a retirement. Back to you.
Mitch Reese off at the hairpin. Ryder okay. He's got out to 6.2 seconds now that Davey Todd leads Michael Dunlop by for lap 2.
Now Davey Todd, a couple of problems getting away. A couple of seconds lost there as Josh Brooks comes in on the 7 machine. Michael Dunlop with his pit stop. Let's have a little look. 55 seconds. Who else have we got? 1 minute and 8 seconds for Davey Todd. 1 minute and 1 second for Davey Todd. Harrison at 55. Davo Johnson 56. McGuinness at 56. But Chris Boyd, Davey Todd losing 6 seconds there in the pit stop.
That means the lead will be down to 1 second. Todd leads Dunlop by 1.18 seconds, leaving the pit stop. Oh, Michael, all action there on the broach to Balaf, Mike.
Yeah, you can see he's really trying, and he has that a typical sort of nose-heavy landing off Balaf Bridge.
Todd leads the race by 1.9 seconds of Ramsey on lap 3. Todd leads now by reduced margin, 1.1 seconds at the bungalow on lap 3. Oh, there goes Dunlop. It's gone back out to 1.9 seconds. So Todd leads at the end of lap 3. Dunlop has taken some back. 1.9 seconds now at Ramsey on lap 4, the final lap. Here's Todd, though. Let's see. Whoa, lead him right over on the run through. Let's see what the leaderboard's going to take. It's gone back out. Yeah, Todd, this time on the climb of the mountains. Put it back out to 2.2 seconds. Here he is. And now we wait for Davey Todd. Will it be a third TT win for Davey Todd? Here he is. And it is. Todd wins by 1.2 seconds.
Safety, stability, and security are paramount when it comes to the TT. They're also key to the exceptional international financial solutions we provide at RL360. We've sponsored the Superstock race since 2002, making RL360 the longest-running TT sponsor. And like the TT, RL360 is delighted to call the Isle of Man home while showcasing the island on an international stage. RL360, for life's financial journey.
Staying safe starts with you this TT. One course, one shared responsibility. Play your part. Never enter closed roads on foot or in a vehicle. It's dangerous and illegal. When roads do begin to reopen, don't enter until the roads open car marked with red flashing lights has passed. Always follow the instructions of marshals and officials. They're there to keep everyone safe. Make sure you know the latest road closure updates by following the TT WhatsApp info line with live updates at iomttraces.com/TT info line. Stay off closed roads. Obey our marshals. Stay safe, Stay informed with the TT Info Line.
Empower your ride with Motul. Innovators for 170 years, Motul presents the next generation of oils. N-Gen 5 and N-Gen 7 use a unique regeneration process, offering the most sustainable lubricant solution, with performance that betters the equivalent traditionally produced oils. Track or road, trust Motul to give you the optimum solution. Visit the Motul shop at the grandstand to find the perfect lubricant for your motorbike, car, and now your bicycle as well. Motul, official lubricant partner to the Isle of Man TT.
Staying safe starts with you this TT. One course, one shared responsibility. Play your part. Never enter closed roads on foot or in a vehicle. It's dangerous and illegal. When roads do begin to reopen, don't enter until the roads open car, marked with red flashing lights, has passed. Always follow the instructions of marshals and officials. They're there to keep everyone safe. Make sure you know the latest road closure updates by following the TT WhatsApp info line with live updates at iomttraces.com/TT info line. Stay off closed roads. Obey our marshals. Stay safe, stay informed with the TT info line.
This TT, keep up to date with Manx Radio's dedicated motorsport website, motorsport.manxradio.com, your one-stop shop for news, travel, road closures and racing schedules. You can also step into Manx Radio 1368's 60-year motorsport archive, including interviews with your favourite riders, race highlights from yesteryear, and our collection of motorsport videos and podcasts. Motorsport.manxradio.com, the home for motorsport on the Isle of Man, from the best biking station in the
Here now, though, for the first Freewheeling.media sidecar TT race. It's due underway in 13.5 minutes. So we're going to go to the changes of programme very, very quickly. If you've got your programme, flick to page 32 and we will cover that off in a moment. There aren't many changes, thankfully. But with us is Alan Founds, who's been with us on the sidecar GTs throughout.
Very battered and bruised, the pair of them. Very lucky to have just succumbed from some minor injuries that they've got. Pete's a little bit battered on his left-hand arm, but a massive thank you to everyone for the support and well wishes that they've received so far. It's been really impressive.
Someone's saying rumours of them trying to get a bike to get out there if they can later in the week.
Well, we're a big family of the Founds family, and an older brother, Chris, who's listening back at home. He was offering to go and pick my bike up from the garage and bring it over there if it was possible. But no, I think Pete's a bit too sore for that.
Okay, they're done really for their TT of 2025.
Unfortunately, I think that's the call. But you never know. Stranger things have happened, eh?
Wise thing, we'll see them back. They are, of course, one of our 3 sidecar outfits who have done the 120 mile an hour milestone at the TT. Okay, the changes to programme for the Freewheeling.media sidecar TT race 1, page 32 in your programme, and it is just that one non-starter, number 2, Peter Founds and Jevon Wormsley. There is additionally one change of passenger on outfit number 33. Jody James replaces Diamond Macramon. So Jody James now passengering on outfit number 33. There are no changes to machine, but one thing that we must just very quickly go through is the start list, because obviously that's starting in qualifying order at the sidecars at the TT this year. So that means Ryan and Callum Crowe will be first away, then Ben Birchall and Patrick Rosney, Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy will give you the top 10. Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence go 4th. Kieran Clark and Andrew Johnson 5th. Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement will go away 6th. 7th will be newcomer Stephen Kershaw and Rhys Gibbons. 8th will be newcomer George Holden with Mark Wilkes. 9th will be Greg Lambert and Andy Haynes. And 10th, Gary Gibson and Daryl Gibson. You can pick up the full start list from the schedule page of the TT website. And just before we drop down to the guys downstairs, this being the first sidecar TT, we want to remember Rose Hanks, who sadly passed in February, the wife of Roy, and the first ever female competitor to stand on the podium at the Isle of Man TT, was second place in the 1968 750cc sidecar TT. Rose was much more than that to all in the sidecar community, and we'll miss her dearly, won't we, Alan?
Absolutely, yeah. What an absolute legend, with the whole Hanks family and in the sidecar sport, and it's such a sad loss. And condolences to the whole family and to Roy, who knows over here at the moment watching it. It's a brilliant family thing, and like we said with the sidecars, it's such a family thing, and everyone feels everything that happens within the paddock.
Okay, fastest in qualifying are Ryan and Callum Crowe on the Opel Kell Properties Honda 120.202, which was a new sidecar qualifying record here at the TT. Then Peter Founds and Jevon Wormsley were second fastest, but we know they're out of the race. Ben Birchall and Patrick Rosney third fastest, 115.664. Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy, 115.1. Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence, 114.6. And this could suggest we're going to have a real scrap for the podium places here, Alan.
So I think after Ryan and Ben, there's going to be a real scrap for that third place podium, as there was last year, if I remember rightly. Everyone seems to be on very sort of similar paces, and even for looking at the Kieran Clark's lap, what he did last night with 113, let's not forget he's a newcomer around here, and he's up there in that contention of that newcomer on that third place finish as well.
Okay, well, less than 10 minutes to go to the start. Let's get down onto the ground with Beth Espy and Chris Kinley.
The board has changed since the Superbikes went out a bit earlier on. Chris, the lack of adhesion flags will be shown for lap 1 between Agos and Selborne Drive, and between the Mountain Box and Casey's, and also damp patches Keppel to Kate. So that has changed just a little bit. We're going to let's hear from Maria Costello, MBE, and of course with the new passenger this year, Alice Smith. They lapped at 102.683 with Beth.
Maria, great to see you smiling here on the start line. How's your week been going so far?
Yeah, good. Gosh, that weather's been unbelievable. Hats off to Gary and all the team for getting us out every day, because there were days when I thought we weren't going. But yeah, we're in a good place. We're looking forward to 2 more laps today. And do you want to swap places, Beth? Because right now I'm really nervous.
Let me have a little think about that. This is Alice's first TT. How's she been doing from your point of view?
Fantastic, really fantastic. She did all her homework, hasn't put a foot wrong, smiling from ear to ear all the time, lifts me up all the time. Really love working with her. So we're looking forward to 2 laps, aren't we?
That is a glowing CV, Alice. How have you found your first TT so far?
It's been an absolutely incredible experience. I can't believe I'm finally here. I've wanted to do it since before I could remember. So the fact that we're here and, I've got Maria, it's been perfect.
It has really been an up and down week weather-wise, but just so lovely to see that bond between the two of you. Have you got a favourite part of the course yet?
I do love the bottom of Bagaro. But I really love the mountain section. It's so flowy. It's really good.
Oh, well, it's brilliant to talk to both of you. Best of luck today.
Thanks, Beth.
Thank you very much.
Just having a quick chat off air there with Richard from Maxton, who of course helps Ryan and Callum Crone. We're going to grab with the words if we can. Just going to put his little earplugs in just before he does that. Ryan, good afternoon. Has this been speaking to Richard from Maxton about suspension? And we talk about solo suspension all the time and that, but this, you boys don't have as much travel. Just explain about what sort of help Richard can give you guys, because you haven't got much travel, have you? Good afternoon, by the way.
Oh, good afternoon to you, Craig, too. Richard's massive help to us with the shocks. We've worked with Richard for ever since me and Callum started racing sidecars. It's been with Maxton suspension, so can't thank them enough. And in my eyes, it's the best suspension you can have for a sidecar, and the support you get from it is next to none. So.
What sort of travel you got on the front? Just explain to the listeners out there, what sort of travel have you got on the front, the side and the back? What have you got?
It's 2 inches of travel on the front and back, but you've just got to dampen and that the best you can. So,
any changes made from the laps you've done so far, or happy?
Happy.
Just dropping it down from 3 to 2. Does that affect you at all?
No, it doesn't really affect me. It is what it is. It's they've got to get the races in, so we'll see what we can do.
Earplugs in now because Birchall's kicked in. Listen, good luck, sir.
Thanks, Greg.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you very much. He keeps calling me by a different name. I think there's some sort of bet going on. It's Dale Brew's fault. It's all your fault, you crazy gerby lot. Elizabeth, where are you in the noise?
I'm just towards the back of Glencrutchy Road here, and I'm just with passenger Mark Gash, and I saw a fantastic photograph of you from yesterday.
Which one is that? Is that us getting crossed over Balaf Bridge? Yeah. Came in a little bit too hot. We were a little bit late in the brakes, a little bit eager, and a bit of a moment. Thought I was getting my photograph on the wall there in the pub at one stage.
Overall, how are you feeling about this? Obviously, down to 2 laps. Does that suit you?
Do you want? In one way, it probably does, because myself and Bruce have struggled. We've had mapping issues, fueling issues with the bike all week long, so we haven't had the bike running right. It's handling okay, but it's not running right. So, yeah, 2 laps might actually suit us, to tell you the truth.
And it must be just that time of day now where you just want to get on with it. The nerves kicking in.
Yeah. Do you want? I don't get overly nervous for a race, but I do get anxious. I do. Standing up here, just waiting to go racing.
I'll leave you to it. Wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Stood right next to the number 5 outfit of Lewis Blackstock, of course. Used to have Patrick Roslin in the chair. He's got Oscar Lawrence in now. They qualified 5th quickest at 114.636, the Dave Holden racing machine. And when you look at all there's names on the machine, Pete Cav, Heather Lawrence, Grumpy Lawrence, Bridget Poppy, Lorraine Johnson, Phil Dixon, Don Lowther. These are all people that have chucked money in to help Lewis Blackstock out. Dave Porter, Del McVarish and stuff. And, his newcomer passenger is ready. He's just been sat in the shade. And a very quick word with Lewis, if we can. All those people, they've helped you along the way, I take it. Good luck.
Yeah, they've all been a good help to us this year, and it started the little 95 club, and we've got a few members now, and they all love coming and they all love us racing.
How's your passion you got on newcomer, obviously?
I think he's doing all right, isn't he?
He's doing all right, and he's some good pace you're showing.
Yeah, he says, I don't want to be seen on any pictures. I want to be out in the wind.
Good lad, get it done. Good luck today.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Off at number 5, then Lewis Blackstock and Patrick Rosny. Scott Hardy's right next to us as well. Scott is always worth a bit of a laugh and a bit of a joke. He's just looked me up and down because I've got a new fireproof suit this year, which is kind of blue, purpley, and kind of orangey. And it's very, how shall I say, it's very bright. That's all I'm going to say. That outfit you can just hear there is now going to be the guys who are going to be starting second on the road. The Ben Birchall and Patrick Rosniak for their LCR machine, 115.664. And Beth Espy joins us back up here as well. You've just been walking up from the speaking of Bruce Moore, Mark Gash there. It's noisy down this end, isn't it? You've had to turn it up again. It's incredible, isn't it, when that outfit fires in?
I am amazed that anybody has any hearing left once they've been down here, but they're just so excited and ready to get going. And thank goodness the conditions looking absolutely perfect right now.
What a performance by Kieran Clark and Andrew Johnson. Newcomer pairing 113.040. They're going to be starting off in start position. If we go quickly over the page, in start position number 5, but they've got Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement just behind them as well. So it just shows you, doesn't it? You look at the youngsters, the young ones that are coming through. Quite incredible, isn't it? And it's getting a bit nervous here now. You can just feel that tension. Every time that bing bong goes, it lifts, doesn't it?
Really does. And, just thinking about the young racers coming through, just speaking to Alice Smith there, honestly, I mean, she's only 20 years of age, but already has got that big smile on her face. She absolutely loves it. And as ever, with a lot of the people who are here, it's something she's always wanted to do. Now ticking it off the bucket list.
Absolutely. The dad raced here as well. George Holden and Mark Wilkes, they were 9th quickest in qualifying at 110.048. They're on the chat show with us at the Marshall's thing last night. Really, really enjoying their time. And I actually hadn't looked at the sidecar times. And I told boys, how do you get into there? Haven't had time. I've got to do this one. We did 110. And all the Marshals give them a massive, massive cheer. And the buzz it gave them was brilliant.
It's absolutely brilliant, isn't it? Just looking at George Holden there, the size of him.
I know.
The being crouched down in that sidecar driver position, it must be quite a thing. But his dad, John, there just talking to him. And it's going to be a weird one for John, isn't it? Just sitting there watching them go off. And I wonder whether he wishes
And
he
he
was
told
out
me
there.
last night he's not finished yet. He
Oh,
said he's
really?
not finished yet. That's what he said to us at the Marshall's supper last night. He said, "I'm not finished yet." Listen, this could be anyone's. We know sidecar racing can be that the outfits can break down. Everyone thinking that we're talking, people have talked, the Cowboys are going to just run away with it. They might. Oh, that's a stop. They might. However, all could happen. That thing could stop. They could have a problem. Could stop. There could be anybody. There's so many people in this one that can win it. Because you look at the speeds, right? We get 116.6 for Founds. Obviously, Pete's not here. Ben 115.6. Lee Crawford 115.1. Lewis Blackstock 114.6. There's not much in it, is there?
There really isn't. And I just wonder, I don't know whether Al can sort of give us some guidance on this, but obviously it's only 2 laps instead of 3. So from a fuel point of view, Al, would you be putting a little bit more in just to make sure you get those 2 laps done?
No, I think they'll be reservative at the 2 laps. They want to make it as quick as they can, and hopefully there'll be no stoppages in this one, and it'll just be the 2 laps straight through. So I think they'll have worked out the fuel loads all week, and they'll just have enough for these 2 laps in, I would have thought, Beth.
Yeah, so the outfits now roll to the line. Number 1 outfit of Ryan and Callum Crowe, your current TT champions on the Honda LCR, the Opel Properties machine there at number 1. The gap at number 2, and we wish Peter and we wish Jevon well. We've got about a minute to go before the start of the sidecar race. Number 1, Chris Boyd and Alan Founds up in the tower.
Thank you very much, Chris Kinley and Beth Espy down on the ground. The sun is shining on Glencrutchery Road. The wind looks to have dropped a little bit. We know it's coming in this evening in gale force, but at the moment we are 45 seconds away from the start of the freewheeling.media Sidecar TT Race 1. We see Ryan and Callum just having a bit of a stretch on the line. Mark Pendlebury there. Our starter is Dawn Kinnish, accompanied by Chris Beaumont, founder of freewheeling.media. We can see them on the rostrum ready to shake the flag in 25 seconds or so. This is the freewheeling.media Sidecar TT Race 1 over 2 laps, 75.46 miles. Our 2024 podium with Ryan and Callum Crowe, Peter Founds and Jevon Wormsley, and the man to my right, Alan Founds and Rhys Gibbons. As we get to 10 seconds to go, Callum's on now, crouched right down. They are ready to take the flag. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! On the Opel Kell Properties Honda LCR, they are away. Second away will be Ben Birchall, the all-time winning most driver. Well, yeah. Away, the man who won so many with Patrick Rosney on board this year on the Honda LCR, the Hagel, Wickham, Blackwell. Then Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy on the Team ARCR. Kawasaki LCR, they're away next. They finished the best of 5th, I think, in previous TTs. Then Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence, newcomer passenger, on the Dave Holden Yamaha. They're away next. Then our star newcomers, Kieran Clark and Andrew Johnson on the Eddie's Motos of Tadcaster Yamaha CES. They're away. Then our star newcomers of last year, Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement on their Yamaha. They get their TT 2025 underway. Then another newcomer driver. So many newcomers in this sidecar class. Stephen Kershaw with Alan's nephew, Rhys Gibbons. They're away on the Express Tires Quattro Group Honda. Next up will be another of the newcomers, George Holden, following in the family footsteps with Mark Wilkes on the Barnes Racing Yamaha. And then the Dayglow, Greg Lambert and Andrew Haynes outfit, you won't miss it. The Honda LCR as they get underway, the Moto Travel Harker Haulage Honda, followed by the Gibsons, Gary and Daryl Gibson going off next on the GDM Logistics Honda Suzuki. They're away. Then Robert Dawson and Matthew Sims on the Dawson Classic Motorcycle Honda. They will go next in start position 11. Of course, the outfit starting in qualifying order this year. So 12th will be Stephen Matthew Ramsden on the Oliver's Mount Racing Honda. Then our Belgian crew, Renzo and Valet van der Donk. They go 13th start position on the Day Pastel moving Suzuki. Followed by James Saunders with Sarah Stoko. James switching over to the driver's side this year on the Home Choice Honda. They're away. Next will be Wayne Lockie and Matthew Rostron on the Dirty Weekender IMS Racing Honda. Another of our local crews then, back at the TT for the first time in a few years. Darren Hope and Lenny Bumphrey on the AGB Services Honda. Then John Saunders and Vicky Cook on the Home Choice Yamaha. They will get themselves underway as well. Vicky leads right over the side to get them all the pressure down over that rear wheel and get them away. Alan Thomas and Andrew Sigsworth. So many years here for Alan. He gets his TT underway on the Honda Iverson. Next up will be Dan Knight and Justin Sharp on the Kawasaki DMR. And Nick Donovan and Jake Roberts. Of course, Jake Roberts, a passenger with Dave Molyneux last year. Dave now retired from TT Racing and one of the rider reps who looks after these newcomers, Cosmic Group Kawasaki, for them. Up next, Viggo Kranenborg and Kevin Krolsch, who's a newcomer on the Eckertz Translager Honda. They're away. Then Gordon Shand and Frank Clays on the Kevin Ashworth Machine Timber Suzuki. An all-newcomer pairing away 23rd, Bruno Mathern and Mathilde Julie on their Suzuki LCR. And Craig Curry and Jason Pitt, a newcomer driver, on their Honda. Then it will be Maria Costello MBE with newcomer passenger Alice Smith, and we heard how excited Alice was to get out there onto the TT course. They will go on the Galgorm Resort Honda, followed by Bruce Moore and Mark Gash on the Arcadian Motel of Christchurch Yamaha. 27th away will be Ross Buchanan and Adam Evans on a Kawasaki Lumley. They're both newcomers at the TT course. So too on the next two away, Stevens Palacor and Drul Yan on a Yamaha. Three more outfits coming to the line. Eric Lenser and Anne Rossette on the Suzuki. Then John Chipley and Jody James, that change of passenger as they got to the TT here on the Honda. Jody stepping in to make sure John doesn't miss out on his TT. And the final outfit away will be David Marshall and Luke Gallagher.
There was a few of them outfits then that they were really screwing the engines off the start then, weren't they? You know, really trying to give it some. I think they're all really excited to get out racing on this race, and it shows by the way they're going off the line like a scolded cat there. Brilliant.
Is that something you need to be conscious of when you're setting off?
It's something that you definitely need to be aware of. Yeah, you know, you've got cold tires at that point when you set it off the line, so screaming the engine like that, it's not going to help it too much. But at the same time, you're revved up, you're ready to go, and you want to get out of that gate as fast as you can.
Waiting for these top outfits now through Glen Helen and on up onto the Cronkovody Straight. It is Ryan and Callum Crowe leading the way, 11.3 seconds up on Birchall, Ben Birchall and Patrick Rosney, with Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence only a tenth of a second down on Birchall and Rosney. Then Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy 2 seconds down on Lewis Blackstock, of those that have made Glen Helen so far. As we see Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement drop into 5th, just ahead of Kieran Clark and Andrew Johnson. They've been impressing as newcomers, haven't they?
They are officially the quickest newcomer at the moment in this race, and they're definitely one to watch out. And you know, this battle for this 3rd place, this last part on the podium is going to be fiercely contested with Lewis and Kieran also going to be in there with Todd as well.
We're waiting for more outfits to arrive at Glen Helen to get a consolidated idea of the leaderboard. So it is Ryan and Callum Crowe on the Opel Kell Properties Honda that are leading the way by 11.3 seconds at Glen Helen on lap 1.
It's a huge lead that already, isn't it? All the way up to Glen Helen, and it's a fast section, you know, through down the bottom part of the section, you know, and that top speed is obviously showing it now, isn't it, with that 11-second lead? That's a massive advantage. That
it is huge, isn't it? As we see Ben Birchall make his way down through Bagaro, we know obviously that there is a big speed advantage, or we've seen it all week in qualifying. Certainly there's a big straight line speed advantage. I think it's had one or two of the other crews just scratching their heads a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely, you know, and Pete was always chasing that top speed as well, just trying to do something about it. Speed is king round here, and your flat throttle for such a long time around this circuit that it's such a key point to having a fast lap round here.
We're hearing that unfortunately Stephen Kershaw and Rhys Gibbons' race has not lasted too long. They are out at Ballacrane as Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement now catch Kieran Clark and Andrew Johnson on the road going down through the bottom of Bagaro. So they've taken 10 seconds out of them, and they'll want to get past them as quick as they can because they are very much in the shake-up for a podium spot.
Yeah, that's a brilliant by Todd to make up that time already on Kieran, and he'll be getting that slipstream as well, so he'll be getting a little bit more push down the straights, and hopefully he can get past him easy enough. But Kieran's a newcomer around here, so Todd should know his way around here a little bit more, so hopefully he can get past them and carry on with that advantage that he's got.
George Holden and Mark Wilkes. George obviously picking a very experienced passenger to have with him for his first TT.
What a brilliant pairing that is, yeah. You couldn't ask for a better passenger than Mark Wilkes to have on as your first TT. The inside knowledge that he's going to be giving George all the way through this TT, as well as his dad, you know, with John. He's been heavily involved in it as well, and I know he's missing it, but he'll be inputting every single bit of knowledge that he's got to George, and it's showing, isn't it? You know, what a brilliant newcomer pairing that is so far.
Absolutely tremendous. So the Crows then are now through Ballaugh. We wait for Ben Birchall and Patrick Rosney to arrive, who were holding on to second, but only by a tenth of a second from Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence at Glen Helen. So here is Birchall now into Ballaugh. So we just wait now for Blackstock and Lawrence to get an idea of where this top three really does sit. The lead is out to 20 seconds already. Ryan and Callum Crowe leading by 20.3 seconds. Crawford and Hardy are through as well. We wait for Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence to arrive. They should be the next outfit of Ballaugh. They are indeed, and they've taken second. Ryan and Callum Crowe lead now from Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Rosney at Ballaugh on lap 1. It's exactly 20 seconds. Ben Birchall and Patrick Rosney are then only 0.3 of a second down on Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence. Then Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy showing in 4th.
Worth mentioning here that Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy and Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence, obviously Oscar a newcomer, but they are on standard engines as well. So they're part of this standard engine class that's being champion this year at the TT, and to do them sort of speeds on the stock engines, that's really impressive at the moment.
Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement have got past Kieran Clark and Andrew Johnson, so they've cleared them on the run up to Ballaugh, and that means now that they've got clear road in front of them. Ellis and Clement, they'll next be coming up if they catch anyone on Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Rosney, but they're not quite on their pace because obviously Blackstock and Lawrence are running second in the race behind the Crows. So the Crows lead by 20 seconds from Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence. Then Ben Birchall and Patrick Rosney only 0.3 of a second down on them in third. Then Lee Crawford and Scott Holding only 1.4 seconds down on Birchall. We said this could become a huge scrap. It's very tight after the Crows at the moment. Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement 5.9 seconds down on Crawford and Hardy in 5th. Then George Holden showing in 6th, 10 seconds down on Ellis and Clement. Then Kieran Clark and Andrew Johnson 7th. Gary and Darrell Gibson in 8th, and Greg Lambert and Andy Haynes showing in 9th, although Robert Dawson and Matthew Sims now slot into 8th ahead of the Gibsons.
We're just looking at the speed trap times then from the Sulby Straight, and it looked like Lewis and Paddy were 149 mile an hour, and that shows on the standard engines, and Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy were 150, and you know, that to do that on the standard engines against the 160 mile an hour that Ryan and Callum have got, you know, on their tuned engine, it's really impressive. And you know, I'm surprised to see Ben Birchall's not a bit further up there. If we're honest, we always thought he was going to be a bit of a Ryan and Callum first, Ben and Tom. But you know, they're obviously struggling a little bit. He's had problems in practice week, and it's brilliant to see it so close between that second, third, and fourth position now, and it's a real race on our hands.
Yeah, absolutely. Ryan and Callum down the Sulby Straight, 161.008 as they arrive into Parliament Square, just under braking, getting the bike squirming a little bit. But Ben Birchall and Patrick Rosney are the second fastest down Sulby, nearly 8.5 miles an hour slower, 152.6, and that is telling.
It really is such an advantage to have speed over here, as we're seeing, you know, and it also means that they don't need to push as hard through the corners, you know, they really don't need to try as hard. And the key to winning a TT is to win a TT at the slowest possible pace that you can, and that keeps it safe for them.
Absolutely. We're hearing that Mick Donovan and Jake Roberts are out at Ballacrane, so their race unfortunately over on this opening lap. We've got Ryan and Callum Crow through Ramsey on the opening lap of this freewheeling.media sidecar TT race 1. We are waiting on Birchall, who we see coming up onto Mayhill and Cruikshanks now, then into Whitegate, so we'll get them there, but we're waiting really on Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence, who are holding second at Ballaugh. We'll get them through shortly. They're just coming through Parliament Square, so too are Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy. We'll get these times as they come through out into Ramsey at the hairpin.
So Lewis will be able to see Lee now, so that he's close enough to actually see him, and that's a great advantage for the driver, because it really spurs you on. It pulls you closer and closer and closer, and it gives you the bit between the two to chase them.
Birchall has taken second place back at Ramsey. Ryan and Callum Crow now lead by 25.4 seconds from Ben Birchall and Patrick Rosley, but there's only quarter of a second between Birchall and Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence, so they're having a nip and tuck race. They're not aware of it possibly, but there's only quarter of a second between them. Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence, quarter of a second down on Birchall and Rosley. Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy, the other outfit through Ramsey. Looking back to Ballaugh, Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement were holding on to fifth. Then it's as more outfits arrive at Ramsey, so the leaderboard has a little bit of a reshuffle. There's George Holden and Mark Wilkes, I think, possibly into sixth at the moment, which is impressive.
So Todd Ellis obviously got past Kieran Clark on the road, and Kieran seems to be sticking to the back of him now, and he's following him. And you know, Todd's on a standard engine again, Kieran's on a tuned engine, and whether he just can't shake him now, and obviously Kieran's going to be in his slipstream, so he'll do well to keep with him and follow him over the mountain by the looks of it.
Or maybe try and go past him over the mountain. Do you think he'll try and pass back?
Yeah, I think if he's got the speed advantage, absolutely. Yeah, you don't want to be sticking behind someone unless you know you're not going to be quicker than him. But you know, this is a race, isn't it? And we all want to go quicker than everyone else.
George Holden and Mark Wilkes just raising the passenger wheel as they went through Whitegates there. Absolutely going.
Really pushing it there. Brilliant to see.
Absolutely. So more outfits arriving into Ramsey. We're going to get 2 or 3 more just in the next few seconds. So we'll just wait for those to come through to get an idea of where we are. But we've got news from Race Control. James Saunders and Sarah Stoko, number 22, off at Glen Helen. Both are reported as okay. So James Saunders and Sarah Stoko, outfit number 22, have come off at Glen Helen, both reported as okay. Thank goodness for that. So these more outfits through Ramsey, lap 1 of the freewheeling.media sidecar TT race 1. It is just a 2-lapper. Ryan and Callum Crow leading the way by 25.4 seconds from Ben Birchall and Patrick Rosley. They're only quarter of a second ahead of Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence. Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy 2.6 seconds back on Blackstock. Then Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement in 5th, 10.6 seconds down on Crawford. Kieran Clark and Andrew Johnson, who are right with them on the road, are 10.2 seconds back in 6th. Then George Holden and Mark Wilkes is 3.1 seconds down on Kieran Clark in 7th in the battle of the newcomer drivers there. Robert Dawson and Matthew Sims 4 seconds down on Holden. Gary and Daryl Gibson are then 9th, rounding out the top 10. Steve and Matty Ramsden, and they're only 0.3 of a second down on the Gibsons. Greg Lawrence and Andrew Haynes in 11th. Renzo and Valle van der Donk in 12th, as we get the leading outfits on the run up the mountain.
And we're just watching that about Kieran. You know, we said about slipstreaming to Todd Ellis before, and he looks like he's trying to get past him there on the road. And I think he probably thought better of it and to let Todd go with them around some of the corners. Yeah. Let's not forget that Kieran's a newcomer around here, so he's not going to have that experience of where he can pass through someone and where he can get away with that
He just pulled out to the right-hand side up through MDs, just onto the Mountain Mile to have a look, and then decided the better of it.
And decided the better of it, which I think was a wise move by him. Fair play.
As we get the leading outfits through Bungalow, lap 1, the Crows are just on a pace, an unbelievable pace of their own here. They're now 32.4 seconds up on Birchall, but we must wait for Blackstock and Lawrence in particular, and also Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy to get to the Bungalow.
Let's not forget that Oscar Lawrence here is a newcomer passenger on the back of Lewis Blackstock there on the sidecar number 5, and what he's doing as a newcomer passenger is really impressive at the moment. To be doing them speeds and that pace, and it's great to see. The newcomer field is really strong this year at the sidecar TT, and it's really showing now, isn't it? With Kieran up there and Oscar Lawrence up there fighting for podium contentions. It's brilliant to see this.
They are the Crows on a high 1:19 pace as far as the Bungalow. They did a standing start lap in Friday, qualifying at 119.668. They are on an almost identical pace for a standing start here in the race today, and that has given them that 32.4 second lead. Birchall and Rosley have then just stretched out their advantage over Blackstock and Lawrence by about a second or so. It's out to 1.8 seconds now between the two, so still nothing really between them. That's allowed Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy just to close in a little bit on Blackstock and Lawrence. 1.6 seconds behind Blackstock and Lawrence are Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy. Then we go out to Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement in 5th, Kieran Clark and Andrew Johnson in 6th of the 6 outfits through the Bungalow on the opening lap of this freewheeling.media sidecar TT race 1.
That fight for that 3rd place is going to be really hot contested, isn't it? Like you say, Chris, with the 1.8 seconds between Lewis and Ben, and then Lee and Scott are 1.6 seconds behind them, and that's a real hot battle, that one. Brilliant.
Absolutely, we are. We see George Holden heading up the Halewood Heights there. The thing absolutely singing in the outfit, and these engines being tuned, even if they're stock engines they're running, they're being tuned to as much as they possibly. They're being really pushed here, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Let's not forget it's pulling 2 people with twice the weight of what it would be on a motorbike, and these engines, it's an engine tuner's nightmare when you say you're going to put an engine in a sidecar, because the stress you put through around this TT course, and especially with what Ryan and Callum are doing, like on them speeds, that's absolutely outstanding, really. It's amazing that them engines can actually do that for the start.
The Ryan and Callum Crow then are into the Nook. We can see they're almost back with us. They're through Cronknamona. They're still on this 1:19.5 pace for the opening lap as they get the brakes on into the Governor's Bridge and into Governor's Dip. They go under the trees where it suddenly go very dark, and you flash out into the bright sunlight as you come onto Glen Crutchy Road, as they do now. We will get them flashing past us any moment. We'll get an indication of this first lap time. They are leading by so far. Here they come. And there they go. Wow, over the top and away into their second and final lap. They're already at half race distance. 119.418 for them on the opening lap. 18 minutes 57.412. 119.418 as we next wait for Ben Birchall and Patrick Rosley to come through on the road. We're just trying to have a look at where we are, get the leaderboards and all set up, waiting for them at Cronknamona. Birchall and Rosley were 2.9 seconds ahead of Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence, who was then only 5/100ths of a second ahead of Crawford and Hardy. So it is a battle, and we think, as here goes Birchall and Rosley, they are away out onto their final lap. 115.731 for them from a standing start. That Crow lap is the fastest standing start race lap we've ever seen at the TT on the sidecars. 119.418, 18 minutes 57.413, the fastest ever standing start that we've seen, as Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence flashed past. Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy were right ahead of them. Let's get this update then. Crows lead by 36.2 seconds at the end of lap 1. Then Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence are now 2.4 seconds down on Birchall and Rosny, and Crawford and Scott Hardy are only half a second down on them. So this podium battle is going to keep us going, I think.
I think it will do, won't it? Yeah, well, even second place, third and fourth. It's brilliant. It's so close racing. And we're just looking now at Todd Ellis and Kieran Clark again. He's stuck right to the back of Todd Ellis, and he's using all that experience, extra years experience on Todd.
Here they come. Ellis followed by Clark, literally right in the slipstream.
Listen to that thing go, yeah, brilliant.
In fact, Clark's pulling out to possibly look for an overtake there. As
You don't want to do it there, Kim.
Oh my word, we'll see. No, he's backed out of it. He's backed out of it. We can see at the top of Bray Hill. He went to have a look though, brave.
Very brave, but he's here as a newcomer, so he's still learning, and that'll be a learning curve for him, won't it?
Literally, he's had a high-speed tour behind Ellison Clement all the way from Balaf, I think it was. Ellison Clement had got past him, and he has just absolutely sat with them for the whole of the rest of the lap.
It's really off-putting as a driver, because when you're so close behind someone as Kieran is, you're just getting ripples, and the aerodynamic effect on it just absolutely rattles your eyeballs everywhere. And he's going to be fine there now, and that's probably why he's pulling out, just to get out of that slipstream, because he probably can't see where he's going half the time when he's in that.
Desperate just to get a view. So the Crows then, that opening lap, 119.418, the fastest ever standing start sidecar lap we have seen at the TT. Then Ben Birchall and Patrick Rosney, 115.731. Then Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence, 115.488. Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy, 115.430. Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement, 113.518. Kieran Clark and Andrew Johnson, 112.2560. As Robert Dawson and Matthew Sims flashed through past here at the grandstand, 110.689. Gary and Daryl Gibson, 109.817. Greg Lambert and Andy Haynes, 108.876. And Stephen Matthew Ramsden, 110.582. In terms of the race, then, it's the Crows that lead convincingly at the end of the opening lap. 36.2 seconds ahead of Birchall and Rosney are at the head of this tremendous battle for the other podium positions. Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Rosney, 2.4 seconds down on them. Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy, only half a second down on that. Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement hold fifth in the race, 10.8 seconds. Then Kieran Clark and Andrew Johnson, who are right with them on the road. So it is just that 10.1 seconds behind them in terms of the race. Then Robert Dawson and Matthew Sims into seventh place, 20.4 seconds down on that. Stephen Matthew Ramsden in eighth. Ninth for Gary Gibson and Daryl Gibson. And rounding out the top 10, Greg Lambert and Andrew Haynes.
Just watching then over the line as I think it was Gary Gibson, Bob Dawson, and Greg Lambert all went across the start and finish line at the same time. All three of them like a procession. So someone's got the work cut out for them then if they're going to get round all three of them outfits. So.
We are indeed. The leading end of the race is on its way out to Glen Helen. We're waiting for the next sectors. In fact, we can see on the way out through Gorfleet at the moment, Ben Birchall and Patrick Rosney, they're heading out there. So we'll get the Crows well up the road from them. In fact, the Crows are at Glen Helen. Birchall's just at Ballacrane. That's how much of a difference there is on this pace on this lap. So Crow then out through Glen Helen on the second lap. Still pushing that bike. There's no doubt about it. They're at the max.
Yeah, I think these two laps will suit certain people, won't they? And when you're tuning your engines that hard and when you're trying to throw as much power out of that bike as you can, then 2 laps is definitely going to be kinder than 3 laps for these engines.
They are on, they're on a 120.3 pace. Obviously, the outright lap record for the sidecars is 120.6. So they're on 120.3 Glen Helen to Glen Helen.
I wouldn't be surprised to see that lap record drop on this session with the speed that they've got at the moment around Calicro. Really pushing it hard, aren't they, through this one?
In fact, that is a new sidecar sector record for Grandstand to Glen Helen. 4 minutes 37.439. That's the fastest we've ever seen on the run out to Glen Helen.
That's impressive, isn't it? That's really impressive. That straight line speed is really showing, isn't it? And all the way through Crosby, you're flat pinned. All the way through there, you come out of Union Mills, and all the way up until Griever Bridge, it's flat out, and that's showing on them speeds, isn't it?
Mightily impressive. It's pushed their lead out to 45.6 seconds at Glen Helen. Lap 2 off 2 in this three-wheeling Media sidecar TT race 1. 45 seconds at Glen Helen on lap 2. It's completely under control. They're on that sort of lap record pace potentially here, but they might not need to do that. They can back it right off if they want.
Yeah, absolutely. We said about that, winning the race at the slowest possible speed is the key round here, isn't it? As we're just seeing, Lee Crawford's now gone ahead of Lewis Blackstock into that third position. So Lewis and Oscar are 1.2 seconds behind them now as it goes through the Glen Helen section. So that's still on that race for that podium position.
Yes, absolutely is the scrap to watch. The Crows lead them by 45.6 seconds from Birchall and Patrick Rosney. It's then 4.7 seconds back to Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy. So that's not, can change yet as well. Then 1.2 seconds between Crawford and Hardy and Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence, as Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement slot into 5th. 24.5 seconds back on Blackstock, and then Kieran Clark and Andrew Johnson is still sticking right with them. 10.3 seconds down on Ellis and Clement, and he can just take the toe all the way to a top 6 finish here on the KG Sidecar TT.
What a great TT that is for a newcomer, to finish in the top 6. That's a fantastic achievement, and I'm sure he'll probably want to get past them on the run, but he's tried a few times, been unsuccessful so far. I think he just needs to enjoy this race. He's 10 seconds back on Todd Ellis, and he's got 20 seconds ahead of him, I think, from the person who's in 7th place. So whether he's getting that pit board, whether he knows this information, I'm not quite sure, but it seems that it seems that he's enjoyed himself anyway in the first TT.
Absolutely sensational. We're going to try and take a little bit of a look back to the end of lap 1, just see if we can pick up more of these outfits a little bit further down the leaderboard. And we got down to certainly Gary Gibson and Daryl Gibson and Greg Lambert and Andy Haynes rounding out the top 10. In 11th, Darren Hope and Lenny Bumphrey. In 12th, Renzo and Validanda Donk, Wayne Lockie and Matty Rostrom holding on to 13th at the end of lap 1. Dan Knight and Justin Sharp in 14th. And Alan Thomas and Andrew Sigsworth in 15th. Viggo Kranenberg and Kevin Kolsch in 16th. John Saunders and Vicky Cook showing in 17th. 18th for Gordon Shand and Frank Plays. 19th for Stevens Palacor and Drewel Yan. 20th for Bruno Mathern and Mathilde Julie. Maria Costello and Alice Smith in 21st. Then Ross Buchanan and Adam Evans in 22nd, Craig Curry and Jason Pitt showing 23rd, and in 24th, Bruce Moore and Mark Gash.
Just to put these speeds into perspective here, on that lap, the top 8 are into the 110-mile-an-hour laps, and we haven't seen that for some years at the Sidecar TT, and it's brilliant to see it, especially with the amount of newcomers that we've got here at the moment. The speeds are certainly being pushed up, and the lap records are certainly going to be falling, aren't they, with that?
The lap record is in real danger here, out as far as Balaf. The Crows are there in 7 minutes 57.4. The lap record split by the Birchalls in 2023 is 8:02.7. So they are 5.3 seconds inside lap record pace at Balaf. This is going to potentially be a monstrous lap, it has to be said.
Absolutely brilliant, isn't it? It's good to see these lap records being smashed, but you're dead right. They don't need to do that, do they?
They don't.
I think the boys have got a point to prove here, and I think they won that lap record, don't they?
They want to show what that bike has got. We're racing in almost perfect conditions on the Isle of Man. The sun is shining. The wind is not too heavy. It's fantastic conditions to go racing on the Isle of Man. And we're on lap record pace on the freewheeling.media Sidecar TT Race 2. Final lap, lap 2 off 2. In this race, Ryan and Callum Crowe are putting on an absolute exhibition. They won both races last year to make their real breakthrough. They did the 120-mile-an-hour lap as well, and so now they are looking to really become the dominant force at sidecar racing at the TT.
I do wonder whether they're pushing these speeds in this lap record pace, because this might be the last year that they have these tuned engines. Next year with what's happening with the class, they might be going standard engines next year. That's not been officially discussed yet, but I think that's the plan, I think, and that's why they're trialing the standard engines this year with the different classes, with the white numbers and the red backgrounds, rather than the different coloured numbers that you'll see around the course.
And that is presumably just on a cost basis to try and make it more affordable, is it? More entries in.
I think as you look from the third place battle that we're seeing now, that's what we're going to be seeing if we all have standard engines. You're not going to have that difference in speed and power really between everyone.
Looking at the battle for the podium, Ben Lawrence and Patrick Rosney are through Balaf, 54.3 seconds down on the Crows. Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy then 6.4 seconds down on Birchall, but we cannot see Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence arrived at Balaf as yet. They're showing us through Glen Helen. They do not appear to have arrived at Balaf, and we think they are overdue. It moves Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement up to fourth. They're stopped and making adjustments, we understand. Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence just after Bagaro. They are stopped and making adjustments.
Oh, what an absolute nightmare for you. Been absolutely flying, hasn't he, up to now, and he'll be really, really disappointed with that, but hopefully he can get back going and he can get a finish for Oscar on his first TT.
It moves Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement up to 4th. Kieran Clark and Andrew Johnson up to 5th as the Crows now arrive at Ramsey Hairpin. They're into Ramsey already, onto the final climb off the mountain off this race. And that lap record, let's see where we are. Oh, they're nearly 10. Well, they're 9.2 seconds inside lap record pace here.
Wow.
9.2 seconds. Wow. It's going to be possibly nudging towards the 121.8 miles per hour.
That's ridiculous speeds, isn't it? But fair play to them. And like we said, this might be the last year they get to prove this. So, you know, why not try it while you can?
Absolutely sensational pace from the Crows. There's no sign of them backing off at all. It looks like Kieran Clark may have got back past Todd Ellis on the road here.
I think he's got past him, on the run after Balaf all the way into Quarry Bends. I think he overtook him there somewhere on that straight.
Robert Dawson and Matthew Sims we see arriving into Balaf as well, and the Gibsons also through Balaf.
Rob Dawson just having a look back then as he's got Gary Gibson right behind him. He's obviously hearing it. He can obviously hear it in his helmet, and he just had a quick look back after Balaf then just to see how close he was.
Birchall and Rosny coming up through White Gates on the run into Stella Maris. Again, just popping in the passenger wheel. That does seem to be the thing to do just as you go into White Gates there. And then up through Stella. Oh, just running the overrun on the run up through Stella Maris.
It's bumpy up there. It's really bumpy up Stella Maris, and it can really catch it out. And we just heard that then as the back wheel was struggling to find adhesion on the track.
And we see Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy there also into Stella Maris on the run up to the hairpin where we'll get the next checkpoint. The Crows lead has gone up to over a minute at Ramsey on lap 2. What a performance they are putting in. 62.39 seconds they lead Birchall and Rosny by. Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy then have just slipped a little bit back on Birchall and Rosny as well. 8.2 seconds now in that battle. It's just a shame what's happened there to Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence, because that's just deprived us that podium battle, hasn't it?
It has, hasn't it? Yeah, it's just made it a bit more longer, like for that third position. But you know, Lee and Scott will be pushing hard still, and 8 seconds. It's not impossible to catch Ben Birchall and Paddy Rosny at this one. So I'm sure they'll be trying. Hopefully, they've got some pit bulls telling them that, and they can try to push it.
If anybody is looking for George Holden and Mark Wilkes, they are still circulating. We understand their transponder has failed, so we're not seeing any times for Holden and Wilkes. We'll have to see where they drop into the leaderboard as and when they get to the grandstand, which is where that timing can then take place. So they are still circulating. Just their transponder is working as Kieran Clark and Andrew Johnson and Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement arrive into the hairpin.
It's like deja vu, this, isn't it? But it's the other way around now. So now Todd's going to follow clearing over the mountain, and Kieran might be able to stretch his legs a little bit with that tuned engine underneath him, and he might be able to pull that distance away from Todd. And you know, he's got some time to make up. We just look at him through White Gates there, absolutely flat out, and just got that chair wheel just bouncing over the curb and using every bit of road there. Brilliant.
Absolutely full airborne. Yeah, indeed. It's Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement who this time will take a little bit of the toe, if they can get one, off Kieran Clark and Andrew Johnson with, as you say, the tuned motor versus the standard motor. It may just be that Clark and Johnson just pull away from them as we see them into the gooseneck. Ellis is still right with them there, but up the road, way up the road, are Ryan and Callum Crowe. They're through the bungalow on this final lap. We're waiting for that split to pop up so we can get an indication on where we are with regards to this lap record. It looks like it's going to be something unbelievable, to be honest. It's
You're looking at how planted the Crow Boys outfit looks over all of these corners, and they haven't got the chair wheel drifting over the air like everyone else. They haven't got it sideways. They seem really steady around the corners and just using that straight line speed, that advantage that they've got, which is you know, the best way to win a TT, isn't it, without the risk.
Up over 121 pace to the bungalow. They've set new sidecar fastest ever seen sector times to Glen Helen, Balaf and Ramsey. Not so the climb of the mountain. They're just 2/10 or so of a second outside of the Birchall's fastest ever climb of the mountain, but they've taken the other three and they are well on lap record pace.
Just looking at Callum there, he's absolutely buried in that third and trying to get every single bit of advantage. And to be on that sort of pace and to be on that sort of that speed, if the 121s, which has never been done before, that's a pretty special moment, that, and it looks like they're going to achieve that, and they're definitely driving for it.
That's right. The lap record stands to the Birchalls from 2023. Ben and Tom at 120.645 miles per hour. That's the figure we're looking for as and when they get back here to the TT grandstand. Ben Birchall and Patrick Rosney are now also through the bungalow. We see them on Halewood's rise. They're still pushing.
They're still pushing, and they just got a pit board then just as they come out of the bungalow. So Ben will know how far he is in front of, well, he won't know it's Lee, but he'll know how far he is in front of the person.
There's an absolute freight train heading into the hairpit here. 4 outfits.
Brilliant. Yeah, you got Greg Lambert, Bob Dawson, Gary Gibson, and I think Stephen Matty Ramsden as well there, all 4 of them.
They're going to have a fantastic final lap run over the mountain, the 4 of those. But we see now the Crows, and they are on this unbelievable pace. It's now 70 seconds. 1 minute 10.6. They lead Birchall and Rosney by. Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy then are 12.5 seconds down on Birchall and Rosney. Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Command hold 4th at Ramsey. Kieran Clark and Andrew Johnson just behind them, but ahead of them on the road. Steve Ramsden and Matty Ramsden are up to 6th in the race at Ramsey on lap 2. Robert Dawson and Matthew Sims are 7th. The Gibsons holding on to 8th.
It's turned into a good race, isn't it, between the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th position here. And like you said, they're starting to close up now on the road, and they'll be using that slipstream where they can, just to try and edge out as much speed as they can down them fast bits, especially over the mountain.
And we shouldn't underestimate with Patrick Rosney the difference between what he's done before and trying to step up to that Birchall type pace at the TT.
That's right. That bike of Ben's is an absolute missile, and to try and hold on to that, which Patrick's having to do, he's done a good job up to now, and to be on podium contention at the moment as it stands, it's brilliant. It's going to be a good achievement for him, definitely.
The Crows are through Crocknamoda on this final lap. It's no cruise to victory, though, because they are on lap record pace and nudging this 121-mile-an-hour lap potentially on the sidecars. They're into Governor's Dip. We'll have them come out onto Glen Crutchy Road in a couple of seconds. Here they are. They're out onto Glen Crutchy Road. We'll get them blazing across the line, and then it'll be all eyes on the timing screen to see what they have managed to do on 37.73 miles. Here they come. Victory for the Crows. And a sensational new lap record, 121.021 miles per hour. Wow, 18 minutes, 42.35. It's about 3 seconds inside the Birchall's lap, or 3.5 seconds inside the Birchall's lap record. The first ever 121-mile-an-hour lap by a sidecar at the TT. That's
Mightily impressive, isn't it? You know, we saw the 160-mile-an-hour barrier broke down Sulby Straight with that outfit, and now the 121-mile-an-hour lap. That's going to take some beating.
We'll get you down into winners enclosure, but we'll just get the top 3 across the line. Ben Birchall and Patrick Rosney, they should be coming next. They're through Crocknamoda. We'll have them with us on the Hager Wickham Blackwell machine as the Crows the fist pumps going on from Callum, who's going to get off the bike. We'll get you down to Chris Kinley very, very shortly. We do just want to get Birchall and Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy across the line, so we've got the top 3 in. They should be with us any time now, Birchall and Patrick Rosney. See the checkered flag is waiting for them on Glen Crutchy Road.
So they like to come on, so they're obviously through Crocknamoda number 3, 4, and number 12, and we are just waiting for them to cross the line now on Glen Crutchy Road, and we're expecting to see Ben and Patrick through first. As I think they've just come out of the knock now, and here they are down the start and finish straight. So we'll see what their timing is when it comes over the road.
116.713 for Ben Birchall and Patrick Rosney on the second lap to take the runners-up spot. And then Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy are also through Crocknamoda. We'll, in fact, go down to Chris Kinley because we don't want to miss these celebrations. Chris.
Oh, yeah, absolutely brilliant when they came in. These 2 boys are close as anything. The kids are all out as well, which is great to see a new child in there as well. 18 minutes, 42.350, 121.021. Well done to Ben Birchall and Pat Rosney getting a second place. It looks like it could be a first TT podium for Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy. We'll get that confirmed when they come across the line. We'll get the boys in a moment. Here he comes. Yeah, they're in as well. So it is a podium for Lee and Scott. Brilliant stuff for them. But it's the 3rd TT win. But it's another podium for Ben Birchall, this time with Pat Rosney in the chair. And they go into their position. Well done. The Crow boys are still just having a little talk to each other over there with the team and everything like that. And we'll get a quick word of them in a moment. And Callum, I'm not sure if you know your lap speed yet, but there it is on the top there. 121.021.
It's not too bad, is it?
Talk us through that.
To be honest with you, Chris, I'm half deaf because my earplug has come out. But that was some ride, that, by Ryan. It's been a long week. It's been
A very long week, but very well done with Gary Thompson. And I just want to say a massive thank you to all my team. They've worked non-stop all week, all winter, and this is the prize we get. So a big thanks to everyone out there as well.
Absolutely, Miles said, I know it's not an easy thing to win a TT race, but you boys did make it look easy, but it ain't.
No, it's not easy.
Knackered, aren't you?
I am knackered. It's not easy one bit. It's hard and fatiguing.
Let's speak to the driver then. 121 mile an hour.
That's right. And I honestly, Chris, I didn't intend it. I didn't think that would come. It's that windy out there. Yeah, it was just mint the whole way around. It was lovely. Couldn't knock it at all.
11 seconds at Glen Helen on the first lap. That was your lead.
Was it?
You were gone.
That's right. That's what you want, isn't it?
To be ahead, but this is possibly going to be the last year of the tuned engines as well. So we were, Alan Fountain, as we were all saying, is this the reason why they go for this? 100, I'll give you the lap time: 18 minutes 42.35, 121.021. First 120 last year, now 121 now, and 3 TT wins.
Well, it's good that you'll do well to get that on a standard engine. So if nobody can get it this year, it'll be ours forever, won't it? So
well done, boys. Excellent stuff. I'll let you go on DTV. Rob's trying to grab you. Well done, Gareth. Well done, Roy. Well done, Cal. Well done. And Pat and Ben, first time I've managed to speak to you all week. You've been that busy. Well done, mate. A podium there, but the boys are away. And your thoughts on their lap? I mean, with all the TT wins and all the experience you have, 121 mile an hour lap. Jeez.
Yeah, well done, boys. Super. They're in a great place, and they're performing immensely. And I know exactly what it's like to do that speed, and it takes more than just 2 of you. A great team, and congratulations. Well done to Paddy. I mean, big shoes again, and I'm not sure what lap time we did.
I'll give you, hang on, it's upside down. I don't like who does this. Quickest lap, 19 minutes 23.7, 116.713.
Well, that's great. So each time we've gone out, we've gone quicker and quicker. Can't ask for any more than that. Well done. And
go on, carry on.
just thanks to all my team and all my sponsors and everyone that still has faith in me, and we've got it in everything. Everyone knows it can come. It's just a little bit of time. So thank you.
Boys, just saying, quite blustery out there.
Yeah, it is. A few times it caught us. So yeah, just something for the solo boys to be aware of on the next race. But conditions are pretty perfect all the way around. So great job to everyone that's got this course ready to go this morning.
And Paddy, in here, look at this, in here, turning right into here. How does that feel?
Well, been close a few times, but finally made it in here. I'm chuffed to bits.
A good lap speed as well. Slowly getting faster. If that's the right thing to say.
Yeah, slowly getting happy. Yeah, happy with it all. Really, it's been brilliant.
And you're saying a bit blustery. You feel it as well. The bike moving around a wee bit.
Yeah, it's windy up there for sure.
Well done. Soak it in and enjoy, Paddy. Well done.
Cheers.
Well done. There you go. Let's grab a word with Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy as well, and also these boys, 5th and a 6th and 2 retirements. But I tell you what, boys, there's no feeling on earth like coming up a turn road and being pointed into here, if I can say it. Lee Crawford, Scott Hardy, well done, boys.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the team and everyone's hard work, the sponsors. We couldn't have imagined coming here, obviously, with our standard Kawasaki to try and show what a laid-up engine could do with a standard format. We're really happy. It was bloody hard work that was for 2 laps.
Boys were saying it was so blustery out there.
Yeah, I noticed straight away. We went for some long gearing that we tried the other day that pulled really well, but there it was dreadful. The over the mountain, it was 5th all the way, and I started to think I had an issue. But no, over the moon, Scott did an incredible job. So is the team. It's lovely to share it with my dad, obviously. I don't cry, so I miss my little girl. And another thing, obviously, is thinking of obviously Team Founds right now, because they should have been on this podium.
Well, you're here. It's a TT race. It's what it's about, isn't it? You know, you're here for the very, very first time, and they've been there for the first time, and no doubt you'll probably be here again. What about Scott? How did he do? Is he ever going to smile? There he is.
You don't even know me, and you know my nature.
You're Scottish. What more can I say?
Just flying the flag, mate.
Absolutely. Listen, well done, boys. I mean, that means a lot, doesn't it, being turned in here?
Yeah, massive. It's put it this way, it's the fastest run for an ice cream I've ever had.
Was it that tough? Because he was saying, even Ryan and Callum, they've done 121 mile an hour lap, by the way.
Yeah, something else, isn't it?
So, blimey. Your fastest lap, I'll give you that. I don't like computers. I just don't like them. Here we go, 115.43.
It's all right for a standard motor, eh?
It's a standard motor. Do you think the way that's going to go now, do you think that's going to, help the class, bring some people on?
I think it'll bring a lot of people through the class and it'll make it a bit more grouped racing. But no, 100%, it'll be good.
And your honest reaction, and be careful, we are live on Radio TT, getting a podium on the Isle of Man. What does it mean to Scott Hardy?
Everything.
Yeah. Everything and more?
Yeah. All the hard work we put in behind the scenes, even Lee ruining my paint job. I'm happy about that now.
You ruined your paint job. Do you do the painting?
Yeah, I followed Ben a couple of nights ago and it's wrecked, but it's worth that, isn't it?
Well done.
Thanks, mate.
Well done, Lewis. Well done too. And who we got? Lewis Blackstock with Beth, I think it was.
Yeah, it certainly is, Lewis. Did you stop to make adjustments?
We just went through the bottom of the garage and it must have just knocked the lanyard off or something. The engine's cut out. We had pulled off, and then we just got it going again. Started it back up, and it seemed all right. So checked everything over, and they said, "Right, let's just keep going."
Blimmin' heck. I don't know what that does to your state of mind.
Yeah, I know. It's just you've just got massive adrenaline and upset and everything. So it's just a bit hard work.
Apart from that, though, how was the race?
Good. It was really good. Back were good. Back were planted. It just happens. It's the TT, yeah.
It really does. Thanks for talking to us.
Cheers, thank you.
Just going to see if I can grab a quick word here with Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement. Todd, talk us through your race.
Yeah, it was all right. I set off well from the start and caught Kieran, Glenn Ellen. So, yeah, I thought get past, get my head stuck in. So, yeah, made best of a bad situation with the qualifying weight. So, happy enough.
Well, that's good to hear. And conditions out there, we're hearing it's a little bit windy.
Yeah, a little bit windy. I noticed a little bit of wind up over the top, but yeah, it was nice. We had a bit of a short circuit run round with Kieran, passing each other, and yeah, I thought I'd give people a bit something to watch as well.
Brilliant. Great to hear from you, Todd. Thank you. Just want to see if we can have a word with George Holden. Look at that smile on your face now. Talk us through that.
Oh, incredible, yeah. Just sunny day racing around the Isle of Man TT. It's everything I've dreamed of. So.
What was the best bit then?
All of it. Every single second of it. Yeah, mega.
And in terms of what you're going to take forward for the next race, any sort of learning points?
It's just we're learning every time we get on the bike, and we'll just keep peaking a bit more, trying a bit more, and yeah, it comes to you more and more every time you go out. So yeah, absolutely love it.
Oh, buzzing, brilliant. The biggest smile in the paddock. Thank you so much there to George Holden. So lots more outfits coming in, and we will try and grab as many people as we can.
Many thanks, Beth. So let's just try to have a look back. We've got lots of outfits still completing their race. Let's give you the lap 2 times. And obviously, we know that sensational lap record by Ryan and Callum Crowe, 18 minutes 42.350, 121.021 miles per hour, up into the 1-2-1s on the sidecars at TT. Ben Birchall and Patrick Rosney's second lap was 116.713. Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy, 115.297. Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence with that stoppage that cost them probably just over 2 minutes, 104.123 on the final lap. Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement, 114.102. Matthew Rostron and Steve and Matthew Ramsden, 111.045 on the final lap. Those were the best of the times, I think, on that final lap. Others still coming through. So let's just start to go down the list. We've got the Supersport race coming up in only 27 minutes or so, a 3:15 planned start for the opening Supersport encounter here at TT 2025. Ryan and Callum Crowe then win by 1 minute 17.670 from Ben Birchall and Patrick Rosney. Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy finishing third, 17.351 seconds down on Birchall and Rosney, and they are the best of the standard engine crews. From second place in that category, fourth overall, Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement, who finished fourth overall, say 32.1 seconds down on Crawford and Hardy in fifth, and the best newcomer pairing, Kieran Clark and Andrew Johnson, are 8.9 seconds down on Ellis and Clement in sixth. The Ramsdens, who finished third of the standard engine pairings as well, 55.5 seconds down on Clark and Johnson. Seventh, despite that stoppage, for Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence. Eighth for Greg Lambert and Andy Haynes. Ninth for Robert Dawson and Matthew Sims. Rounding out the top 10, Darren Hope and Lenny Bumphrey on their return to the TT course. Just missing the top 10 for our Belgian crew, Renzo and Valle van der Dongt. They finish in 11th. Wayne Lockie and Matthew Rostrom finish in 12th. Vigert Kranenbach and Kevin Kolsch finish 13th. Then John Saunders and Vicky Cook and Alan Thomas and Andrew Sigsworth round out the top 15. 16th for Gordon Shand and Frank Clays. 17th for Maria Costello and Alice Smith. Well done to Alice on her debut run at the TT. She gets a top 20 finish. Ross Buchanan and Adam Evans finish in 18th. Stevens Palacour and Drul Yan finish 19th. Craig Curry and Jason Pitt round out the top 20. Then 21st, Bruce Moore and Mark Gash. In 22nd, the Gibsons, Gary and Daryl Gibson. Then Dan Knight and Justin Sharp in 23rd. 24th, for Bruno Mathern and Mathilde Julie. John Shipley and Jody James finished 25th. Eric Lenzer and Anne Rodasset finished 26th. And the last of the finishers, David Marshall and Luke Gallagher in 27th. Let's go back down to Beth.
Yeah, here now with Greg Lambert and Andy Haynes, another top 10 finish here. Talk us through your race, Greg.
Yeah, a bit of a slow start for me, really. I don't know what was, a lot going on in my mind, I think. And I'm glad to get eighth. I'm over the moon, not bad for an old stalwart, eh? So I'm pleased with that, and we've brought it home. And we were getting faster and faster. And we've got some fantastic footage on our camera. There was 4 of us for like 3/4 of a lap, and I caught them all back up again and got my horns out a little bit. And we passed some and we got back, and that would make some fantastic I think that's one of the best TT scraps I've had for a lot of years, where there's 3 or 4 of us, everybody safe as houses. You know, shame to Gary on the mountain, and last minute something went wrong, you know, and then we all started getting past and things. So that was brilliant footage, and that's only going to do the TT sidecars absolutely fantastic. Over the moon with Andy. I'm so pleased for him. He's done absolutely brilliant. We've had a lovely week. Mechanically, same engine all week. Might have lost its edge a little bit, but we've been happy. I can't thank James enough for spannering for me. He's really took a load off me. He really has. And, you know, I look forward to bringing him here next year as his first time, and I'll do the same for him as well as myself, you know. But I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all the support. We have got a lot of support out there. I can see all the pink shirts and hoodies, all the kids. And thanks to everybody for me boards and all my sponsors that have allowed me to come here again this year. I'm very, very pleased, and I'm very, very grateful. Thank you to everybody.
Oh, that's so lovely, Greg. And Andy, from your point of view, I know you were a little bit up and down during practice week, but how did you find the race?
Yeah, it was all right. I mean, you can tell straight away whether the driver's really on it, and I could tell that Greg just wasn't quite got the edge that he normally has, but it's fine. I just made sure I gave him everything he needed, and we just sort of raced our race, really. And as Greg has said, we did have a good grandstand view of what was going on. So, yeah.
That must have been quite a spectacle for everybody out there. We'll just move out of the way as the other outfits come in here. But congratulations. Well done.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Beth. That's great to hear for Greg Lambert and Andrew Haynes. Greg does so much for this sidecar class, doesn't he, Alan?
Yeah, he's one of the very few that you can go along to Greg's sidecar school up in Tyneside, and you can have a go at driving or passengering, and that's where a lot of the people have started, and you don't get that opportunity anywhere else, and it's brilliant what he's doing for the sport. Yeah.
Okay, we are ready for the podium for the freewheeling.media sidecar TT race 1. Let's get down to Chris Kinley.
Yes, thank you very much, Chris Boyd and Alan fans there. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to Chris Bowman from Freewheeling. Chris, up you go, sir. Be directed by Dan. Make your way up there with the laurel wreaths, etc. up there. Ladies and gentlemen, in third position, riding the Team ARC SJ Hay Bodyworks Kawasaki LCR, number 4, their first podium, Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy. So they, for the very first time, the way of the back of those famous steps, give a handshake from Chris Beaumont from freewheeling.media and get themselves up into their position. Let's get the Laurel Lease over there next, please. If you could just go up, Dan, and help them out there, that'd be much appreciated. In second position, riding the Hager Wickham Blackwell Honda LCR, Ben Birchall, and his first podium for Paddy Rosney. Boys getting a big round of applause and a big cheer, and they get themselves up into that second position. And ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the Freddie Dixon Trophy, first awarded in 1968. They're 3-time TT winners and new sidecar lap record holders. It's Ryan and Callum Crowe. And the boys make the way up onto the top step after giving the young fella and their dad a bit of a hug there. The boys get up there now, shaking hands with all the other crews on the Opel Kell Properties Honda LCR. They get the fist pump from everybody. They'll get up onto that top step. It does get quite tight up there. All the wreaths go over their neck. They'll get the Hoosier hats, which are already on the neck, and they will get the trophy from 1968, the Freddie Dixon Trophy. Your winners, Ryan and Callum Crowe. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you're able, please be upstanding for the Manx National Anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, for the final time for the three-wheeling media, again, Lee Crawford, Scott Hardy, Ben Birchall and Paddy Rosney, and your race winners, Ryan and Callum Crowe. Here comes the Forager Vintage Champagne. It will be opened. And watch them, watch your helmets, watch your gear, watch the scouts. Goodness me. Well done, boys, after a tough week or so. Well done to all 6 of the crews up there. Back to the boys in the tower.
Ben Birchall absolutely plastering one of the scouts, unfortunately, who's got on his side. Wow, all 6 of them having an absolutely fantastic time on the podium. Well-deserved podiums. For Ryan and Callum Crowe, it is a 3rd TT win. For Ben Birchall, it is an 18th podium. And then we have new podium men at the TT and Patrick Rosney, Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy, a first podium for each of those. Great to get new people coming through, but how wonderful to hear our home Manx anthem being played at the TT. That's always a very, very special day, Alan.
Yeah, it's been since Dave Molyneux and Nicky Crowe, you know, they're upholding that one, aren't they, from having a winners of the Sidecar TT on there. And as you touched on, it's brilliant to see the new people going up on that podium, and it seems to be out with the old and in with the new now, and we're seeing that from that podium, aren't we, which is brilliant.
Absolutely. We thank you for your work on the Sidecar Race 1. We'll have you back later in the week for the next Sidecar race, and do pass on our very best to Pete and Jevon.
Thank you very much for your time. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Alan. We are only, 18 minutes or so away from the start of the Monster Energy Supersport TT Race 1. So let's very quickly recap what's just happened in the sidecars, and then we'll be bin to Supersport build-up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Opal Kell Properties Honda LCR, they are away. Stephen Kershaw and Rhys Gibbons' race has not lasted too long. They are out at Ballacrane. Birchall has taken second place back at Ramsey. Ryan and Callum Crowe now lead by 25.4 seconds from Ben Birchall and Patrick Rosney, but there's only quarter of a second between Birchall and Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence, so they're having a nip and tuck race. So James Saunders and Sarah Stoko, outfit number 22, have come off at Glen Ellen, both reported as okay. They are the Crows on a high 1:19 pace as far as the bungalow. They did a standing start lap in Friday, qualifying at 119.668. They are on an almost identical pace for a standing start here in the race today. Brakes on into the Governor's Bridge and into Governor's Dip. They go under the trees where it's going to suddenly go very dark, and you flash out into the bright sunlight as you come onto Glen Crutchy Road, as they do now. We will get them flashing past us any moment. We'll get an indication of this first lap time. They are leading by so far. Here they come. There they go. The Crows are at Glen Helen. Birchall's just at Ballacrane. That's how much of a difference there is on this pace on this lap. Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement slot into fifth. 24.5 seconds back on Blackstock, and then Kieran Clark and Andrew Johnson is still sticking right with them. 10.3 seconds down on Ellis and Clement, and he can just take the tow all the way to a top 6 finish here on the new Sidecar TT.
What a great TT that is as a newcomer.
The Crows are there in 7 minutes 57.4. The lap record split by the Birchalls in 2023 is 8:02.7. So they are 5.3 seconds inside lap record pace at the lap. this is going to potentially be a monstrous lap. And that lap record, let's see where we are. Oh, they're nearly 10 as well. They're 9.2 seconds inside lap record pace here.
Wow.
9.2 seconds. Wow, it's going to be possibly nudging towards 120, 1.8
Wow, yeah.
miles per hour. 62.39 seconds they lead Birchall and Rosby by. Victory for the pros. And a sensational new lap record, 121.021 miles per hour. Wow, 18 minutes, 42.35. It's about 3 seconds inside the Birchall lap and 3.5 seconds inside the Birchall lap record. First ever 121 mile an hour lap by a sidecar at the TT.
Safety, stability, and security are paramount when it comes to the TT. They're also key to the exceptional international financial solutions we provide at RL360. We've sponsored the Superstock race since 2002, making RL360 the longest running TT sponsor. And like the TT, RL360 is delighted to call the Isle of Man home while showcasing the island on an international stage. RL360 for life's financial journey.
For the safety of everyone, there is a no-fly zone for all drones within 1,000 meters of the mountain course, with riders and helicopters traveling around the island at high speeds. There is zero tolerance with drones. Large fines, court appearances, and equipment seized and destroyed. If you're over for the TT, don't ruin your trip and put everyone at risk. Stay safe and leave the drone at home.
Staying safe starts with you this TT. One course, one shared responsibility. Play your part. Never enter closed roads on foot or in a vehicle. It's dangerous and illegal. When roads do begin to reopen, don't enter until the roads open car, marked with red flashing lights, has passed. Always follow the instructions of marshals and officials. They're there to keep everyone safe. Make sure you know the latest road closure updates by following the TT WhatsApp info line with live updates at iomttraces.com/TT info line. Stay off closed roads. Obey our marshals. Stay safe, stay informed with the TT info line.
Milwaukee Tools, engineered for the professional trades. With over 4,500 products across power tools, accessories, hand tools, PPE and storage, Milwaukee provide the solutions you need for a hard day on the job site. Heavy duty is not just a slogan, it's Milwaukee's promise to bring the best to professional users in construction, carpentry, plumbing, electrics, landscaping and every trade. Search online for Milwaukee UK. Nothing but heavy duty.
It is go, go, go here on the opening day of racing at TT 2025. We're up to 11.5 minutes away from the start of the Monster Energy Supersport TT Race 1. So we will be going through the changes of programme very, very quickly. It's pages 20 and 21 that you need in your programme. So do, while we give you a chance to gather that, we'll just get a reaction from Mike Boob on that lap by the Crows. He's rejoined us. How do you, Mike, after a nice little break?
Hello, boy.
121 plus miles per hour.
Do you know what? We all knew that them boys were going to bring something really special to TT 2025, didn't we? And they've delivered. What an incredible achievement that was.
Absolutely sensational, dominant win by the Crows in the opening sidecar TT. Okay, pages 20 and 21 in your event programme for the Monster Energy Supersport TT Race 1. The non-starters are numbers 4, 10, 14, 20, 22, 25, 29, 45, 50, 52, 58, and 64. Change of rider and machine. Number 42 is now Matt Stevenson, who moves up from number 65 and will ride a Yamaha R6. So Matt Stevenson in your program at number 65 will now ride at number 42 on a Yamaha R6. Number 43 will be Erno Costamo, riding again a Yamaha R6. So 43, Erno Costamo riding Yamaha R6. Changes of machine are number 55, Michael Russell, who switches from the Suzuki in your program to a Kawasaki ZX636. Michael Russell now riding a Kawasaki. And number 59, Paul Pocci Williams, will ride a Suzuki GSXR 600. Paul Pocci Williams rides Suzuki. Those are the changes to program for the Monster Energy Supersport TT Race 1. Let's have a very quick look, Mike, at the qualifying times, and it was Dean Harrison who led the way.
Yeah, he was impressing all the way through qualifying week, wasn't he? Not just on the big bike, but some impressive laps on the 600 as well. Didn't have what we thought he was going to have in the Superbike race earlier, so I expect he'll be looking to make amends this afternoon in the Supersport race.
The Supersport is the bike that he rides all year. He did set a new fastest ever qualifying lap that we've seen at the TT in the class the other day. That was on Friday, 128.093. So we know the bike has certainly got the pace in it.
Definitely.
Absolutely, it was 3 seconds quicker than Michael Dunlop on the Ducati Panigale. But we all sat and watched the Northwest 200 and saw what that Ducati could do and went, wow.
We did, and the Supersport class has got Michael Dunlop's name all over it, hasn't it? Let's just see how that V-twin can manage round a 3-lap Supersport race, though. You know, you have a look on the road and the street. There's a lot of people riding around on Ducatis, and Ducatis are fairly dominant in MotoGP. We've seen them been dominant on short circuits like in World Superbikes and British Superbikes, but they've never had a lot of domination in here just because they're quite difficult to set up, and they historically have had certain reliability issues. So it'd be great to see Panigale finishing a TT, particularly on the top step of the podium.
Absolutely. Peter Hickman was third fastest, but if we take him out of him, it's Davey Todd on the Padgett's, the Cool Man by Padgett's Honda. Fourth, of course, for our race winner this morning, Davey Todd. Josh Brooks will then be fourth fastest on the Jackson Racing by Prosper Honda. James Hillier, fifth on the Bournemouth Kawasaki. Paul Jordan will be sixth on the Jackson Racing by Prosper 2 Honda. Seventh fastest will be James Hind on the Norfolk Components Suzuki. Eighth will be Mike Brown. Ninth, Rob Hodson. And 10th, Ian Hutchinson. But we are literally not even 8 minutes away from the start of this race. Let's get down to the ground and join Beth and Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to have a quick chat with 18th. Number 18 is 14th quickest in qualifying, 123.28. As Mikey Evans just speaking to Ben Ray at the moment. And just jump in, Ben. Sorry to jump into your conversation, young man. Michael Evans about to go out on the Triumph. Bit blowy.
Yeah, it seems to have picked up a little. But yeah, all right.
Happy with it?
Yeah, it's just it's the same as everyone. We've done 4 laps the whole week, so we kind of got to a point we haven't touched the bike. Just kind of got up to pace with it. So I'm hoping that hopefully we can go a bit quicker here and the bike doesn't protest much and just stays the same, but see what happens.
All right, good luck, Michael Evans. Cheers.
Thank you very much.
I'm here now with Gary Johnson, just taking a drink as we just get ready for this. How are you feeling? Good to see you back again, isn't it?
Yeah, I've got to be honest, I'm a tiny bit nervous. First time setting off in a race in 3 years. Hey, it's not like I don't know where I'm going around here, but I could just do to adjust myself, get up to some speed. I'm going to use this one as a bit of a test. Just be sensible. Of course, I want to be near the front. If the bike's working good, then I'll be going well. If it's playing up a little bit, we'll work on it for the next one. But I'm happy, nervous. Might go for a little week, get rid of it.
Probably a good idea, actually. And we talked to you at the start of practice week, and obviously you were so pleased to be back here. Did everything go to plan apart from the weather?
Yeah, yes, everyone struggled with the weather a little bit. But more than me, because obviously I've only got one bike. I've got my own personal goals around here that I want to set, and just concentrate on that. I'm loving every second on the island, as I always do. It's what a beautiful place when it's sunshiny. Hopefully we get this race out of the way before the wind comes in too hard.
Enjoy it, Gary. Thank you.
Cheers, darling.
Going to grab a quick word now with James Hind, if we can. 8th quickest in qualifying on his machine on the lovely Suzuki GSXR. Just speaking to his team there just a moment. We've seen Mike Brown come up with Ian Hutchinson. I'll grab a word with James if we can. James, all right?
All right, Chris. Yeah,
just champion, mate.
Yeah, I'll try again in this. I had a bit of an issue with the blade, so try again.
Got to try again. It's what the TT's about. What about the little bike then? We'll call that a little bike. What about it?
Yeah, well, we had some issues with it up until the second class qualifying, but I did 2 laps on it, so fingers crossed, should be okay.
What problems have you got, or did you have?
Issues with the engine braking, this new firmware, and that. It's a load of bollocks, to be honest, but yeah, we'll try. Yeah, that's all we can do.
All right, good luck, James Hind.
Cheers, Chris. Thank you.
Joey Thompson, how are you feeling? Another nerve-wracking few minutes.
Yeah, this is my best class, this one, so I'm going to try and get stuck in from the beginning. I didn't really get a good start on the first part of that Superbike race, and then we had a problem with the kill switch once I came into pit lane, so it hasn't been the best day so far, so I'm going to try and rectify everything in this Super Sport race. I always enjoy riding that bike. It's my third TT on it, so I know it like the back of my hand. So yeah, head down from the start, and hopefully we can get a good result in this race.
And enjoying it must make things so much easier.
Yeah, practice week has been a testing one, to be honest, with the wind and damp patches and stuff, but conditions seem pretty good out there. The wind's picked up, but yeah, I love riding around this place. I couldn't think of a better place to be, and yeah, let's hope for a good result, and
absolutely
hope everyone comes home safely as well.
Oh, thank you so much, Joe. Have a good one.
Going to grab a quick chat with number 57, Jack Fowler, while he gets himself taped up a little bit. The old tape's working magic. Jack, all right?
Yeah, all good. Thanks, Chris. How are you?
Oh, blowing a bit.
Yeah, I must admit, yesterday was quite windy, probably not even as strong as it is today, and I really struggled being a taller lad, so I'm just sort of eager to get going and try and get through this one, really.
How's the Super Sport being machine being even? I'll try that bit.
Like, hard to say, to be honest. We've not really had the laps, and we've not had consistent laps, so you do a couple of laps one night and be like, right, we can press on tomorrow night, then that was cancelled or whatever, through, no one's fault. And then we blew a head gasket, and we've had to do a bit of a motor swap, and so I'm sort of going in a little bit unknown, to be totally honest, Chris. It's there or thereabouts for where I am, but yeah, not totally comfortable on it, if I'm being brutally honest.
All right, enjoy the 3 laps. Pit stop after lap 1, don't forget.
I've wrote that on my dash. Remember?
You really?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, thanks.
Welcome, Jack. There you go. We were talking about that, didn't we, Mike Booth, the other day? Earlier on today, it was earlier on today. 3 minutes to go, by the way. We talked about the pit stop thing, and you were saying if you don't have a pit board, Jack's written it on his dash, probably with duct tape and a marker pen, we'll have to say.
Yeah. It's these are the times where you maybe it does throw a bit of a spanner in the works. We always come on 9 times out of 10 when the race is full length race. We come in on lap 2, but yeah, it's just coming in on lap 1. You're gonna have to remember about that.
Yeah, it is something they're going to have to think about. And I'm sure the teams will have a little board. I know a few of them used to have little ones with just fuel on it when they came down through. I don't know if they came out of Signpost, or they came just before Bedstead, just before the nut there, or even some of them used to have them up there by the football field, St George's Football Club, just to remind them, because we've had situations in the past where very well-known riders have forgotten about the pit stop and just ran out of fuel, Beth Espy.
Very, very easily done. We also had to make sure, obviously, that they slow down that 60-kilometre pit lane speed. We know some people did go over that in the Superbike race. I think, what was it, 74
or something like that? Yeah, Timothy Manoni, he took his pit crew out, to be fair. It was so close. But again, we talked about the wind. It has strengthened quite a bit, and the way it is blowing now, as you look down Genkuchi Road, picture it in your mind's eye. If you're not here at the grandstand, it's blowing from left to right. We're going to go and give you the board because it's changed again before the start of the three-wheeling media sidecar race. The board just says this. It's really, really simple now. It just says damp patches, Keppel to Cates. That's all it says. Damp patches, Keppel to Cates, which is good news. 3-lap race on this one for these Super Sport machines. Are we going to see Michael Dunlop taking that Ducati to victory? Dean Harrison, quickest in qualifying. Who knows? We'll find out in the next hour and a half or so. Let's head back up to the tower to take them away in the Super Sport race. Looking forward to this one. We've got Mike Booth and Chris Boyd.
Oh, this should be super tight. There should be some race to follow. We know that we've had great racing earlier on with down to quarter of a second in the Superbike race, but these races are designed to be matched, don't they?
Yeah, you're right. And this one, I just feel like it's so hard to call. You've got Harrison Dunlop and Todd all be wanting their next TT win round here, and I can't call it. I really can't.
Macra Phelps, Paul Jordan, Wheels, the Jackson Racing, powered by Prosper 2, Honda CBR 600 to the start line. Right behind him is Adelaide's Dave O'Johnson on the CD Racing by MSS Racing Kawasaki. And then behind that is Dean Harrison, the qualifying front runner on the Honda. There's 20 seconds to go. It's a 3-lap race. Compulsory pit stop at the end of lap 1, 113.19 miles per hour. Your 2024 podium was Michael Dunlop, Davey Todd, and Dean Harrison as we get set to go racing once again on the TT course. Monster Energy Supersport TT Race 1 is go.
We see lots and lots of revs coming down Glen Country Road. These bikes just need to be revved. The 4-cylinder 600s, the majority of these bikes are, they don't really work unless you're absolutely singing. You need to be 10,000 RPM plus. You can hear the boys giving it everything they possibly can to get that bike revving, slipping the clutch halfway down Glen Country Road. Some of the other bikes a little bit further down are different engine characteristics, so they'll sound a little bit different. But we see Dean Harrison just off. He went there. He's definitely one of the favourites to win.
Into a gap now where Jamie Coward would have been. So James Hillier will be next away on the Bournemouth Kawasaki. He's 6th fastest in qualifying. Then we get to Michael Dunlop on the MG Racing Ducati, 2nd fastest in qualifying. Whoa, hands right down. Away he goes. Listen to the totally different sound of the Ducati. Josh Brooks next away on the sister Jackson Racing Honda 2 Paul Jordans. 5th fastest for Josh Brooks in qualifying. Then next away, Davey Todd, this morning's Superbike TT winner on the Malenko by Paget's Motorcycles Honda. He's 4th fastest in qualifying. Mike Brown goes next on the Boyce Precision Engineering by Russell Racing. Yamaha, Mike's away. Delay rider. Then we have a break where Peter Hickman would have been before we get to Connor Cummins on the Burrows Engineering by RK Racing Ducati. Ducati as well is the pick for Burrows. He sits and he waits those extra 10 seconds, another 10 seconds when there's a gap in front of you. He's away now. Then next away, Ian Hutchinson on the MLab Racing Yamaha. He will be away next. He's 11th fastest in qualifying. And then Dominic Herbertson rolls up to the line, the Hexham rider on the HRRC Ducati. He's also on Ducati, 17th fastest in qualifying. And another gap at 14 where Craig Mead would have been before we get to Rob Hodson on the SMT VRS Recovery Yamaha. Rob will be away next. He's 10th fastest, he's just in the top 10 on qualifying. Then we spoke to him just before the start of the race. James Hines said he's making lots of changes on the North Links component Suzuki, so we hope James has a good race. He's away next. And then that brings us to Sean Anderson on the Suzuki. The battlefields of Skipton Suzuki. In fact, Sean maybe not going. It looks like it's Mikey Evans next on the Triumph who is going to start from here. So no Sean Anderson, no start for Sean. And he had a tip off this morning, didn't he, in the Superbike race. So Mikey Evans is away, the Santa Rider on the Smith Racing Triumph. Next away will be Nathan Harrison. What a result this morning. H&H Motorcycles Honda CBR 600 for Nathan. And he's away, looking really racy as he goes away from here. No one away at 20. So Gary Johnson will be next away on the Suzuki, the Broughton rider. Gary, of course, so experienced. This is his 15th TT campaign for Gary Johnson, and he's away into his race. Then Jonathan Getchke, who had a top 20 this morning, the French rider on the Optimark Road Racing Ducati. Next, Joey Thompson, the York rider on the 74 Racing Genetec Yamaha. Top 20 for him on qualifying. And to Mikko Sweeney, he'll go on the EM Building Yamaha next. He's away. Then Barry Ferber will come to the line. We'll look for Barry come the Super Twin class. He's on a Clem Davis Kawasaki in the Super Sports here, and he's 22nd in qualifying. Then Lucas Mora, the Swiss rider, will go on the Yamaha next. And Michael Russell will go on the Fraser Evans Tyre Recycling Kawasaki. 24th fastest for him in qualifying. Before we then get to Brian McCormack on an early retirement, I think, in the Superbike race on the Roadhouse Macau Racing by PHR Performance Triumph. For just a little hop as he goes off the line. Then Adam McLean will be next on the Yamaha, PRA Yamaha for Adam McLean. As the first riders arrive at Glen Helen, we'll just take David Rigby and Joe Yearsley, the next two off the line. Rigby about to go now on the IM Racing Kawasaki, followed then by Joe Yearsley on the Spinneria Yamaha. We've got the leading riders though out through Glen Helen. Harrison, Jordan and Johnson are all there, as we would expect. It's Harrison leading the way at the moment, but we've got to wait for other riders to come through, in particular Davey Todd and Michael Dunlop. Obviously, we've got James Hillier arriving into Glen Helen right now on the Bournemouth Kawasaki, because Bournemouth throwing a bit of a lifeline after things went wrong on his deal that he had in place, and of course he's so familiar with the Bournemouth team. Just settled right back in. Michael Dunlop comes through. He slots into second place behind Harrison. We're going to wait for Davey Todd to give you a proper indication of the leaderboard. Harrison, Dunlop, Hillier, Jordan and Johnson are all through Glen Helen on lap one, as Josh Brooks arrives next on the Jackson Honda, and there is Todd.
Yeah,
look there on the Coolman by Paget's Honda.
Looking absolutely fantastic through the Glen Helen section, isn't he? You can see he's really trying. He's carrying a lot of lean angle. He's using all the track. He'll be looking to the riders in front to try and catch them on the road and reel them all in. And after definitely riding on a high after his earliest Superbike win today.
So early leaderboard then. Glen Helen lap one of the Monster Energy Supersport TT Race 1. Dean Harrison leads the way on the Honda. He was quickest in qualifying. He's quickest to Glen Helen in the race. 3.4 seconds. He's already opened up over Michael Dunlop on the MD Racing Ducati, the Milwaukee Ducati. Then James Hillier in third on that Bournemouth Kawasaki. 1.1 seconds down on Dunlop. Davey Todd is 0.4 of a second down on a Hillier. Paul Jordan is 2.7 seconds down on Davey Todd on the Jackson Honda. Mike Brown on the Yamaha is only 1/4 of a second down on Jordan. Then Josh Brooks slots into 7th. Ian Hutchinson 8th. And Dominic Herbertson 9th. But that's impressive from Harrison. 3.4 seconds. Glen Helen lap one.
It's a fantastic pace, isn't it? But let's bear in mind that Michael Dunlop did set off in the Superbike race earlier on today. Slightly more sedate pace than Harrison and Todd.
He did. He gave them 7 seconds on the opening lap.
Yeah, it didn't take him long to turn that round, though, did it?
No, absolutely. Once he gets onto a pace, we'll see once he lets this Ducati stretch its legs. So 4 minutes 27.3. And how does that compare to the practice pace that we've seen from, it's about 4 seconds. Yeah, 2 seconds inside what we've seen from a standing start in qualifying. So they are up in the 127s pace-wise from a standing start.
Wow, that really is an impressive pace, isn't it? This class is fantastic, isn't it? Because it's throwing up some names that we maybe weren't expecting to see in the top 10. Like there's still a few riders to go through the time traps, but we're looking at Paul Jordan, Mike Brown, James Hines, Rob Hodgson, Josh Brooks. These guys maybe in that second tier of riders, but if they play the cards right, they can be knocking on the door of the podium.
Yeah, indeed, slotting some of those riders in, just as you say. Mikey Evans is showing in 5th place at Glen Helen on lap 1. James Hind is showing in 8th. Rob Hodgson is showing in 9th. So these guys that are starting in the teens, there's at least 3 of them in the top 10. Dominic Herbertson is showing in 13th. Nathan Harrison showing 12th at the moment, just behind Ian Hutchinson. So we're going to have to wait for Evans, Hind and Hodgson to all come through before we can get a real idea of the leaderboard. Well, James Hillier absolutely just right on the brakes into Balaf there. It was juddering under braking.
Yeah, Michael Dunlop the same. You can see he's really, really trying. He does that typical kind of nose-heavy landing, Michael Dunlop there. We don't see many other people landing off Balaf Bridge like that, but it works for him because he's definitely one of the boys in this race. Still dropping back very, very slightly from Dean Harrison, but he's still in the mix.
Absolutely out at Balaf. Dean Harrison now extends the lead to 4.629 seconds. 4.6 seconds. Harrison leads Dunlop. Then James Hillier showing in 3rd ahead of Davey Todd. So yeah, Hillier is in 3rd, 2 seconds down on Dunlop. Then Davey Todd is only 0.03 of a second down on Hillier. Paul Jordan then shows in 5th, 5.8 seconds down on Davey Todd. That sector time between Glen Helen and Balaf for Dean Harrison. That's a new class sector record, the quickest run on a Supersport we've ever seen between Glen Helen and Balaf.
He's absolutely fantastic, isn't it, to see James Hillier in, at the moment, the podium position. He's been coming to the TT for many years now, as long as I can remember anyway. He's had some fantastic results. He's had ridden some beautiful bikes, and yeah, he jumps on that Bournemouth Kawasaki like an old slipper, doesn't he? And it looks like it's working for him, because he's only a couple of seconds off Michael Dunlop, who for many people will be the race favourite.
We're waiting for Mikey Evans to arrive at Ballath. He was holding on to 5th place at Glen Helen. He'll obviously be a little bit further back, another perhaps 40 or 50 seconds before he's due at Ballath, and we can get an idea of where he slots in. If we go back to Glen Helen, then it was Paul Jordan in 6th, Mike Brown in 7th, James Hind 8th, 9th for Rob Hodson, and 10th for Josh Brooks. Most of those are through Ballath, but we're just going to wait for Evans to arrive. We've got Rob Hodson there now. We need James Hind and Mike Evans to come through just to be able to get them both in. Hind arrives. Let's get Evans there next in the next 20 seconds, and we'll be able to give a proper leaderboard at Ballath on lap 1. And of course, they're coming into the pits at the end of this lap. Dean Harrison then is way out there in front in terms of the race, 4.6 seconds by Ballath on the opening lap. Mikey Evans does now arrive at Ballath, so Harrison leads by 4.6 seconds from Dunlop. James Hillier is 2 seconds down on Dunlop. Davey Todd sits 4th, literally almost a hair's breadth between him and Hillier. Then Mikey Evans is 4.2 seconds down on Davey Todd in 5th. Paul Jordan is 6th, 1.6 seconds down on Evans. Then 7th for Mike Brown, 8th for James Hind, 9th for Rob Hodson, and 10th for Josh Brooks.
I've been looking forward to seeing the Sulby speed trap times for these bikes in the Supersport race. Michael Dunlop, 174.669 miles an hour. That's nearly 2 miles an hour faster than the next fastest bike, which is Mike Brown. So, yeah, rest assured that Ducati that he's got is a very, very fast motorcycle. Let's hope it can manage the 3 laps.
It's got the legs, that's for sure. Dunlop on the Ducati, who has that speed, helped him as they come into Ramsey. Let's try and get an idea. We've got Dean Harrison into Ramsey. We're waiting for the arrival of the other riders. We've got Davo Johnson through. James Hillier, who's holding on to that podium place. We see him coming up into Stella Maris now, and then into the hairpin as we wait for Davey Todd coming into Parliament Square. So Michael Dunlop will be in between them. The lead's gone out again. Harrison leads Dunlop by 5 seconds now at Ramsey on lap 1. Harrison leads Dunlop by 5 seconds. And then we have James Hillier 4.7 seconds down on Dunlop, but we must await the arrival of Todd, who is only 3/100ths of a second down on Hillier at Ballath. So we wait the arrival of Todd. There we are. He slots in. He's dropped off. He's now 0.4 of a second. Oh, he's so far behind. 0.4 of a second behind Hillier in 4th. Josh Brooks holding on to 5th, and David Johnson showing 6th of the 6 riders through the hairpin so far.
Keep an eye on Josh Brooks, who's right in the wheel tracks of Davey Todd. It looks like he's having a nice little toe off Davey Todd. I would expect Josh to start just maybe bumping up the leaderboard, because that pace, you know, he hasn't had the pace of Davey on the Supersport bike so far, and it looks like he's matching it because he's right in his back wheel. So as they go up the mountain, yeah, keep an eye on Josh Brooks. There's them two, the pair of them go over the hill together.
He was down in 10th at Ballath, so I think he's probably already moving up, because he's showing ahead of Davo Johnson now of those that are through Ramsey. As we see, someone just has to back out of an overtake. There was Ian Hutchinson, I think, on the MLAV machine. We have Paul Jordan, apparently retired at the Gary Road Glen Tramon. So Paul Jordan's race is over, Gary Glen Tramon. I think that means Dean Harrison will now be leading on the road.
That's right, yeah. It's we're watching a little battle between Hutchie and Connor Cummins, the Manxman, a pair of stalwarts of the Isle of Man TT.
Dominic Herbertson next into the hairpin, but we're waiting on the arrival of Michael Evans, obviously, to be able to get the formulated leaderboard at Ramsey. Will still be another few seconds, just waiting for that. Rob Hodson is there now. We wait James Hind to arrive as well, of those at the front end. We see Hodson, in fact, into the hairpin, and James Hind is there. So we're just waiting on Michael Evans to get there, and then we'll get an idea. Evans on the Smith Racing Triumph. We're looking good. We're seeing a replay of Michael Dunlop over Ballath.
He does have that peculiar style over the jumps, doesn't he? It doesn't look like it's particularly good for the bike, but let's not worry too much about that just now.
Evans has arrived into Ramsey then and continues to hold on to 5th place. So Harrison leads Dunlop. Ramsey lap 1 of the Monster Energy Supersport TT race. 1 5-second lead for Harrison over Dunlop. Then James Hillier is 4.7 down on Dunlop. Davy Todd is 0.4 of a second down on Hillier. Then Michael Evans drops into 5th, 6.5 seconds down on Todd. Mike Brown holding on to 6th, 6.5 seconds down on Todd. Then Josh Brooks, Rob Hodson. And as we go a little bit further down, no, that's flashed away because Dean Harrison is already at the bungalow.
That big Ducati that Michael Dunlop's on, you would perhaps expect it to drag up them hills a little bit faster than the Honda, particularly when we know his speed trap times are so high. You've got some big long straights. You're pushing a lot of air at 174 miles an hour. So will he have caught Dean Harrison in the standings? We'll wait till he arrives at the bungalow to find out.
Yeah, indeed. We're waiting on Dunlop. We see James Hillier through continuing on to hold on to 3rd place. Michael Dunlop arrives and it stays pretty stationary. 6.5 seconds. Harrison leads Dunlop by bungalow lap 1. Dunlop looks like he's overhauled somebody there on the road, Mike.
It does. I'm just trying to. I think that was David Johnson by the look of it. Yeah, remember we've got a pit stop at the end of this lap, mandatory pit stop at the end of lap 1. So again, anything could happen in the pit stops. We actually saw it earlier on with Davy Todd's bike. He had a bit of an issue. Didn't stop him winning the race though, did it?
No, absolutely. Todd and Josh Brooks are now also through the bungalow. Line astern. Todd's head down on the run up to Halewood's Heights. And Brooks just looks to pull out a little bit, then just sits in the slipstream as we next get Mike Brown on the Voice Precision by Russell Racing Yamaha, the bike that Richard Cooper, of course, has done so amazingly with at the Northwest 200.
Yeah, and he's making good use of it here at the TT, isn't he? Just interestingly, Josh Brooks right on the back wheel of Davy Todd. I just wonder how much Josh is learning from Davy Todd. Josh, obviously a massively experienced short circuit rider. What can he learn about how to ride around the TT course as fast as Davy Todd is? Will he be watching his lines? Will he be watching his braking points, his turning points? I'd love to have a chat to them boys after this race.
James Hillier, of course, such a super smooth rider, especially on a super sport machine, and he has opened the gap over Davy Todd. It's out to 1.5 seconds at the bungalow. So the top 4 we think now is pretty stable. Harrison leads by 6.5 seconds from Dunlop. Then it's set 6.8 seconds back from Dunlop to Hillier, and now 1.5 seconds from Hillier back to Davy Todd.
We're just looking at Connor Cummins going up Halewood's Rise there in the slipstream of another bike, and the little slipstreams like that on these big long straights, particularly when you're the size of Connor Cummins, it helps so much. You're pushing so much air, especially on these bikes that are only 130 or 140 brake horsepower. You've not got 200 plus horsepower like a big bike to push you through the air. So any help you can get in the slipstream is definitely going to pay dividends, and it looks like he's making use of them at the moment.
Dean Harrison about to complete the opening lap and come in for the all-important pit stop. He's just on the braking zone down into Governor's Bridge and then into the dip, and then we'll have him onto Glen Crutchery Road and get an indication of the first lap time for Dean Harrison. He comes out of the dip now onto Glen Crutchery Road. He'll be braking, obviously, to come into the pit lane. We can see pit flashing. There's a sign flashing to say pit, so hopefully nobody's going to miss it at all. We'll get the indication of the lap and get straight down to Chris Kinley. The lap is 127.888, Chris.
Yeah, 7.178 the lead between Dean Harrison and Michael Dunlop through Cronknamona. James Hillier 8.4 back of that, and Dean is in. They're just taking the rear tyre. It'll just be a splash and dash, really. Just a bit of fuel in, a bit of water in as well. Cleaner the visor. It'll be told by the team as well exactly where it is. It's gone from 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 over the last couple of sectors, and he's the only rider. We've got Dunlop, Hillier, Todd Brown, Brooks and Johnson, and a good pit stop by the guys there from the Honda team. So you hear the klaxon going once again, and he's in and out of the pits, and you can just hear him rising those revs. So here comes Michael Dunlop on the Ducati in second place. The gap at the pit stop is 7.4, and James Hillier, he's not been on the podium for a long time. The last one was in a Supersport race, and the last time Dean Harrison won a Supersport race was back in 2018. There we go. So number 2 is in now. Dave Johnson as well, in about provisionally about 7th at the moment, but 4th when they come across the line. So the gap between 3 Harrison, 6 Dunlop, 7.4, and it's 5 Hillier, 10.3. You hear the Ducati going past us, the Milwaukee Ducati, as James Hillier gets in behind Michael Dunlop. So that's going to help James Hillier. We've got number 8, Davy Todd in. Davy Todd slots to 4th, 1.1 seconds back. I've also got Josh Brooks in, who's in behind him. Josh Brooks in provisionally 5th at the moment. Davo Johnson just missing a gear there, but he's away as Davo on his Kawasaki. So into the grandstand, lap number 1 of 3, as number 9, Mike Brown, comes in, slots into 5th. It's number 3, Dean Harrison, before the pit stops, leads by 7.4. As Davy Todd, whoa, Davy, I tell you what, you better watch that, my boy. Number 6, Michael Dunlop, 7.4 back. Then there's 5, James Hillier, 10 seconds back. 8, Davy Todd, 1.1 back. 9, Mike Brown, 9.2 back. 7, Josh Brooks, 1.1 back. And then we've got 2, David Johnson provisionally at the moment. We've got Mikey Evans and, of course, Rob Hodson to slot in. Michael slots into that 5th position. But some pretty slick pit stop by the boys, Chris.
Absolutely, it all means that Dean Harrison's lead is just reduced ever so slightly. Michael Dunlop was just over a second quicker in the pit stop, so the lead for Dean Harrison on the pits out is 6.43 seconds. James Hillier then lies third, 11.31 seconds down on Dunlop. And then Davy Todd has just nibbled a second or so. In fact, that's going to be very, very close now. Davy Todd might have grabbed third in the pits here. He was only 1.18 seconds behind Hillier. And let's see, he's 1.3 quicker. So, yeah, Davy Todd up to third, pits out by about 0.2 of a second, Mike.
This is a very close race, isn't it? This is what we like to see. And it's so great that we've not seen so far any major incidents in pit lane, because like we said before, you can lose it all in the pit lane if you're not careful. It just takes a lost wheel nut or a fuel cap that won't go back on. So that's fantastic to see.
More pit stop action happening. Let's get back down to Chris.
It is. Connor's in and out. So Connor's come in for the pit stop. Dominic Herbison's been in for the pit stop. James Hind is in and Mikey Evans is in. Michael Evans, the Manx rider on 18, slotting into 5th at the moment on the pit stop. And he is 8 seconds back on Davy Todd, but that'll obviously change at Glen Helen when we get the next split. And then Mike Brown is only just under 0.340 back off him. So it's going to be tight. James Hind with a few problems of getting the 16 machine going. Ah, there she goes. So James Hind's getting the Suzuki away. So that is good news. It just wouldn't fire. Oh, Nathan Harrison. Goodness me, that was quick. We'll have to keep an eye on that one. Nathan is just coming in as Mikey Evans leaves the pit as well. Mikey Evans leaves, but we'll keep an eye on the Nathan Harrison thing.
Okay, let's, as you say, keep an eye on that. Coming into the pits, Harrison led Dunlop by 7.4. We know that's been reduced by a second on the pit stop out. Then James Hillier has now been overhauled by Davy Todd with a 1.3 second quicker pit stop. So it's Todd in third, just 0.2 of a second ahead of Hillier. Then Mikey Evans, we're waiting for, obviously, to come into the pits. He continues to hold fourth, we think, at, in fact, he's been and gone, in fact, so he continues to hold on to 5th. Then Mike Brown is 6th. Then Josh Brooks, 7th. Rob Hodson in 8th. Let's see if we can get you some of those opening lap times. It was, we get them into the right order here. It was Dean Harrison, obviously faster, 127.888 miles per hour. Michael Dunlop, 126.993. Then James Hillier, 125.773. Davy Todd, 125.634. Michael Evans, 124.610. Mike Brown, 124.571 of the top 6. Those were the lap times on that opening lap.
It looks like the leaders are just approaching the Glen Helen section now, so we should get some times at some point. It'd be really interesting to see whether or not the
boys said Nathan Harrison, or Chris said rather, Nathan Harrison looked a bit quick in the pits. He's received a 30-second penalty. He's just over the 60 kilometres an hour, 60.138 for that 1/10 of a kilometre an hour. 30-second penalty.
Oh, it really stings, doesn't it? It doesn't seem like the punishment fits the crime, but they're the rules. If you speed down pit lane, you receive a penalty, and there has to be a decision made. And unfortunately, it sounds like Nathan Harrison's race will be severely affected by that.
Indeed. So we're out to Glen Helen on this second lap then. Dean Harrison is through. We wait next Michael Dunlop, who also arrives, and the gap is almost exactly what I had it at the pit out. It's 6.413 seconds. James Hillier is there as well, but we now must wait for Davy Todd to arrive to see whether or not that battle has changed, or whether or not it is Todd who had it at the pit stops out by only 0.2 of a second. We'll wait indeed for Todd to arrive. As we see pictures of Michael Dunlop, that bike looks a bit leery.
It does. You can see he's really trying, doesn't it? Interestingly, he's just left James Hillier on the road. I was hoping that James might be able to get a bit of a toe off Michael Dunlop and keep himself on the podium, but yeah, it's trying to stay on the shirt tails of Michael Dunlop on the TT course. You've got to have something special. You've got to have had a very healthy breakfast, haven't you?
You have indeed. If Todd had claimed third, he surrendered it again. Hillier holds third at Glen Helen, lap 2. 13.2 seconds down on Dunlop, now 5.1 seconds up on Davy Todd, so that's blown back out. There's still lots happening down in the pit lane, Chris.
Certainly is. A lot of the teams come in. Dave Rigby, who I saw a little video of him, not very happy at Craig the Bar yesterday, but he's out at the moment. Dave's gone with. I have had some close calls in here as well. Brian McCormack came in, and there was another machine going in. Do you know what? These boys must have their eyes everywhere, because he spotted the fact that the rider was coming out, and he managed to get himself stopped in time. His number 40? That's Reese Hardesty just come in, holding on to 28th position at the moment. 35 also in Darrell Tweed, his teammate. He goes out as well. There's young Darrell from Ballymoney. And how many machines? We got 2 machines in here. Somebody with a problem down the bottom there, and then one more machine just at the top. But yeah, some high-speed action is John O'Perry, I think it is. Yep. John O'Perry. Where does Jonathan fit into 29th at the moment as number 60 goes out there? That's Kevin Keys. Thinking his Keysy holds on the 25th place at the moment as 44 comes in Trevor. Stevie Parsons in round about 27. So pit stops lap number 1. Still a lap and 3/4 to go.
Absolutely plenty of time for things to change. Adam McLean is another to have picked up a penalty in the pit lane. 62.5 kilometres an hour for him. So that also is a 30-second penalty.
Yeah, it's you've just got to be so careful. It's dead easy to switch your pit lane limiter off just before you get to the line at the end of the pit lane. And if you do that, you know, if you're already doing 59 miles an hour, you switch the limiter off. These bikes have got enough power that within a split second, you're doing 70 plus.
News of another retirement for Loris McCann. He is at Douglas Road Corner, making his own arrangements for return. So Loris McCann, his race over at Douglas Road Corner in Kirkmichael.
Was just watching Dean Harrison very, very tidily go over Bluff Bridge. A little bit squirrely on the way in. The bike was moving around a little bit, but he got over the top of the bridge, lovely, landed lovely, back on the gas. And these things now, he'll be nearly flat out, nearly all the way to Sulby. A lot of people think the 600s are a little bit easier to ride than the big bikes, but in fairness, you know, to be competitive on one of these, you've got to attack the course so hard. On a big bike, you can get away with being in the wrong gear sometimes, or being a little bit offline because it's got the power to get you out. But these bikes, because they haven't got the power, you've got to just be so inch perfect and wring the neck of the things.
Into the braking zone for Bluff jump is Michael Dunlop. He has nibbled just a little bit out of Harrison's lead. It's down to 5.5 seconds, so he's taken a second out of it on the run from Glen Helen up to Bluff. Harrison on the Honda leads Dunlop on the Milwaukee Ducati, 5.5 seconds. Then James Hillier doing a really, really good ride for James on the Bournemouth Kawasaki, 15.7. We said, obviously, he's been with the Bournemouth team so long. He then tried to move away from them. They've thrown him a lifeline when he's had issues with his rides earlier in the year. Brilliant. Yes. Bournemouth and James Hillier just go together.
They do, yeah. And it's so nice to see, you know, we someone a little bit different on the podium. We've talked about Harrison, Dunlop, Todd, and Peter Hickman, bless him, although he's out with the racing this year. They're the sort of main podium contender, so it's great to see someone other than them on the podium, and yeah, bringing a bit of colour to proceedings, bit of green.
Absolutely, and Davy Todd looks like he's just got past Davo Johnson on the road. Let's see where that puts them in the position it may have been. Those traffic concerns that have just cost Todd on the run out onto the second lap. Harrison leads at lap 2 of the Monster Energy Supersport TT Race 1. It's a 3-lap race, so we are just about half distance. Dean Harrison leads by 5.5 seconds from Michael Dunlop. Then James Hillier is in third, 15.7 seconds down on Dunlop. Then it's Davy Todd, now 5.3 seconds down on Hillier. Then Josh Brooks is sitting in fifth, 11.2 seconds down on Todd. And I think Todd has also had to get past Brooks. So he's had to get past Brooks and Johnson, and that may just be what's cost him those 5 seconds or so. Mike Brown shows in ninth, but obviously we know Michael Evans has still got to be slotted in. And then we've also got David Johnson through Balaf.
What cost Davy Todd a few seconds, I think, is going to hand them seconds to Josh Brooks, who again is in his wheel tracks, and just you can see he's watching everything that Davy's doing, and yeah, just figuring out what lines to do, how fast to go into these corners, and I think yeah, the next Supersport race he'll have learnt a hell of a lot of info, lots of data, and we might see him even further up the board in the next Supersport race.
Well, it's all about taking the learning from this into the second race, isn't it, for later in the week? And that's the same pretty much with every class now, with all of the classes having 2 races. some of the riders elect basically to take the first one as almost an extra qualifying, don't they?
Yeah, a bit of testing, particularly when we've had a practice week that's been a little bit still stunted. So the most important race is the senior race at the end of the week. But let's let you know the Super Sport Race 1, Super Sport Race 2, if they can learn anything in this race, Super Sport Race 1, and take it to the next one and just get one place higher up or just sneak a cheeky podium, it's worth doing.
Just find themselves a target to go for. Dean Harrison then is into Ramsey. We see Michael Dunlop into Parliament Square. He's trying to eke everything out of the bike that he can. He's right down on the head on the tank almost as he goes up past the bus station. Then the head pops back up for Crookshanks Mayhill and away off up to White Gates.
Some of these TV shots that we're getting up here in the commentary box are fantastic. We can see just how bumpy the TT course is. It really is a reminder that this is a road circuit. It's not like racing at Brands Hatch or Silverstone when the surface is absolutely billiard table smooth. The tyres are bouncing around all over the place.
Dunlop is coming. He's got the lead down to 4 seconds. Harrison leads at Ramsey lap 2 by just 4 seconds. It was at 6.5 seconds at one point, so he's taken 2.5 seconds out of it. Dunlop is coming on the Ducati.
Are we seeing the same as what we saw in the Superbike race earlier on? A slow start and building and building and building, keeping an eye on his pit boards. He doesn't have to win the race by 10, 15 seconds. All he needs to do is keep the leaders in sight. If he knows he's got an extra bit of speed in the bag, if he knows he can find some pace from somewhere else, it doesn't matter if he sees +4 because he can pull it out of the bag on the last lap and maybe take the win.
And James Hillier is continuing to just stretch that advantage ever so slightly over Davy Todd sector by sector. 6.4 seconds now. Hillier is ahead of Todd in the battle for the final podium spot. Then we're waiting on Mike Brown and Michael Evans to come through, along with Josh Brooks and Davo Johnson are already onto the climb of the mountain, but we just need Brown and Evans to come through in order to get an idea of the leaderboard. We will also just, I think, try to go a little bit further down whilst they're on to the climb of the mountain. We will get the standings up from the end of the opening lap and go a little bit further down outside of the top 10. In fact, at the bottom end of the top 10, 8th was Rob Hodson, 9th James Hine, 10th Ian Hutchinson, 11th Dominic Herbertson, 12th was Davo Johnson, Connor Cummins in 13th at the end of the opening lap coming into the pits, Joey Thompson in 14th, Lucas Mora 15th, Gary Johnson 16th, Michael Russell in 17th, Joe Yeardsley 18th, Nathan Harrison, who we know then has that penalty to add, he was in 19th, and Brian McCormack rounded out the top 20 at the end of the opening lap.
We've just seen some footage of James Hillier riding up the mountain. He's so smooth on that bike. He really does feel at home and comfortable in it. The bike's not bouncing around like a few of the other bikes are. We've seen them getting up to all sorts of shapes. James's Kawasaki is absolutely on rails, and it looks like whatever setup they've found, whatever they've figured out is really working for him today, because it looks like, barring any mishaps, a podium is definitely on the cards for him.
And that would be pretty special if he can make that happen. Obviously, we're only just over half distance. There's plenty of action to come yet in this opening Monster Energy Supersport TT Race 1. Harrison then is on his way towards the bungalow. He'll probably be on around the veranda area. In fact, he's at the bungalow already, we see now. So Harrison through the bungalow, and it's Dunlop that we're waiting for to see what he can do on the climb of the mountain. It was down to 4 seconds at Ramsey. What has Dunlop done? 30 seconds between them on start, so we've got a little bit to wait just for Dunlop to arrive into the bungalow to see what the effect is. We're also waiting on Michael Evans to arrive into Ramsey. In fact, he's through now. He's down to 6th as we wait and watch for Dunlop's time to pop up at the bungalow on lap 2 of this Monster Energy Supersport TT Race 1. Here he is, Mike.
Here he is at the bungalow, looking really smooth, actually. We have seen him wiggling around a little bit, but yes, he's caught him a little bit more, so the gap now is down to 3.555 seconds. That's another half a second or a second.
It is half a second. Dunlop is coming down to 3.5 seconds now. He's chasing down Harrison, as it looks like we've got someone retiring into Ramsey.
Looks like Mikey Evans pulling off the track at Stella Maris just before the Ramsey hairpin. That's a real shame to see him pulling off there.
Oh, that's gutting. He was in the top 6 still at the Ramsey checkpoint, and he's pulled off at Stella Maris. So disappointment for Michael Evans, but my word, he's had some pace in that Triumph. top 6 he's running at.
Yeah,
superb pace.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Really impressive. So too is Michael Dunlop's pace as he continues to catch Dean Harrison. At first, I did wonder if Dean had maybe made a bit of a mistake, and that's what had handed back Michael Dunlop the couple of seconds on the previous sector. But it looks like Michael Dunlop's catching him and catching him in each of the sectors.
Davey Todd also through the bungalow, and he's got Josh Brooks right with him for company on the Jackson Racing Honda. Todd is ahead, but Brooks hasn't let him go. He's been passed by him, but he's sitting right in the slipstream.
Yeah, he's letting Davey do all the work, isn't he? He's getting pulled up the straights by Davey's slipstream. He'll be following Davey's lines, and it's actually a lot easier following someone around here than it is leading someone, because you can see where they are on the track. You're never going to get lost. You can follow their wheel tracks and follow their braking points and braking markers, even to the point of changing gear. You can sometimes see how many downshifts people are doing into certain corners, and it just gives you a few tips maybe for next time.
News on retirements: Michael Dukoppel retired here at the grandstand, and then Mike Brown is out at Sulby Bridge. Retirement for Mike Brown out there at Sulby Bridge, and George Halliday maybe here at the grandstand as well. So 1 or 2 retirements. Mike Brown, principal of those. Crognamona for Dean Harrison. Let's wait for Dunlop and the rest to arrive at the bungalow. It was Dunlop in second, then 22.3 seconds back to Hillier. In fact, we've got news on Mike Brown from Race Control. He ran on and came off at Sulby Bridge. Rider okay. So Mike Brown ran on and came off the bike at Sulby Bridge, but the rider is okay. Just running out of brakes possibly at the end of the straight, Mike.
Yeah, it's easy to do, and because you've got a few bumps on this track, it does bounce the bike around a little bit, and you do sometimes lose your brakes. Looks like Michael Dunlop's at Cronk.
And it's down to 2.4. Dunlop is definitely coming. We're about to get Harrison flash past us to go out onto the final lap, but Dunlop is the man we're looking at. Here goes Harrison. Still the race leader, but Dunlop is cutting into that advantage. Sector by sector, Harrison's away, flat to the tank, over the top of St Ninians and on to Bray Hill. It's Dunlop who we'll wait for next. 2.4 seconds at Crognamona. What will it be here at the end of lap 2 or 3?
I think we're in lap record pace scenario again, aren't we? Mr. Dunlop and Mr. Harrison are going to be giving it everything they possibly can. And if we don't see a lap record or a lap record pace, I'll be very surprised.
Here comes that Milwaukee Ducati. Gone out a little bit by half a second. It's back out to 2.9 seconds, but there's only really 3 seconds between Harrison and Dunlop with a lap to go in this Monster Energy Supersport TT Race 1. Then here's James Hillier. Sounds nice, that Kawasaki, doesn't it?
Absolutely fantastic. Revving to the absolute max.
He's 25.6 seconds down on Dunlop, but holding on to that podium place. And at Crognamona, he was 10.6 seconds ahead of Davey Todd. So he's stretching that advantage over Todd as well, with Josh Brooks then lying in 5th, lying right in line of stern with Davey Todd on a road and also in the race, 4th and 5th.
All Michael Dunlop needs to do is another lap like that last lap and catch Dean Harrison by 3 seconds, and he'll have this race win, and that'll be win number 30. Wow, what a number.
It's good clear road for Michael Dunlop, but he's still got 3 seconds to find. 2.936 it was. Dean Harrison leads by, and we must say this is the bike that Dean rides all year round.
Yeah, and he rides it fantastically. You've got to say he's taken a bit of a step forward on his short circuit racing as Dean Harrison in the last year or two. He's matching people that have been, matching British championship riders, matching British champions. He really has taken a step forward, and you can see that now. He seems so comfortable on the bike. The CBR 600 is a beautiful looking machine. It's obviously very fast. They spend a lot of time working on the setup. Obviously, the setup needs to be a little bit different here, but when you know your bike inside out because you ride it all the time in the British Championship, it means them little changes that you're thinking about doing, you know how it's going to affect the bike, so it makes it easier when you come over here.
It's 11.4 seconds between Hillier and Todd here at the grandstand at the end of lap 2. So Harrison, Dunlop, Hillier, then Todd, then Josh Brooks showing in 5th and Davo Johnson in 6th of the 6th riders through here. In terms of the lap 2 speed, obviously this includes the pit stop. Harrison, 124.773, including the pit stop. Michael Dunlop 125.296, James Hillier 123.555, Davey Todd 122.409, and Josh Brooks 122.4. But that's what has happened. We're interested in what's about to happen.
I think what's about to happen is a very fast lap. Harrison and Dunlop will be watching the pit boards, and it's never nice to see a pit board and see that your lead coming down, but he'll be giving it everything he possibly can to change that. And again, Dunlop will be doing what he can to catch him up. They're not close enough on the road to be able to see each other, so there's no carrot necessarily been dangled, but sometimes all you need is them pit boards.
No 30 seconds between them on start, so with only 3 seconds, there's still 27, well, there's 33 seconds actually between them on the road, so no chance they'll see one another. The crowd was certainly willing Dean Harrison on through Dorsley, we could see, and here comes Dean through Michael through the same corner. He's also getting the same cheers, the same hurry-up signals. Oh, he's looking quick. Absolutely pinned through Dorsley there.
Yeah, he is. They're two fan favourites, aren't they? Dean Harrison and Michael Dunlop. I think there'll be plenty of cheers here at the grandstand and all around the course. Whoever wins.
That lap 2 time for Michael Dunlop was the fastest Supersport lap we've seen that includes a pit stop. Wow. So for the teamwork together, rider and team combination, that's the fastest lap we've ever seen on a Supersport, including a pit stop.
That's absolutely great to see. I mean, one that's worth bearing in mind, the pit stops were a little bit quicker on these bikes because I don't think many of the teams did a tyre change, if any, and B, because it's a 3-lap race, they probably started the race with a full tank of fuel. They've done 1 lap and they've only used half a tank of fuel. So rather than spending, I think it takes about 45 seconds to fill a tank of fuel, you can half that because they've only actually used one lot of fuel, but it's still a very, very impressive pit stop.
Dean Harrison then is out through Glen Helen on this final lap, but it's Michael Dunlop we're waiting for in about 25 seconds or so. He'll be due into Glen Helen, and then we'll get an idea. It was 2.9 seconds out from 2.4 at Cronknamona. It went out to 2.9 at the grandstand. What's it going to be? Here he is. It's down to 0.8 of a second. Harrison continues to lead, but only by 0.8 of a second. Dunlop is really firing up the Milwaukee Ducati now. This is going to be a right dice.
Yeah, you've got to say he's found something really special, haven't you? I mean, to catch him by 2.5 seconds in probably less than half, about a quarter of a lap, that gives him plenty of time to just keep reeling him in. We know how fast he is in the next sector. We know how fast he is over the mountain. Dean Harrison's got a lot of pace over the mountain, but not a massive amount more than Michael Dunlop. So if Michael Dunlop can get in front of him by Ramsey, then I think we might be seeing a change of leader.
Michael Dunlop 0.6 under lap record pace for the Supersport out at Glen Helen, 4 minutes 18.0. So lap record pace for Dunlop, and it shows in the leaderboard. That lead has absolutely crumbled. It was 6.5 seconds at one point. Harrison led by. It's down to 0.8 of a second now.
He makes it hard work for himself, doesn't he? Starting the race a little bit slower than his competitors, but I mean, if he can pull this out the bag, it's just absolutely fantastic for him. And like I said, there'll be lots of people all around the TT course. They'll be waving him, cheering him on this last lap. They'll all know how close it is. He just needs to keep focused, keep everything just as he's been doing it. Focus on his lines, focus on his gear changes. Look at him flying through the bottom of Gara there. It's frightening, isn't it?
Oh, and he's just got to keep it pinned. We don't know, of course, reliability with the Ducati over this extended distance at the TT is another factor that hasn't been tested before.
Yeah, you're right. It's a little bit of an unknown, but wouldn't it be fantastic to see a Ducati on the top step of the podium?
Fantastic as well if James Hillier was to get a podium as well. Dean Harrison then 0.8 of a second ahead of Dunlop at Glen Helen. Then it's 32.4 seconds out to Hillier, who is now 14.2 seconds up on Todd. So Hillier has control of this final podium spot. Then Josh Brooks holding on to 5th, Rob Hodgson in 6th, James Hind in 7th. Then we're down to Davo Johnson of those out through the grandstand and onto their final lap. But it's the race at the front that we're watching. Harrison on the Honda, Dunlop on the Ducati, 0.8 between them.
Yeah, and just behind them is James Hillier. He looks like he's in a reasonably safe third place. Again, he'll know his third. He'll be concentrating on just sewing everything up nicely, because for him a podium is fantastic at the Isle of Man TT.
Of course, Davey Todd got a podium on the Ducati last year. Thanks to Chris Kinley for reminding us of that. We're so involved in this race that we let that slip. So Harrison then is out through Balaf. Let's see what happens when Dunlop arrives. We've got 30 seconds to wait. That's the start interval between them on the road. And then we'll get Dunlop into Balaf on this final lap. We'll have half a lap to do to decide who's going to win this Monster Energy Supersport TT Race 1. Oh, these are the kind of races I love.
They are. It's so close at the front, isn't it? But, it's what we've come to expect in these
Dunlop
days.
leads at Balaf by 1/10 of a second. Lead change, Balaf lap 3. Michael Dunlop on the Milwaukee Ducati snatches the lead by 1/10 of a second from Dean Harrison on the Honda.
Well, you're lost for words, aren't you? What a man Michael Dunlop is. From a good old handful of seconds behind at the beginning of the race, he's just clawed back, and now look at him. He's leading the race, and he doesn't show any signs of letting up, does he? So, if maybe Dean Harrison's got something special in the bag, but if he has, he needs to find it sharpish, doesn't he?
The lap record is a 1:30.4. I have Michael Dunlop a 1:30.6 to Balaf.
Wow. That's incredible, isn't it? On a super sport machine, they're doing 130-mile-an-hour laps. It wasn't a long time ago. They were a superbike speed was impressive at that. And now they're thinking about them sort of speeds on a super sport bike. It's blows your mind.
It's 1/10 of a second, though. What can Harrison do? Can Harrison respond? Will he be getting boards? And how far behind will the boards be? Will he know that the lead change has happened?
I think a lot of the guys get. I don't know exactly where Dean's boards are. A lot of them get a board in Ramsey or the hairpin or even the gooseneck. Wow, look at Davey Todd getting massive air. So I think Dean will probably know. Whether he knows already, I'm unsure. But what he will know is that lead was coming down. If he doesn't know, he's lost the lead already. He knows the lead was coming down, and it looked as though it was only a matter of time, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Rob Hodgson and Dominic Herbertson both through the top of Bagaro. They're chasing one another on, or at least Herbertson is chasing Rob Hodgson on the road. But yeah, it's all eyes at the front. It's only 1/10 of a second between them. Balaf lap 3. It has been reduced to a 3-lap race, and we're having an absolute cracker. In behind, James Hillier is just doing his own thing, racing for a podium. 36.8 seconds down on Harrison, but 14.7 seconds up on Todd. Then it will be Josh Brooks now, I think, up into 5th, and then Rob Hodgson and James Hind 6th and 7th. They are through Glen Helen. They're not yet through Balaf. Hodgson and Hind obviously running at start numbers 15 and 16, but it's all eyes on Ramsey next to see what kind of a pace Dunlop can do and whether or not Harrison can respond in any way.
I think Josh Brooks will need to shake the hand of Davey Todd at the end of this race, because he was in a lowly sort of 7th or 8th at the beginning. I think even maybe 10th place at the beginning of the race, and now he's 5th. And I think that is a lot to do with the fact that he's followed Davey Todd around, got on his slipstream, followed his lines, and improved his times.
Dean Harrison looking really animated on the Supersport, trying to really push. You can see it. He's much more animated than you normally would see.
Yeah, he is. He's screwing every last bit of power out that CBR 600, isn't he? And he looks great. He's using all the track. He's a bit of a loose rider sometimes, but he's safe. He's not a guy that jumps off the bike a lot. He's a safe pair of hands.
Harrison then is through Ramsey. We wait for Dunlop, who we see on the run up towards Whitegate, so we'll get the time in the next few seconds. What has Dunlop done? He's extended it. 3.4 seconds up on Harrison now. Dunlop is moving away. Dunlop leads the race by 3.4 seconds. Ramsey, lap 3, the final lap.
I think someone's lit a fire underneath Michael Dunlop, haven't they? Because, he's just getting faster and faster and faster.
Ramsey pace, I've got 130.8. That lap record is 130.4. He's upping it sector by sector here. We'll see what he does when he gets back here at the TT Grandstand.
Absolutely unbelievable. I'm lost for words at that pace. I remember racing around here, and I think my best lap was 127 miles an hour, and that was on a super stock bike. So to do that sort of pace on a super sport bike, wow, you're really giving it some.
Yeah, plenty of riders. Their whole ambition is to try to get to a 130 lap on a super bike. Here's Michael knocking out 130 laps on a super sport.
Yeah, I know, he's making everyone else look a bit daft, isn't he?
Absolutely. So we've still got there Todd and Brooks line astern up through Ramsey. You say he's given him a tow through pretty much the entire race since he caught him, hasn't he?
Yeah, and it looks like they're riding around on a short circuit the way they're throwing them bikes from one side to the other. Isn't it great to see bikes riding around together on the TT course? Obviously, they start at 10-second intervals, so we don't always see it, but I think it's great. It's a great spectacle when you've got more than one bike on the road at the same time.
Especially when there are two top-end riders going together, absolutely circulating together. So Davey Todd, of course, won the RST Superbike TT this morning. Davey Todd in 4th place in the Supersport TT. Michael Dunlop then leading at Ramsey on lap 3 off 3 by 3.4 seconds from Harrison. Then James Hillier 40.7 seconds down on Harrison, but that is still 14 3/4 seconds up on Davey Todd. Josh Brooks slotting into 5th. Then Davo Johnson in 6th, I think.
Just looking at Davo Johnson going through Ramsey Hairpin at the minute, he looks nice and smooth, nice and steady. Pulls a tear off. I don't know what the fly situation's like today, but when the sun comes out and it's been a bit of damp, you do get a lot of midges. I'm assuming they had a visor change in the pit stop, so he knows he's on his last lap. He's gets rid of them flies so he can see the checkered flag, I think.
Let's go a little bit deeper down the leaderboard while we wait for the top guys to arrive at the bungalow. Balaf then out on this 3rd lap. Josh Brooks was 5th. Rob Hodson 6th, then James Hind in 7th, Ian Hutchinson 8th, Dominic Herbertson in 9th, Connor Cummins is in the top 10 in 10th, Davo Johnson 11th, Joey Thompson in 12th, Nathan Harrison in 13th, and Gary Johnson in 14th, as the eyes now switch to the bungalow. And we see the race, the leader on the road, certainly Dean Harrison. He's just surrendered the lead in the race itself. He's through the bungalow, so we now have to just watch and wait. It looks gloriously sunny still up on the mountain. These guys are duking it out in lovely conditions.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Conditions all around the course look absolutely fantastic today, don't they? It's a little bit breezy here and there, which might be affecting the top speed of some of these bikes down a couple of the straights. But yeah, other than that, great conditions.
Here is Dunlop then. Let's see what the impact is on the leaderboard. It's out to 6.6. Wow, Dunlop is pouring it on here. Dunlop leads on the Milwaukee Ducati from Dean Harrison's Honda by 6.6 seconds at the bungalow on the final lap.
You do wonder, don't you, whether or not this is a tactic that Michael Dunlop has, sandbagging a little bit on the first few laps and then pulling the pin on the last lap, or does it take him a little while to get up to speed? I know a lot of racers they find it quite difficult to just go absolutely flat out from standing start. Of course, you don't get a warm up lap at the Isle of Man TT, so is it a decision that he's made to sort of just go a little bit steadier to see what the competitors are going to do, or is that out of his hands?
You think as the week goes on, that might not be a tactic that's going to keep working. You'll have to pull the pin from the start at some point.
Yeah, you're probably right. I think people will have his card marked, won't they?
If that is indeed the tactic. So in terms of the lap record, he's just slipped off a little bit on that climb of the mountain. It is the fastest we've seen sector time Ramsey to bungalow in the race, but it's just a little bit about a second, nearly 2 seconds slower than the sector time he set when he set the lap record lap, the 130.4. So he is right on that lap record pace now, 130.4.
We just see Dean Harrison going around the Cregner bar right at the end of the last lap of this race. This is where you're thinking about fuel. This is where you're thinking about getting the bike to the end of the race. He won't want to roll that throttle at all to save fuel, but sometimes if the fuel capacity of the tank is not quite what you need it to be, or if you've got headwinds, like we mentioned, those breezes here and there, if you've got headwind down a couple of the long straights, you end up holding the throttle a bit open a bit longer, and it can sometimes use a bit more fuel. So hopefully they can get to the end of this lap without any fuel issues and get over the line.
Indeed. Dunlop then is on the run down from Cregner Bar as well, down towards Brandish. Dean Harrison's on the run out towards Cronknamona and should be there any second now. He is, in fact. So Dean Harrison is at Cronknamona at the end of this final lap of the Monster Energy Supersport TT Race 1. Michael Dunlop is coming through Brandish. We see Harrison into Signpost Corner, but it's Cronknamona split we're looking for Dunlop to take them, and then we'll get them over the line. So we're waiting for Cronknamona for Dunlop. He's there now, 29.95. And yeah, he's just slipped off that lap record pace by about 1/10 of a mile an hour. but it'll still be enough because it's gone out to 9.5 seconds now, the lead. So he's gone from 6.5 seconds down to 9.5 seconds up by Kronknamona on the final lap. He's turned it round by 15 seconds.
He has, and only a real disaster can change that now, can't it? As we see Dean Harrison coming onto the start-finish straight to...
We're going to get Dean Harrison across the line then to finish this race on the Honda. It looks like it's going to be another podium for Dino. Here he comes. And then we wait 20 seconds or so. It's 128.688 for Dean Harrison on the final lap. But what is Michael Dunlop going to do? Here he comes onto Glen Crutchery Road. Pinned, absolutely pinned the Milwaukee Ducati. My thunder, it's 30. 30 TT wins for Michael Dunlop. He wins by 10.2 seconds. The final lap, just shy of the lap record, 130.313. 10.2 seconds. Dunlop beats Harrison by in Monster Energy Supersport TT Race 1. I'm not sure we'll have time to wait for James Hillier. We'll confirm his third place because we want to get down to Chris Kinley.
Yeah, we need this reaction of Michael Dunlop coming in to take Ducati's 10th win on the Isle of Man TT. And the Milwaukee boys are here. They were happy in the Northwest. And here he comes. Listen to this. Well. Win number 30 for Michael Dunlop on the Isle of Man. And James Hillier, Chris Boyd is just across the line. Yeah, confirmed in third.
Yeah, that's right. Confirmed in third, 45 seconds down on Dean Harrison. A fantastic podium for James Hillier and the entire Bournemouth team.
Do you know what? It has been a while, mate. You are absolutely right. One of James Hillier's boys, you just said it's been a while. And do you know what? It has. 2019 it was. Blimey. Is it 2019? Got it in there? Yeah. 2019 Supersport 1 and 2. But Michael Dunlop is in. And James Hillier will be coming in next. And he gives the Milwaukee boys a big old hug. We'll let him clear all the sweat and everything off the top of his head. And we'll get in there and grab a word with Michael and tell him his last lap. Michael, sorry, bud. 130.313, but more importantly, a 30th Isle of Man win. Many congratulations. And this old man there, James Hillier, on the podium as well.
Good, aye. I think more importantly, it's another manufacturer, that's what it is. So obviously the Milwaukee guys really wanted to, they made an effort with the Ducati and really wanted me to win around the TT, and they took all faith in me to have a go. And between them and Quattro and Cheshire Moans, we and the boys built a lovely wee bike, and it was just hard to get used to the bike because of V-twin. But obviously the main thing for me is obviously to win for all the boys in 600 and especially to win for Ducati. It's nice to get them back on the top. That's what they
Slow
want me to do.
Well, back at the top for Ducati, like you say, another manufacturer, but for the race, Dean was away, and then you caught 12 seconds on one lap.
Aye, yeah, no. I got my shit together and got on with it. I knew it kept coming. It was a bit like the big bike. We hadn't had a lot of laps, especially here with brand new motorbike. And obviously to winning a new motorbike, basically, I knew it was going to be hard with the little laps of practice and the way the characteristics of the bike was. But just big hats off to the lads. Wee bikes dinging along nicely there. I enjoyed riding it. Just took me a lap or two to dial into it.
Very blustery out there.
I got a wee bit there in the last lap, and I obviously needed a new hut to get stuck in, and I didn't want to get caught like I did in the first race. But I knew we were sort of past all the back markers, or not the back markers. That's not right.
Slower riders.
No, well, not even slower riders, but I was nervous of being in the wrong place, wrong time again. So main thing is we got a win today, 30th TT win, which is pretty special too. So yeah.
Well done, Michael. Much congratulations. Well done. Thank you, Michael. So we get another TT win to add to his portfolio. And this young man here, the last time he was in here was Supersport of 2019, James Hillier. I was like, yeah, but it's 2 podiums. And back in here, Phil goes, it's been a while.
Too long, yeah.
Brilliant, James. You think about it. You think back when the news broke that everything had fell through. You put this deal together. This makes it all worthwhile. All the hard work.
Yeah, that last lap, cheers, I just remember why it makes it all worth it, and I really enjoyed that, to be honest. It just had us a good gap. Who was fourth? Who was behind me?
David Todd, just in behind you.
There was a good gap, and it was comfortable, and it was just so nice to see the fans. Thank you, everyone who's the marshals, everyone who's waved there on the last lap, everyone who's bought a T-shirt, and it just
just magic. I'll sleep well tonight.
I think you will. I think Peter and the guys at Bournemouth will be happy too. Yeah,
absolutely. You know, it's people I don't think people can appreciate what goes on behind the scenes to get here and the effort done before we even book the boat. You know, so it's just makes it all worthwhile. So very happy.
Yeah. So your quickest lap of the race, James. Just to give you that, because I know. Oh, hang on. I'll get you the info. I hate machines like this. 126.709.
Yeah, that last lap, I was that horrible noise. You see the pit board in a good position, and you start hearing noises. And I think the wind is really bad at the top. I thought the bike was getting slower, but I'll see what the other guys say. But really gusty up there. So fair play to all the marshals and the spectators up top. But the bike didn't really miss a beat. I, just sort of settled in, and I didn't have the legs to save Michael, but still enjoyed it. One in the bank. I was a bit sad this morning after that first race. Didn't really get to where I wanted, and a bit frustrated, but happy now.
You are very happy. The smiling James Hillier. Well done, mate.
Thank you. Cheers.
Well done, boys. Well done. Excellent stuff. Let's go over to Dean if we can. His second podium of the day. Just having a quick chat to Harv and the team and all the mechanics and that from Honda, and just squeeze in. Sorry, I keep getting in your conversation. Sorry, Harv. Sorry about that. Another podium, Dino, but he saw that he got you in his sights and he was away.
Yeah, no, honestly, I went hard from the start because I knew that's what we had to do. We're thereabouts. And I'm happy because we're battling. I feel like honestly, I couldn't have rode much harder, really. That's all we've got. Obviously, we're giving quite a lot. 6 mile an hour through the traps, quite a lot to give away. But it is 1,000cc.
Oh, at least, yeah.
But no, honestly, I'm quite happy to be in the battle, to be fair. Now, it's nice to see James on the podium as well. So.
Oh, it is, yeah. I mean, it's been like 7 years since he's been in here. But bottom of the course, wind was helping you a little bit, but on the top, James is saying it's tough.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I just said to Harv. Then up the mountain mile, I only got to 5th. Had a headwind, but then on the bottom half of the track, you're absolutely fine. So it was like I just sat there, trying to tuck my toes in, elbows, and everything, and sit down as best I could. So it wasn't dangerous or anything like that. I think the conditions were actually quite good. To be fair, the track would dry the whole way around. So no, 2 podiums, the third and the second, which is nice. So we've got one better than we did earlier. So it go a bit better later on in the week.
Last time I was looking down at the records, it was 2018. Last time you won a Super Sport race. Can you do it on the next day?
We'll try. On what day?
I
want to say what day is
no
on.
idea what day today is.
No, I'll have to wait and see.
Well, Dino, well done, the Honda boys. Cheers.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Boys, thank you very much. And Harv, can't try any harder than that, can he?
No, fair play. Rode really hard. It's a tough one for sure. You say end of the first lap, having a 6-second gap, but fair play to Michael pulling it in, and conditions out there, as he said. It's very different down here to what it is up on the top of the mountain.
And good for the TT. 3 different manufacturers, first, second, and third, isn't it? Not good for Honda, obviously, but good for the TT.
No, of course, you can't want more for that. And look at the competition and look at the crowds. Look what they're supporting each of the fans and the riders and everything, which is fantastic to see.
Thank you for your time. Cheers.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you very much. There we go, guys. Boys and girls. The 1, 2, 3 in the Monster Energy Super Sport race. And pretty happy people up there. Right, Beth Espy's got people in Parc Ferme. Tell you what, she is on the case. And a happy Dom Herbertson. He's got the booking Bronco of a Ducati back to the finish. Beth.
Yeah, smiling here, Dom, but it looked like you rode the legs off that. There wasn't much left to bring it back through Parc Ferme.
Oh, no, not much. I know I actually knocked the engine off coming in, just thinking, do you know how much a litre it is? It's £5 a litre. I'm definitely knocking it off. But no, we've come on leaps and bounds with our bike, considering yesterday I wasn't going to ride it. It was that, honestly, there were people moving out their chairs at Union Mills. Honestly, if you listen to this, there's a lovely old couple who are just having a lovely time, and then I came through last night and they just vacated quicker than like rats off a burning ship. I couldn't believe it, but it was we've come on leaps and bounds. So I must thank like Max and obviously Lee from TAS as well, because there's not many Ducatis out there, and I think the one to watch, and all joking aside, is definitely Connor Cummins, because he definitely was starting to get used to that on the Ducati. And I'm a bike fan. I want to go race and I want to see bikes going faster. And I think this is just the beginning of the Ducatis. But who won the race, by the way?
Michael Dunlop.
Oh, there you go. That says there you go. That says everything about the Ducatis. You know what I mean? So we're getting there with them a little bit but obviously Michael's got it tied down. So congratulations, Michael. Slew up a little.
I tell you what, just so good to see you looking so happy. We know what a few weeks you've had in the run up to this. So yeah, early in the week yet though.
Yeah, so I know I got a chain up my backside. I think there's a few links missing off the original chain, so the mystery continues to where they are. Unfortunately, it's ripped the back of the seat unit. So the Adam Hewitt Fireblade there is not looking too good at the moment, obviously. And the bike actually belongs to Alan Gardner there. So I've got a lot of apologies to make to him on that side of things. But
are we going to see you walking a bit funny?
oh my god, the rumours will be flying, mind. The rumours will be flying. But it's no, the sun's out, the wind wasn't too bad, and that's what this place is about, isn't it? Happy days.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for talking to us, Tom.
Cheers, thank you.
So we'll just take a walk up here as other riders. See, David Rigby's just arrived here, which is great news that he finished that race. Obviously, didn't have the best of races this morning. Just wondering whether I'll be able to sneak in here and grab a quick word with James Hind, who's just in conversation at the moment. Sorry to bother you, James. How was that race for you? Talk us through it.
Yeah, decent. Windy in places you wouldn't expect, to be honest, like going into Gorsley, and yeah, it was good. Yeah, happy with that 7th.
Oh, that's absolutely brilliant. I'd say the conditions do feel like they're changing. We know that wind's coming in tonight, but machine worked all right though. Everything pit-wise went well.
Yeah, 750, yeah, going real well. Just the pits had a bit of an issue getting it started. She wouldn't start, so I had to click her in gear and bump it off. But yeah, other than that, happy.
Brilliant. Great talking to you, James. Thank you.
Thank you.
So more riders just filing in through here. As you can imagine, it gets quite busy in here as everybody's moving everything out. We'll just wander down here, see if we can grab a quick word with Connor Commons is here. Connor, sorry to interrupt you. Connor Commons, just a quick word. How was that for you?
It's good. We've put a result to bed there now. So I'm happy. Big thanks to Burrows, RK Racing. We're still getting to grips with this little Ducati. Obviously, Supersport's not really my category, but the boys have done a mega job and given me a really good little bite there. So we can, put a marker down. Let's go racing another day.
That's what Dom was saying, just watching you out there. It seems like you were really getting used to it and getting into it. I suppose conditions, we know they're changing. The wind up top was a little bit squirrely.
Yes, yeah. It's once I was in the draft of those boys, I was all right. I could just sort of sit there, but yeah, it's just, we'll go again. I'm happy enough.
Good to hear, Connor. Thank you.
Thanks.
And let's just wander here and speak to Brian McCormack, who's just walked in there. Brian, how was that?
Windy. It was good, to be honest. I haven't done many laps on that bike. And Adam McLean, who is a very, very good rider in 600 here, I could catch him all the way to Ramsey and then across the mountain. I could only pull 4th gear, which is either the size of me and the wind or a combination of both. But I can only stay in 4th gear the whole way across the mountain. I had nothing, unfortunately. So I was losing about 20 seconds, I'd say. It was horrendous. But look, it was good. It was a finish. It was better than this morning. Unfortunately, clutch went off the line on the big bike. So sorry to everybody that's out there wearing all the merch and everything and waving at me, but I didn't make it around. But look, we had a good finish in that, and that's one under the belt for the rest of the week, hopefully.
Go and have a little sit down now.
Oh, we'll have a point maybe.
I think you deserve it. Thank you very much indeed. That's Brian McCormack, and I'm just wondering whether Ian Hutchinson will have a quick word with me here. Good to see you smiling again, Ian. Talk us through your race.
Yeah, it was all right, really. Just building into it. It felt like I was riding quite well on the last lap, and then I rode over something at coming into Guthries round the left hand. It looked like one of those square cameras. Rode straight over it, so I was very concerned that I'd have a front tyre puncture, so kind of ruined the rest of the lap there. So we fell back a couple of places, but apart from that, it was going all right.
That must be so frustrating, and I don't know how you get your head back into gear when you're constantly worrying about something like that.
No, well, I've had 2 front punches around here in the past, and you do lose the front, so the last thing I want to do is lose the front on the mountain. That's for sure. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, but yeah, it is what it is, and I don't know what it was, but it was massive. I don't know. I didn't even come off.
Bless you. Well done. Good to see you smiling, as I say.
Cheers.
Thanks very much, Beth. That sounds like a bit of a scary moment for Ian Hutchinson. Just news from race control about 6 minutes ago. The road's open car has left St Ninians to begin opening the road.